feel like in open tournaments, even teams that are, you know, more inexperienced and haven't been together as long are all like clawing to be the best team and to win. I feel like the energy is like everybody's trying to be the absolute best. So that is something I feel is a little bit different than Game Changers, because there isn't a lot of Game Changers teams at the moment, so it's hard to field that kind of competitive environment when there's just so few teams right now. So playing in open tournaments, I feel like we kind of get that sort of push for us to be even more competitive and for us to try even harder against these teams who are also trying just as hard. I feel like this is not a diss to Floor, because obviously Floor is just the best Game Changers player to exist. But I feel like we're more well-rounded as a team because it's not solely focused on setting up Floor now, where it's more so everyone on the team has an opportunity to pop off. Obviously Karn is insane and she's still a pop-off duelist for sure. But I think it made everybody else think, okay, I need to step up and I need to be able to, you know, frag out a bit more to fill Floor's shoes, essentially. To be in Challengers, it feels like my entire career and my team's entire career, I've kind of led up to this. It feels like this is always what we've been working towards. So honestly, at first it was a little anticlimactic because it was like, oh, well, we did it. Now what? So to be able to compete in these matches and play against better competition, it's honestly really fun more than anything, but also it is like a breath of fresh air to be able to play against new players and new teams and all that. Honestly, my only expectation for us is for us to do our best, and if we do that, then I'm happy, to be honest. I'm not going to set a super high goal or expectation. I just want us to do our best, to be honest.
Honestly, probably me, man. I got the most plants by far, so maybe that one's on me.
Might have been me, honestly. I mean, it could be anyone on our team. Everybody on our team just like might be in the zone. We might go for some kills and forget that we have the spike. Happens.
I say it's got to be Darkest. Darkest always carries the spike. He's always telling me before on the pre-rounds, he's like, "Yo, give me the bomb. Give me the bomb. Give me the bomb." So if anyone has the bomb, it's definitely Darkest.
And we lost because we didn't plant the bomb. It would have to be Knights because he was too focused on trying to kill everybody.
That would never happen because I always have the spike, and I just feel like that would not happen. But if that was gonna happen, I feel like I have to blame Karn, like Dodo Nut, because she never gets the spike, so she would be like, why do I have this? And then just not know. So I'll blame her.
Either me or Seven, Johan. So it's gonna be either our faults. And yeah, time runs out, it's one of our faults, and our coach will chew us out for it. So yeah.
Dip, probably. I mean, he's done it before once, so.
It has to be Caillou. Maybe he was too busy like calling a pre-round or something. He just forgot to pick up the bomb or something, but it has to be Caillou planting the bomb there.
That's on me. As an IGL, I gotta make sure the bomb is given to the right person. Usually I do carry the bomb, but like sometimes someone will be one off the alt orb or something, so I kind of want to be able to tell them like, hey, take the bomb. So yeah, I'll take the blame for that.
Probably Alum, our duelist player.
I'm gonna say Jakey for sure. Either Jakey or myself. That would be the most realistic answer.
Oh, I mean 100% it's Steven. You would not believe this, but this has actually happened. Let's just say a miscommunication happened. Hypothetically, with someone on the team, if I had to pick someone, it might be Smiley, but it doesn't have to be him. It could have been anybody. Let's just say they didn't choose the defuse when they needed one off of ult, and I called like, yo, defuse for ult, and then I like did my own thing because I just assumed the bomb would get defused. No, it's all good. Hasn't happened in a match yet. Let's go.
Well, it's insanely different. The competition like rose triple. I feel like that we've only been together for like a month, and that's like as soon as Premier's like playoffs started, we won it, and we were just in challenges, so we only had a month to prepare. And, like the level of difficulty is a lot different. Like it's so much harder to get kills, and like the whole entire objective of the game changes. But our first week against M80, it was a lot harder, I would say, because it was nerves and everything. But our second week against Blue Water, I would say that it was a lot closer. And that short amount of span, I think we got a lot better. So this week against Ambrosia, we're hoping to turn that around. Key factors. So the key factors to the team's success is not making any mistakes, but also just working together as a team and keeping our communications really good, because I feel like that's one of our most lackluster like features as a team. But besides that, we just need to make less mistakes, and I think start winning these games. Well, you can expect from me. My name is Abu2 for some reason, but it was changed to Demi recently. You can expect from me that I'm gonna keep playing. Last week I had a really good game against Blue Water. I'm planning to keep riding momentum. I've had a change in my role a little bit. And then for the team, just don't count us out yet. We're getting a lot better every week, and against Ambrosia, we're hoping to win out because we got that much better in that short amount of time.
Dude, I'm going Vice Lock. If you're running Vice Lock, like the Vice Deadlock, and you stack a site with more than 3 people, it's D-Day for the other team. Like, and if you have 5, I mean, you may as well just save. Like, there's no way that you're gonna win on the T side. Like, you jump out, you're gonna get hit by Deadlock Nade, Vice Flash, Thorns, Vice Wall, Deadlock Wall weak side, so everybody's facing one side, you know, like, it's just not good. It's just not gonna be good, bro. Probably Breach as the initiator. Let's just make really sure. Like, let's make really sure if they're all coming out short on bind that they're having no fun at all. Like, 0 fun.
I mean, shit, we gotta be playing Reyna, Clove. You gotta get those 2 in there for sure. Depends on the map. We'll throw in a little Jet. You know what I mean? We'll throw in a Jet there. We'll go Cypher. Gotta hold the flank. And our initiator, we'll go like Sova or Fade. We needed to get the info.
We're gonna play Bind. We're gonna play Bind. Put B-Dog on Clove. We did on like Viper. And then you can put Bow on Chamber. Caillou on Sky. You put me on Raze.
I'd probably be like me and Bowie would probably be just running the Duelist, Garper on the Initiator, Jordan on the Senti, or Ghost on the Sentinel, and then Kaiser just running some characters. Just a double Duelist comp.
So I'm playing Smokes, so I need to be on Clove. Clove is just so good ranked, best ranked agent. So I'm on Clove. We got Timo Tino, our Duelist player. We'll probably throw him on, probably just put him on Jet. And then we got Starly, Sentinel player. I'll probably just throw him on KJ. I think KJ is just like so good and ranked, or even maybe even Cypher, to be honest. People don't break trips in ranked for some reason. And then Logan, I'll just put him on, he's my initiator player. I'll put him on Sova. And then Darkest to flex. I'll probably throw him on like a secondary Duelist, like a Reyna, because it's ranked.
I want to see 4 Duelists out of my teammates. 4 Duelists right there, and I'll pick up the Smokes. I'll do that. I'll let everyone room free. Yeah, let's see. There's Reyna, ISO, Yoru, maybe Phoenix for Stellar, I think. That'd be good.
Let's just run 5 Duelists, honestly. I feel like that would be good. I feel like we would own on that.
everyone. You're watching Challengers. Today we have 2 teams qualifying into playoffs, and another will be relegated, and you're all stuck with us again. So, Vance, what's up? You're looking moisturized today.
Better, right? Because you gave me the tip that I should have a humidifier right in my office. So I literally have like a 6-liter. We won't see. We won't see.
POV?
I have
POV
a 6-liter humidifier right next to my face. So hopefully that's going to help on the breathing today.
Cool. And Ash, it's my turn with the brain cell today, but I'll pass it back to you.
Thanks. I like how we're exchanging back and forth. Yeah, so I mean, I'm excited for today. My brain cell is running. I think we really need to work on this, Lemon. Like I think we gotta give it some better fuel, some better nutrition.
We're like tug of warring over it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a real war in our bracket right now to just try to get into playoffs because we have some banger matches being featured today. So here's where we stand in terms of how the standings are going. Reminder everybody that it's first to 4 wins to get into playoffs and only 8 teams advance. And Ash, there's a lot of teams here on the cusp of getting there.
I think that's what's really exciting about today. It's how close these matches are going to be as well, right? TSM versus YFP being the first one that we're going to have on stream, M80 versus Cubert later, and then even that elimination match that you were talking about where we will have to say goodbye to one of Burger Boys versus Ambrosia on the side stream as well. And even outside of the ones that we're going to be seeing today, when you're looking towards like Blue Water versus Core, finding out who's going to be playing up against Shopify Rebellion Black as well. It's insane how quickly it feels like these last few weeks have passed, and even just the improvements that some of these rosters have been making.
If there's one thing I could say quickly, though, is that at least I like that SRB came out with a big dub yesterday with Monsi being recently added to the team, taking the responsibility of IGLing away from BCJ. Although it was a scrap, right? The third map had to go into an overtime against NBG for them to win. But it's nice to see that they have immediate results after losing the Brockinator to NRG. So it's actually quite nice here for SRB that they're able to continue to fight and have a chance here to move forward.
Yeah, we need so many different nicknames. I like Brock Layer, I guess. I don't know, but this is just the most stacked season, I feel like, of Challengers we've had. There's even some drama for like the first time ever on social media. It's entertaining, but yeah, like Ash said, up to bat first, we have TSM versus YFP. And Vans, this is a rivalry I feel like that has lasted for a few years in Challengers. Not really specifically about the players, but the orgs going at it, fighting for who could be at the top. Because even last stage, it was YFP that knocked TSM into the lower bracket of playoffs.
Yeah, both of these teams are pretty much enemy of themselves because they're always coming in with a strong roster, fighting through thick and thin here through the challenger scene, but then unfortunately never really able to make it into the playoffs or ascension until last season here for TSM, where they had such a deep run. So both of these teams are looking pretty good. Starting with TSM over here, I love that they've had a very strong start from week number 1, because compared to last year, and I had the conversation with their old coach Faded, he was like, yo, I love when you go against us in terms of predictions because it adds a little bit more fuel to the fire and it allows for us to perform a little bit better, but it wasn't consistent. Then with NBS coming in, they've already had results right away and big victories. Although the loss to Rankers in week number 2, if I'm not mistaken, but everything outside of that has been pretty good for TSM so far.
And I think that adds a little bit of that pressure too. I like to hear about that mentality, Vans, with it adding that fuel to the fire. But then you're also talking about how these two teams were kind of like in the middle of the pack for 2024. TSM having a little bit more of that edge up, being able to make it into that ascension run and landing in that 6th place and whatnot. But this is also the big test for them, right? Is they want to be able to continue to show that improvement as a team throughout the seasons, and for them, they want to really cement themselves as an org that can compete at the top of VCLNA.
Yeah, and now this quote from GMD, we need to beat the Slime teams to claim that we're the best team. Now it brings me back, and I have a little bit of a clearer mind. I'm pretty sure this was after that week 2 victory that they had against M80, and then they lost to Rankers with a chance to qualify to the playoffs in Split 1. So as they say, yeah, we're doing so good, and we had such a great start, and we have to beat all the signed teams. Well, their first and only loss so far has been against an unsigned team, as in the Rankers. So now you're gonna have to go back with that same mindset, or at least like the game plan of can you actually bounce back? Can you recuperate? Because now you're maybe able to beat the signed teams, but you're not beating the ones that are unsigned. And you just have to make sure that you don't falter to a loss to YFP today, because now you're going to be losing to unsigned teams and signed teams, and that can start lingering behind your mind.
Okay, it's kind of a crime though that rankers aren't signed, so we'll just pretend there's like a salary war going on and like everyone's trying to put their bid in for rankers because
yeah, they're too expensive.
They're the only team that are undefeated, so it's kind of weird. But yeah, Ash, I feel like there is that extra pressure and almost like a time limit, because when you are representing a banner as prestigious as TSM, like you need to put up those results. And finally we're seeing like roster changes out of TSM, IGLing changes out of TSM. Like this is the most exciting year for TSM.
Yeah, I think that it's really exciting for them. I think that we were talking a little bit about the rivalry that was kind of building up between YFP and TSM, right? And that was before we had the roster changes that came in at the beginning of this season with Vora and with Recoil coming in here. And then you trade that out for T-Dog, who's now on Cubert Academy, that we're going to be seeing a little bit later today. And then Ziff, who currently is a free agent within the tier 2, tier 3 scene and whatnot. And I think that it's added a little bit more of a fresh look for the side of TSM with how they're looking to play together. I've liked the synergies that have come out for them and a little bit more of that firepower as well with the young gun in Recoil coming in, who is a rookie when you're considering his experience. It's looking really nice.
You got to depend on veterans like GMD who can like take these new players under his wing, I guess. And looking at GMD's stats, I think what's most important is that IGL change vans of GMD once they got Vora realized how good his IGLing is. Now Vora's taking the helm on that, and maybe that lets GMD focus on himself a bit more.
As you mentioned in the previous interview as well, it's Vora getting the responsibility of the macro calling, and GMD could focus more on that mid-rounding. It allows him to focus more on his crosshair, and you know what he's like when it comes down to him being able to laser beam and focus only into his crosshair. Controller roll, multi-kills, very fast and flicky. So he plays so much rank every single day, this guy. If he's not practicing with the team, he's going to be in the morning streaming with Sabrosa, one of his literally bros, and then just rank it out, right? So that continues to build a lot of game sense, a lot of progression. And when so far we've been talking about not only fundies and challengers, but also players that are up and coming that have been doing nothing but ranking or playing in the rank scene, GMD is now catching up to all of those players at a later age, if I could put it that way, as veterancy, and still able to keep up. So that adds a lot here to the roster for TSM with GMD, with GMD's experience.
Yeah, and then, you know, Lemon was talking about that transition for the IGL responsibilities there as well, right? You're talking about how he's just been so good at kind of growing over the past couple of years, and now he's able to now refocus back into that micro that he's really good at when he's playing for himself, laying down those smokes, of course, for the team as well, but always very aware and good at isolating a lot of those fights is where we see GMD tend to shine, and he's able to now lock in on that with Vora being that stronger voice, being that caller here for the squad, and then adding his piece here and there as well when he does get that information.
I think there's going to be anything but peace in this match. Like, this is the match of the week, in my opinion. And it's an exciting week, exciting stage to be a TSM fan, but you got to be nervous when you're going up against a team like YFP. And I'm starting to think that YFP are getting close to that peak vans after drowning the Blue Otters 2 days ago. It's really hard to bet against this roster.
Agreed. I actually don't even know where their peak is right now, because you asked me a couple of years ago, I think I would have maybe able to say where their ceiling would be if I saw the same like ups and downs and inconsistency coming out of Penny. But so far, this team overall has been looking so good with such a good drive. You're even seeing on Twitter right after like what's going on from how much these players support each other in and outside of the game, not only being able to advance potentially together, but even advance individually, that none of these players will hold each other back. So there is a huge brotherhood within this roster, and I think it really shows because it gels very, very well in the server. So overall, I think this is some heavy firepower coming out from Penny at the tip, but then everybody around is looking very, very strong as well.
Yeah, Ash, this is the big year for Penny. I mean, I sort of got to know him during the Neon meta, but he's shown us just how proficient he is at Yor and just all the duelists. Like, he's like the ultimate duelist this stage.
Yeah, I think that it's really important to be able to show that depth. Of course, we see some duelists here and there, whether it's in VCLs, whether it's in VCT or Game Changers, still looking to kind of play their game on those comfort picks. But if you're able to play into the strengths of the meta, that is going to take you an edge up. And we've seen the dichotomy, the juxtaposition between Yorus who are trying to actually just like slot in to force it to work, and the ones that are actually just really taking their mechanics to another level and able to bring that added value in a positive way to the team. And you love seeing that out from him. Of course, a lot of that has to do with the support that he's also getting from his IGL and Stellar and Physic as well.
And you check out how they played against Blue Otter, and I'd be shaking in my boots, but TSM, yes, YFP beat TSM the last 2 encounters, but it wasn't this new and improved TSM fans. This was a really hard match to predict because this is the peak form, this is the peak roster for both these franchises.
Agreed. And you're seeing the quote here from Physic. That was the interview in their most recent win this week against Blue Otter when he said, we've been focusing really hard on fundamentals. And adding on to that and paraphrasing, it's also thanks to their latest coach as well, being Mac joining this roster. Because I'm going to coin now. I know Roy's probably watch party with Mel, so I'm just going to say the cerebral term again. You have a full roster that's very, very smart individually and also very smart on calls, because when you're thinking about players that have been IGL in the past, there's 2 of them in this roster. So then you have somebody that's able to just narrow in into like, you guys already know what to do, but here's how you can perfect it in terms of finding your timings for your swings, finding your timings on your pushes, and focus on those to be able to be the strong team that you could be. So Mac, again, brings in a big voice, and you know how loud he could be. Back in like the LG days when he qualified for LCQ in 2021, he was the loudest on the stage when there was no crowd mics, and you could still hear him through the caster mics. So I love that. I love what we're seeing from this roster so far, and they definitely have a chance here to go deep.
Yeah, and Ash just comparing, I guess, the quote former IGLs to now how they're able to focus on just fragging, sort of different roles, but there's still the important veterans that can fill in the gaps for the newer IGLs.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, right? Is being former IGLs, you know that they're going to have the strong voice in the mid rounds. And of course, you were talking about how there's a difference in roles here. You're playing more of typically that like pseudo like recon on the side of Physic, leaning into the strengths of the Taeho and the current meta. And then for GMD being on the smokes for the side of TSM. It's just very different because GMD has more of that opportunity to play for himself in some of these situations after, you know, laying down those smokes and just looking to isolate a lot of those fights, which is why you see a bit of a difference in these numbers here as well compared to Physic, who is typically playing a little bit further back, looking to support the team more with their utility as opposed to going for a lot of those solo duels.
Yeah, I mean, fans looking at GMD, like kind of what Ash said, getting to hang back, play for picks as controller, but Physic, being initiator, there's so much on your shoulders, especially being a Taeho and trying to master that. I know it's no longer really a new agent, but it's still an important role to dismantling all the utils. So I don't think the numbers really speak enough to what Physic can do.
If there's anything that you could at least relate, even though there are different roles here for both of these players, it's the clutch factor, right? On different roles. Because GMD, yes, he's putting in the smokes, but he's also coming in with the team and also trading with the team. And when his teammates are falling down, when Sim is just going in to try to get openings, he's going to try to anchor up and trade up as much as he could and try to delay as much so that his teammates could actually have a successful plan and hopefully get into the clutch at that moment. But from Physic, it's going to be very similar, but supporting util in the very first place and then trying to delay as much as he could to try to win the rounds in those clutch moments for the team for YFP. So there's still similarities in there, and they're also still 2 very intelligent players that will be mid-rounding no matter what here for either of these teams respectively. So if the macro's not working out, or for example, the IGL has fallen down, or they get information on the other side, they could definitely call a pivot here for the team. So again, this is a complete roster on both ends, from top to bottom, from the coaching side as well. And I also want to correct myself as well, just in case when I talked about Faded on the results of TSM before and versus NBS now, I'm not taking anything away from Faded though. He's also gone from TSM to Vitality and also allowed Vitality to win EMEA and is now competing at Masters Bangkok tonight, right? So there is greener pastures for all of these coaches that are supporting TSM. And again, 2 really good teams.
Yeah, just based on the quotes, TSM feel like they have something to prove against the other signed teams, while YFP really want to iron out that foundation and build off of it. And Well, we're going to go into the map picks and bans, Ash, and I'm really curious to see how this went because we noticed that YFP have shifted their preferences post M80 loss to whether they like Pearl or not. So getting through our ban picks and bans, YFP have picked Split, TSM go with Pearl, and Lotus is our final map. What's your reaction to this?
I think that, you're talking about how they maybe shifted some of their Pearl picks previously, but I don't think it's too surprising to actually see that bleed through here. I don't think that while TSM found success on Pearl, I don't think that YFP necessarily feel like super threatened by that map because it was a 13-9 up against Trust and Plug. So nothing too crazy within round 2 of that Swiss stage. And heading over to Split first is going to be a really fun matchup, I think, between these two squads when you consider the looks that they have on this map of favoring the Raze on the side of TSM versus the Yoru on the side of YFP, or two different approaches that you're going to see coming out from them.
I'm gonna have to say, this is a gamble coming out from YFP, to be honest with you, because when you're looking at the first map being banned, which was YFP's choice to ban, is Bind. That is TSM's best map, but it's also, TSM has played it a crap ton, right? So, and they've been up and downs in terms of wins and losses because they live and die by the aggression, and if Sim could be really on playing on that Raze. And I've seen some amazing calling coming out from Stellar on this map before, and they decide to take that away so that they could play maybe a weaker map from TSM, quote unquote. But now TSM picks Pearl in this moment where YFP tried to come out with like this harbor composition that kind of failed in their moments where they started banning that into the later weeks. So to let that float, it feels for me that they've been working for something different. I would expect a different comp going into this second map, but this could be do or die because if it goes to Lotus, TSM is also very strong on that map. So letting that as a floater could really be a victory for TSM if Pearl doesn't come out the way that YFP wanted to.
Yeah, I'm getting vibes of TSM getting the edge here just based on how many times they've floated Split to I feel like a very targeted Pearl pick from TSM regards to what you're saying those weaknesses. So we'll see if we even get to go to Lotus. And I don't know how we feel about our predictions. We get to do these before the map picks and bans go. And this was, I think, pretty highly contested, at least amongst the community. I think the casters really saw a lot out of YFP, and Marks will defend himself in the cast. But Ash, this was hard, right?
This is a really, really hard pick between these two squads. I think we've seen some of like the lows from them, but we've also seen a lot of highs from them as well. And for me, I wanted to put my money on YFP because I believe in this roster for the long term. I think they've looked really good. But I am feeling a little bit shaky now after seeing the prediction, or not the prediction, sorry, the map pick bans, just because how that does lean a little bit towards the side of TSM. But I do have faith that YFP have been cooking in the background and should be taking us maybe by surprise and some changes in the comps that we might see coming out.
I win from this prediction going with YFP. It's a win-win no matter what for me, because for me, we're gonna see a good game. On the side of YFP, they've been going through so many rosters and different iterations and never really found like that deep success. And I feel finally that they finally have it now with this roster right here, that they could go into the playoffs, they could have deep runs and potentially make it to Ascension. And also, again, voting against TSM gives them that drive to prove me wrong. So at the same time, if they're watching this somehow before we get into the game, then you know they're going to be firing all cylinders. So it's going to be a nice little brawl from the very beginning.
Yeah, this is a huge Duelist matchup between Sim and Penny, where, Ash, I feel like Sim is very jet-pilled, while Penny has definitely preferred the Yoru as of late. So we need to see Sim be that explosive #1 jet in Challengers that we hope him to be.
Yeah, potentially. I think that right now you're looking towards what he's been playing with maps that we're going to be seeing today, and it's unlikely to see that jet actually be pulled out, especially within the first 2 maps that we'll be looking at, where we can expect more of the Raze and the Yoru that everyone's been favoring, versus for Penny expecting more of, I think, the Yoru through and through for the most part. Would be surprised if we saw that change coming in, and it does give him a little bit more of that opportunity to play for himself, I think, for Penny as well, all things considered, having those self-sufficient flashes and whatnot. Meanwhile, you're going to be looking for a lot more support coming out from the side of TSM to help Sim find that success, especially looking towards that Raze they're on bind, or not bind, sorry, split.
Yeah, and there's also different preferences in the Sentinel, whether it's like KJ Cypher, even more Vice, and the meta is always evolving, and it's great to see how TSM and YFP have adapted to that. As our agent select is almost ready to go, and just a reminder, this is a qualification match, so the first to 4 wins means going to playoffs, and both these teams have duked it out in playoffs. Feels like every single stage where YFP have bested them before. So I don't know if the map picks and bans are gonna help TSM too much, because it feels like there's almost not like a grudge match, Vance, but there's a lot to prove beyond just that playoffs, if you know what I mean.
It's definitely going to help both of the teams, no matter what, into this map picks and bans. Because like I said, it's a big gamble from both sides, at least more on YFP to let Pearl come through. But for Split, yes, TSM likes to play it, but they never really had the best results on this map either. So we're finally going into the agent select, and nothing's really going to change for YFP's side. So I love the fact here that we have no Sentinel on their side and playing a lot of stalls and obstructing vision with the double controller play that allows here for Stellar to really control his tempo on how he wants to default around this map. And that's what he's been good at.
And Ash, is cool to see how Thief and Jake are able to trade off on that Viper role, the controller role. So there's going to be a lot of delay with those two.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of delay. And then looking towards the attacking side first, I think Vance talking a little bit about how Stellar might want to like approach the defaults on this map. And when you're running the double controller, you're going to look for, I think, a little bit more of that contact play, like off the gate, just try and find a bit more of that information. Because when you're only running the Tejo for either side, right, you are lacking a bit of that just reconnaissance info aside from the drone that comes out. And then eventually defaulting into one of those more explosive plays where you're going to see those combinations coming out from Stellar and Physics utility and making that space there for Penny.
I'm excited to kick things off on Split, y'all. It's going to be an intense match. I hope you're here for a while, and to bring you through all the action, it's Tenric and Marks.
Thanks so much, Jen. Blemishes on these records that TSM and YFP are perfectly happy with walking over, as they have their second attempt at a qualification match to get them into playoffs. Both these teams avoiding all of those tough hurdles throughout this Swiss so far, and only coming up short against the teams that deserve that spot before them. Marks, TSM, YFP, a lot of options, a lot of great maps, a lot of great Valorant we're about to watch today.
Oh, it's going to be a certified banger. I mean, I feel like right now I'm like one of those like caged animals just held back because everyone else is just like, YFP is the truth. And here I am with my prediction of TSM. But honestly, like, it really is close between these two teams. We're really in that upper rank right now where these are going to be the best of challengers. I mean, obviously we know rankers, they've already qualified through, but these two teams have been incredibly impressive thus far. And honestly, I'm super excited to see how this goes. I think it's interesting that TSM are going for that Vice over the Viper, because Viper is kind of a mainstay on this map. But let's see how things kick off, because we're getting started on this first round right now.
Couldn't agree more that this is as close a matchup can get, at least until we see what the results have to say about it. A big benchmark for both of these teams walking into the match. And on that first map of Split, like the desk said, one that TSM in particular has had a lot of time to spend on, especially with this new team, this new coach. A lot of experimentation they've no doubt already done. YFP, though, starting out on the attack, they'll already start pressuring a whole lot of channels.
Yeah, but it's good information and good denial of information coming in from TSM here. Sim actually going a little bit exploratory, does find one, but gets traded out. Regardless, I'm looking at the positioning that Penny has. Thankfully, Gate Crash still available, so the cavalry can arrive. But honestly, I think TSM have a really good hold on this B site.
It seems like they're pretty stalwart on it at the moment. YFP trying to dredge up the rest of the push to be able to come with a whole lot more to offer, but Yeah, with no longer that Astra, it's got to be off of Penny's flashes from on high. Gotta get that opening kill first. Fault line into the left side. It's GMD who's going to get pressured away and actually killed quite early by Thief. YFP, they will storm onto site and get all the kills they need to make all that space as Penny also completes his wraparound for the 1 for the retake. Low health pool in general here for YFP, but 7 has to walk into so much here. We'll see how he decides to trade things off. 2 blinds in the tank, Aftershock available to field out pressure. But so many angles and already been found out by Thief, so has to immediately reset the fight. YFP will be able to stack this up. No high-low necessary, just a whole squad at the helm. YFP takes round 1 pretty strongly.
Yeah, I mean, straight up, that was a really good defense set from TSM with how they were looking at reinforcing that B site. But YFP just kind of come in. You can tell the level of coordination is exactly what we expect because, well, as soon as they go for that execute, Penny's already right up in the Tejo's face, ready to shut down any presence that they've got up top. And then they just kind of clear in, they find their man, and then they move on and get that spike down. So an excellent round coming out from YFP. This time around, we're seeing a couple of Bulldogs, a couple of Stingers, but a little bit more slow pace once again, coming in on pressuring that middle site area. TSM, meanwhile, going for a little bit of a stronger defensive hold onto this A site, interestingly enough, and just leaving Sim all alone onto B. I expect we're going to see that raise to push out, try and get a little bit more information. But otherwise, TSM, they're just going to have to wait for YFP to make a move.
TSM really welcoming YFP's aggression if they so choose, but nobody's going to chomp at the bit just yet. Sim not yet planning for that wraparound, but that's because YFP hasn't made a solid plan just yet. Now they might after Penny's early entry, and now Thief as well able to deal with the majority of that stack. It will indeed be on Sim, and he will crack open a firm until gets stunned out by the nade, quickly picked back up in the tail end of that. Thief is going to stick around on this spawn, make sure there's nothing crazy going on for Seven's part, who is once again the last one standing.
Yeah, honestly, that's just kind of tough. You could tell that there was a lot of discipline coming in from TSM. Just hanging back, and then as soon as they spot one out, they're like, all right, time to go. And unfortunately, they just marched right to their deaths. 7 now able to pick up this Bulldog. 7 bullets left. Will be able to get that reload in. But the rest of YFP are just going to go hunting here. See if they can, well, first of all, drop that rifle, get the upgrade back, given the fact that the Stingers are fairly inexpensive. But also, too, get that ultimate orb. And 7, just on the other side here, we'll be able to at least take Penny's head off.
Complacency kills.
A solid kill going forward here. As TSM, like you said, ordinary so far for their setups, and it's not like they've gotten properly punished just yet. In fact, quite the opposite. They've been not overly respectful, just plainly giving YFP the space they require. Ooh.
Spike down.
Dusted.
All right, I hope we're all energized. Hope we're all up and running. Because the game is again. Hooray! TSM did, in fact, win the bonus round. And they will, in fact, be walking into this with some solid guns.
Who's next?
YFP, also now awake. Very much more stacked, ready for this A-push, Marks.
Yeah, I mean, once again, Penny also, too, got the Dimensional Drift online while we were away here and is doing quite a bit of scouting. This is really good because a lot of this utility, based on the YFP composition, can just target exactly where it is, but it's this lurk from Sim that might be deadly.
It's already made a lot of room. Back up here on Heaven, but no certainty thanks to the smoke that can easily be cycled, so they'll try to collapse onto Link, but that's now protected by a Viper's Pit that Thief is going to set up for himself, among others. Even still, you've got so many backup tools here as well. Penny all the way up. I'll get taken care of actually quite quickly. Physic all the way in the back with these mollies might become increasingly important. But Thief retaining control over this pit. It'll be now Sim to enter in on the outskirts, and he will get the drop onto Stellar, try to get reprocced, but Thief has been sniffed out by Recoil too. And TSM will be able to reduce everything that YFP has to offer to a crisp. Sim even finds value on the ult. 3 for the Rays and now 2 for TSM.
Okay, yeah, no, excellent job coming in from TSM there. You know, I was just about to comment on the fact that YFP already had so many of their ultimates online, and especially too, putting down that Viper's Pit, that is something like, that makes it so much more difficult for that retake to happen. But TSM, I mean, they just very systematically go in there. We see at the very end, Sim pop the showstopper just for good measure to clear things out, but it's all good. At this point, you just kind of needed to save it for the one person who is off site and does have those salvos ready, but just an excellent retake coming in from TSM. This is going to force YFP onto just this budget buy right now. So we're seeing those stingers, seeing those light shields. To me, this means that you got to go in fast and you got to spray your enemies down.
Ample time for TSM to prepare for when that flowchart goes awry for them, if they lose a controller or if more players are stuck alongside Physic in the back line to be able to just ult cycle through that post plant. A lot more security that YFP is able to find in the remainder of this half, but a nice flush out with a util dump will let Stellar get the first kill credit on Devore as he tries to evade on the early peak. Good checking, very worthwhile against an eco like this. But it's got to happen a couple more times. Recoil's posted up nice and close quarters on this A site.
And now YFP, they're just waiting for the go sign to go. A little bit of utility being traded back and forth, but they're slowly inching their way up onto Heaven. I think they have an idea of how that rifle is just on the other side. So yeah, they're just waiting for that ultimate to be able to go off here, and then the storm is going to commence. 7 in a deadly spot, but finds Physic's head.
And now Sim getting in on the action too. He'll get super active and actually fall into the arms of Penny, who has once again gotten just a little too far up. Spike is still isolated though, and this 2v2 will be
30 seconds left.
Still pretty tough to manage. No immediate access to a gun, but Penny will go searching, and Thief already holding on to one is at least able to reestablish this front main. Now that Recoil's flash has already been used too, he'll have to scope things out dry too. Some noise made, so signs will be given, and Recoil will make one flick known. Thief on the entry, Recoil good for it too. A one-man army to hold it down for TSM.
Oh man, I mean, there's a certain point there where if you are TSM and you're watching what happened, you see Thief just hop down into vents, you're like, oh my goodness, we gotta chase this kill down, we've got them on the runaway, this is our time to strike. But that actually played perfectly into the positioning of where Penny was watching. These Stingers were absolutely deadly this round. This was a lot closer than expected, but at the end of the day, it's those long-range gun duels that TSM are able to win out. So an excellent job for them to make sure that they continue to move forwards here. Sim now has that operator in hand. Wimon flirting with disaster, going for that shoulder peek. You already see the fault line as well come out. So TSM has a bit of an idea on where YFP might be. Jakey just avoiding that operator shot, but the call has been made and they're flooding in through mid.
Yeah, this is already a lot of time that YFP has just chopped off of this attack side. Penny has been very aggressive in these opening rounds before TSM cracks wise, and this pre-rounding continues to look immaculate from YFP. Just comes down to proper execution to maintaining advantage. Now you can do that with the gun diff no longer there. Aftershock to flood out the rest of the doorway so that Penny can fully execute onto Heaven itself. Steel Garden thrown up in response on top of an Armageddon onto the site itself. Everybody from TSM is completely bottlenecked inside this link choke. Penny with the drop down from on high. Still good for one again, and now he's on the prowl. Heavy armor not available though, so still has to remain a little calm and collected, especially since Sim has that up in the back. Penny, the patience pays off, and he's good for 3 now this round. Gimon left alone, very far away with this universal util, unable to really make a dent this time around, but YFP, that was the attack they were looking for. Just had to all come together.
And it honestly all came together because of Penny. I mean, I was just about to say, it's so interesting that despite all the space this Yoru is taking, we saw 3 members of YFP just hanging out on the other side of that Viper's wall, playing so patiently. And the whole point of that was just to make sure that that operator gets taken down just simply because of pure body numbers. And as a result of that, it worked out doubly because TSM were not expecting Penny at all. Enough time had passed with no sound being made that you would have never guessed where that Yoru is. The desk highlighted the Yoru versus the Raze difference, and this is one of the reasons why you bring a Yoru with this composition. The distractions, the unpredictability, it works out tremendously well for YFP on this round.
But you're seeing, how well Sim is adjusting already. He's well aware of how he has to play against this, and he's getting extremely active, extremely in the face of members of YFP. And sure, that involves a little bit of risk versus rewards. Sometimes Penny is going to be in front of you, but if Sim is quick enough, and believe you me, he is quick enough, he's still going to be able to find enough value on that raise. Penny is going to completely profit off of distance. If he doesn't find that, he does not find a successful attacking round for YFP. Much more sink or swim, drip or drown for this attacking half in its remaining 6 rounds.
I just love this clip here. I mean, it just highlights how unaware TSM were to Penny's presence on that site. And now we're all tied up yet again. This time, Sim getting a little bit more proactive here. The salvos are going to be going in, but that's an excellent spotting out there as the Armageddon comes in really early here. It actually finds Physic, but forces out the spike into such a tough spot. Everything working out pretty darn well for TSM. Go, Guimon. That was a little bit close.
One of the tougher spots to escape when it comes to that Armageddon. More and more, you'll see players like Vora search for the moments where you can execute on the guaranteed spots for killing rather than just go for the flushes. This ultimate is packed with so much potential value going forward in the metagame with such a damage-heavy comp meta already. Gravity well, just a tad bit too late. Thief still gets the spike down in honestly relatively optimized position.
Yeah, but now it's going to be this 4v3 onto this retake here. Take a look at the utility. The salvo's still available. Vora gets the dump pretty early on, but only has a stinger in hand.
Vora re-ups for 3. This time it's the salvo to cut out another corner. And so you've got to surf these peaks. Jake doing a solid job taking down that Tejo. Now a 2v3 and Thief inside the smoke has a little bit of extra time that he gets away with wasting as well. Very low health pool between the two of them. But if Jake can hit shots like that, truly anything is possible. Timing though, and Gimon is too quick to the punch. With minimal time on the spike left, TSM will take the lead back 4-3.
I was going to say, Jake with the honestly excellent rifling. We saw just even under fire, still able to find a head before dipping back out. And then once again is able to find a head through a wall. So just excellent awareness coming out from Jake, but simply not enough to stop TSM. We got to see Guimon be a little bit close with death on that last round, but thank goodness that they survived there because that ensured that the rest of the round went perfectly. But I cannot stress how much Vora has had an impact with this Tejo utility coming in there. Obviously, the Armageddon is such an easy highlight play, but the whole point of it is to force the positioning of your enemies to walk right into Sim's gunfire. And that's exactly what they achieved. Sim already going deep, doesn't spot anybody out here, so will pick up the ultimate orb, getting the showstopper one more away from coming online.
Time to jump.
Such a tight-knit map. Vora and Physic are feasting on these subsequent attacking rounds. Still rifles in the hands of YFP, save for Jakey, who does have that Cosmic Divide to throw up at any moment, which that's exactly what he's going to do from the other side, as it's a full-blown fake. Jake and Physic holding on to that spike, holding on to this stack as Sim tries to defend and is only good for 1. The less you get away with now, the better for YFP's push, but Gimon quickly silences Stellar, and TSM, they have gotten wise.
Yeah, TSM are going to be coming through with the flood back. It's a little bit awkward here for YFP. Keep in mind that Jake only has that Sheriff in hand. All the smokes are going to be nice and deployed before salvo's ready to go. This is the engagement we expect to see from TSM, and I imagine it's going to be looking good.
A little surprised that Physic isn't throwing these out immediately, but now instead it'll be a rolling thunder from 7. There they are.
Oh.
But Vora found Physic instead. That's a Teho diff in a vacuum if I've ever seen one, but a lot more game to play. TSM on the re-entry, though. They look clean as ever this time around, and everybody's going to get in on the action. 5-3 now.
Yeah, and once again, this is kind of that map that's a little bit, that's got the bigger question mark in front of it, right? Because both these teams have a pretty good record coming in based on the current season. And it's the next map where TSM are the favorites to win. So right now, TSM taking the lead. They need to make sure they continue that momentum forwards here. And actually, look at this YFP. They don't want them to continue that momentum forward. So they will be calling that tactical timeout to try and regroup, because these rounds are few and far between. They only get one, and TSM immediately gets 2 back. I have to say, the way that TSM are re-engaging onto these sites after the spike has gone down, it's looking really clean, Tenrek.
Agreed. Everyone really doing their job and pushing in as one. It's great to see Vora and Recoil already just matching up with these comms so effectively. TSM, it has taken so much longer for some of these other 5 stacks to gel effectively, and this meta seems to facilitate a team just getting with the program and starting that communication nice and early. Love to see TSM follow and suit on that. And of course, NBS has a lot to do with that as well. His coaching has really fired up the team. And again, kept them from continuing to be placed as this underdog in the picture that they were for so long, even when they got the bloody ascension.
Yeah, I mean, once again, there's so much history here. I mean, they talked about it on the desk as well, but both of these teams have been around the VALORANT Tier 2 scene for quite some time. TSM really just kind of taking a break for a while and then coming back into it, whereas YFP just slowly, just on the grind, honestly, to get themselves back into things here. So let's see how this next round is going to shake out. Tac timeout is expended. Wall already down. It's purely for conditioning at this point, but these stingers mean that they gotta go fast if they want to get value off the weapons.
Yeah, Deke has been continuously placing this, and Penny has been continuously getting in the face-up ramp. That's exactly what they're going to do again, and YFP's util continues to play a massive role in getting that early pre-round space. Now it comes to the plant itself, and that's where TSM has started to go for the interrupt. Great stun nade onto Vora, but the salvos are a little bit farther back, so no actual kills will take place. That's Sim's job with the showstopper getting inside this tight crevice, but Physic is too quick to the punch, as is Jake on that Sheriff, who's now good for 2 on the 7 as well. And there's that wraparound we were looking for from Penny. All cylinders fired upon by YFP this time, and Kimon walking into a Penny that is once again way too close to you. Now 1 round again.
Yeah, and that's what the style we need to see come out from YFP on these attacking rounds. We need to see them playing unconventionally. When you go for a little bit more of the standard stuff, you can tell that TSM are just like, well, just let them get the plant down, and then we're just going to re-engage. You know, our retakes are really solid. That's how we want to play things right now. However, as soon as we see that wraparound, see that Yoru take so much of the space, see so much confusion on the actual site itself with all of these smokes that right now YFP have the advantage on, that's where they're finding these rounds that look so much easier than when they're just kind of stuck at the door like, oh boy, what's going to happen? And then they allow for TSM, who seem like they're winning the long-range rifling game, to really just stomp all over them. So now TSM, they take their tactical timeout. Let's see if it's going to be as effective as YFP's.
I 100% agree with you. TSM has fared so much better when keeping their distance, which is why they remained respectful in the early rounds too. They didn't want to condition any sort of aggression. They didn't want to make YFP think they could get too scrappy, which is what they're starting to believe they are capable of. And so as long as TSM, they keep playing back, they keep being able to group back up and take things over on that retake, they should be really solid. If you want to see the other side of that hunger, the other side of that record, Burger Boys and Ambrosia, you see on your B stream right now, they are 1 loss away from elimination here in the Swiss. One of those teams going home after today's game. If you have the open space, feel free to check that stream out too, as it looks to just about be at map 2. Here though, continues to be as close as can be, both teams finding advantage and then just gnawing at it until they're able to claw out that round. Early butt line, early salvo, early kills by Sim. And that is the switch up that gave TSM an edge now in the pre-plant instead of the mid-plant.
And that's so hard too because you lose Physic there. Thankfully, because of how YFP have set themselves up, they still have Thief, still have Stellar alive. They just have to really play coordinated with Penny here. Right now, we see Penny trying to go for a little bit more space. 7 on the other side only has 1, but Guimon could be good for it. Stellar finding 1, but Guimon trades it back. And yeah, this round is all but over just thanks to a very fast play outside of B.
Really important opener. And again, all that coordination coming from 7 and Vora to allow Sim to extend like that and take that so confidently. Huge shout out to Guimon though on that one. After Stellar got ISO'd, he immediately decided to take up the fight again instead of leaving him alone, knowing that they needed to hold on to that advantage as much as they were able to claw at the first one. That's some leadership coming from your controller IGL right there. And a 7-4-4 on the KDA as well, quite impressive.
Oh man, I just love watching the trap play come through because it's just, it's a little bit risky. Well, actually, no, it's not as risky as you would expect because both of those initiator pieces of utility regenerate, right? So you get the fault line and the salvos for free. You force the positioning around, allow Sim to just take that much space. And this is something that Sim has been consistently doing on all of these defensive rounds. Immediately, the raise flies out just to keep YFP in check. Let them know that they're not going to be getting that B space for free, allowing the rest of TSM to reposition themselves just like this.
Big flash to start us off, and YFP will win out the fight handily on top of it. Very minimal util spent on that, so they're able to clear even more aggressively now. TSM trying to crowd around what little of a fight could be left, but Vora's drone is going to confirm that there's no one left up on this tower. Fight's going to entirely take place on site, which TSM can't keep nearly as much of a distance on. Viper's pit up once again from Thief. It looks strong on the A site previously. Now here, YFP attempting to extend to the outskirts of Cave off of it, or excuse me, Garage, but that'll give TSM a lot of openings to kind of waltz around this and even split this in half. Jakey arguably isolated here, and with the help of the Nebula, they're able to invade upon it. Guimon just going for the Ditto fight to waste some time and handing all of that extra responsibility to Vora. Luckily, Guimon is able to take care of the one, but Vora cannot say the same, and so that is the one opportunity to get this defuse gone. Guimon gonna wait for the Wanderers. They will, of course, not be going in his direction anytime soon. It'll be 5-6 now for YFP.
That's honestly, like, Guimon is popping off thus far. Obviously, with the Viper's Pit coming up, not as easy of a retake as we saw on those, I think it was round 4. But still, just an excellent kind of play to try and wrestle this round back. That's such good coordination coming in from YFP in order to engage here. Recoil also able to take off ahead. Makes it seem possible for TSM, but ultimately Thief's ultimate makes it that much more difficult. YFP, they've still got 3 ultimates back online. Penny has been doing great to get another dimensional drift, but I'm interested in Stellar and Physics ultimates because, you know, the Rolling Thunder into an Armageddon, that is a lot of space creation or a lot of denial, especially to understanding how TSM like to play a little bit more, what do you call it, pull back and then re-engage.
Oh, this is really brave. They were trying to get Penny to be able to aggress off of the fault line rather than just using both of those ults in tandem. But Penny is happy to settle for just the spam through the smoke, getting Sim down quite low, Recoil down quite low, and forcing them completely out of link. YFP have taken over B site within mere seconds. But TSM, they're going to try and take over tower again. Vora with this drone does actually make quite a bit of space. And Thief actually gets caught and suppressed by it. That is major for this post plane.
Yeah. Spike now down. Very slow by TSM here. Penny is able to find Sim as well. And look at this, TSM. Not a ton of great weaponry coming into this. Recoil already so low here, but they're going to make an effort at it.
Invasion begins and YFP laddered away. This is very doable on top of a Cosmic Divide. Stellar though flicks for 2. And never mind, Recoil. Also good for 2 himself on a lineup, but it's now a 2v1 on top of a Spike that is just going to get pressured and pressured and pressured and pressured. Even 6-6 exiting the half. Both teams looking their strongest, but never their weakest.
It's so crazy because there are so many players in this lobby that were getting highlights from this match. And I think that once again goes to show just the level of talent that's between these two teams here. Obviously, Penny, Sim, they're the easy ones to focus on, but Stellar has an excellent 2K here to make sure that that round win happens. Jake also finding 2 as well, but also 2, Recoil's able to find 2, making it possible for TSM. All these players right now are playing so darn well, and any of them can pop off at any time, which obviously both of these teams are taking into account. So now that we're swapping things around, let's see if it is as even. Obviously, with the Viper on the defense for YFP, they have a little bit more control of things, but it's not great. Penny is able to find Sim though.
That's the aggression that Sim was able to get the drop on for, but this will just be a repeat episode from Penny. He's going to be able to cash in on this over and over and over again. That being said, means YFP's momentum is so bent on how much space and or kills Penny is able to get before Spike goes down. In the meantime, TSM, they can just trollops up these towers, make so much space for themselves, not have to do too much clearing. They have the confidence and they have the shots. If 7 can turn like that, there goes Penny. And YFP's chances of meeting this early. Now they're going to get sandwiched on the B site, and Stellar forced to look the wrong direction, completely crunched away. Now Jakey pressured out with a myriad of utility, which TSM now have the freedom to use with that man advantage. YFP might attempt to entry this early to try and take the fight back, and indeed Thief does let his shoulder show for a moment. One stun is not enough. Physics still wins the fight against Gimon, and so it's a 3v3 for the retake. Now Thief controlling the tower as Vora has been slowly forced to back away now that Jakey has maintained that presence on it, but that makes the presence on B side itself a whole lot stronger, and Thief taken. Shot to the gullet on the Sheriff. That's 3 now for 7, but he's allergic to spotting Jake's head, and so it's back to a 2v2. Recoil still on this far angle. Fora on the front. Salvo's already gone though, and we're on the spike itself. Jakey though missing that first angle, and Recoil winning the fight against Physic. TSM able to keep these last close quarters in check, and Jakey has to do so much by himself. He cannot a pistol round for TSM.
I gotta say, I'm really impressed with Vora on the utility that's coming through. You know, you look at the scoreboard, it's like, oh, Tejo only getting 7 kills. Oh man, that's not great. But honestly, the biggest value that we're seeing right now in some of these engagements, to make sure that they even happen the way that they do, is just off of Vora's utility. And on top of that too, playing that post plant so far away, understanding that the salvos are going to be back online, I think that this is just a Tejo that is playing purely for the utility in order to support TSM. Don't need to get those flashy kills, just set the rest of the team up to make sure that they can frag out. So TSM, they take that pistol round, and now they've got pretty good weapons here. Sim feeling nice and confident with the rifle in hand. Same with 7, as Penny's only got a Bucky around the corner. And Physic, knowing what's going on here, might just drop those salvos soon.
They've already peeked it. They've already pinged this. They are very much ready for that saving grace that Penny is going to have to be in rounds like this. Salvo still not let go just yet. And in fact, TSM, they don't want to give any more away here. They'll just head on over to the B site. They don't even want to deal with the prospect of that shotgun. They're not sure which choke it'll end up being in. Stealth drone early on from YFP will clear out all that A space, so this rotation to counteract the push will be imminent.
Yeah, it's all up to Jake right now to at least try and stay alive, if not take a couple of heads. YFP are flooding in, but look at all of this util dump. Jake still staying alive in the midst of all of that, somehow able to slip away. I think Sim spotted him out.
Very aware of the set play, but still not able to really counter the gun diff. No one from YFP is Sim the only one to go, but that's the tail of the tape here for a TSM that is now once again up by 2 rounds.
And it's looking pretty clean from them. Obviously, this is going to be the round where YFP can come back to it. Their money isn't in the best. We're seeing a lot of those regen shields come through here. But TSM, I mean, they're doing a pretty good job on this attack. Of course, it was just those first 2 rounds, but 7's already got the Rolling Thunder online. So this could spell disaster, especially too if they want to take things a little bit faster, especially too if they want to push that retake back. It's a very important tool that YFP has to be so aware of in this upcoming round, because it could spell disaster for them.
One wanting to bite. Sim sensing the swing from Jake. Jake doing the same. No shots land on either side, though. Thief will use that to get him planted momentarily, see if there's a swing, and then he backs out as soon as that orb goes away. Sim takes that as the perfect opportunity to go for the entry himself. Double blast pack, and that should be the warpath that TSM set up for themselves. Everybody is on for this round, and the bonus looks so in their hands already. Taking over that A site save for GMD, who will now go for this wraparound. Stellar's watching, but is not ready. Trigger finger is itching for this IGL that now just gets to sit back and watch as Physic wrestles with the idea of holding on to this gun in the bonus or going for at least a little something.
And look at this. TSM, they're just biding their time. They haven't even gotten the spike planted yet. Finally, we'll be doing just that. They've already got the information, so it's up to GMD to be able to track that down. Physic only 33 HP here, looking to potentially get a little bit more. Meanwhile, Sim would love another kill. Let's get that rocket even closer to being online. Physic shuts that one down at least. And so just like that, Physic should be able to escape here. TSM got to clutch those rifles nice and close, because otherwise their money's not going to be looking great into these next rounds.
Sim is going to feel free to go for these challenges, being that Duelist. As always, I think it's right for Sim to continue being as aggressive as possible, even if it's going to be a self or a gun, just because you have to radiate as much presence as Penny was able to. And in order to do that on Raze, you just got to W key. It is a 9-6 lead now for TSM, and holding on to so many of these rifles. Physic just the one, and like you said, Sim has got that showstopper, 7 has got that rolling thunder. There is a clear-cut path to a 13-rounder here.
Yeah, I mean, once again, just with how well coordinated everything is looking from TSM, specifically that clip came to mind perfectly, but this is that difference that the Raze brings versus the Yoru. The Yoru is all about creating space, all about just pushing through and being on these weird angles, catching your opponent off guard, whereas the Raze can almost operate like a surgical knife. As soon as you get that utility coming in, a good Raze with good blast pack skills can get in exactly where you want them to and be able to scoop up kills so easily, just flying past all the competition. And right now, I love the way that TSM are playing this double initiator with the Raze.
So well said. A full support system for what will be the biggest punisher in Challengers, but Sim giving away his gun might get punished himself if he's not too careful. That triple stack will back away, Spike in tow, and TSM yet to make any room here, but they got plenty of time to try again. In YFP, they've got to cycle through a whole lot.
Now, if you're TSM at this point, you just want to try and get some of that more utility out of the way. Of course, with the stealth bot going in there, it gets spotted out, and so you can tell YFP are pretty much aware of that rotation that is coming around. Jake still hanging out onto the site, has been really good at maintaining site presence, and so that's who I'm keeping my eye on here.
There's the showstopper, find the Stellar. Okay, Recoil's ahead of it. It's all about finding what's in front of you, and it looks like Sim will end up doing so. No, Jake, early to it, and gets rid of it before he's able to find the kill. Has YFP found their recovery? Penny has that rifle still. Thief and him both at 5 HP apiece, but Spike's still not down. Yamano Recoil still reconsidering, and 25 seconds to go. They've got to play preventative before they can play Spike, and now with that razor vine, they're able to on watch his GMD, and he only needs to take a shot. Just go for it at that point, and TSM will save face and keep this streak going.
Oh man, I'm not trying to call out a Rosa ult here, but you know, Sim goes with the showstopper, completely misses Stellar, and then somehow Jake with a sheriff in hand is able to find the kill without even Sim being so aware of what's going on. I don't even think the rocket fired off, so maybe not fully a Rosa ult there, but still just so difficult. Thankfully, it is off the back of Recoil, off the back of Jimon, to make sure that this is a round that TSM get to hold on to. I told you to keep your eyes on to Jake holding down these sites, because that's a player who's really impressed me on that B defense so far. And YFP, rightfully so, are continuing to maintain that presence on the B site. TSM aware of it though. They're spreading things out, exploring a little bit closer to mid, trying to catch some people out without really committing anywhere.
Mon has done a great job of his back checking, making sure that YFP has to stay careful on whatever lane they're not being pressed on early. And you see Recoil doing the very same thing on that A entry on top of his own sheer. They want to be that decisive over these firecrackers of YFP that they know are liable to get going anytime soon. Now they got to watch for two. Physic and Thief, the ladder shut down by Vora as the push is forced to be upside tower. TSM, they'll take what they can get when they can get it, and the salvos will force the flush away, but Stellar unable to connect on top of it. Now we're rolling thunder on the site, but it's too fast, and they're not prepared for Penny. The one slip up that YFP knew TSM would have to give away, and it is. Iman now left alone in the 1v3, and he's done way better than this. He can do it here. Physic down first, and Spike given enough space to prosper. Now he can run away towards A.
Oh my goodness me. What an insane spray transfer from Penny there. Just holding down left mouse button, has that Phantom in hand, able to find 2 headshots, one accurate, one completely not. And suddenly, TSM, what was looking like an easy round, makes it a lot more difficult. Penny using the dimensional drift now to get even more information. This one's going to be tough.
Just really trying to seal the deal here. They might just give it to Penny to solo to make it
no way.
2 1v1s instead. No, they'll go for the swing, and certainly GMD given a moment, but YFP quickly realized that that is 2 moments too many. They will be able to stop the streak, hold on to a couple guns, and restabilize here on the split defense.
Looked like for a second there, Penny just on the other side of those boxes was like, ouch, I got a couple holes in me. It's probably okay. And that actually was enough time to make sure that we get to see Jake kind of hop down there and make sure that that could actually work out in their favor. But Thief with an excellent position, holding things down, and of course Penny clutching it up, making this so much more possible. Gmon had a real opportunity to potentially win that round back, but it just wasn't enough, unfortunately. Now, moving into this next one, we're seeing we got Recoil's ultimate online. We got GMD's ultimate online. Hopefully, they can stop him early. Look at that, 7. Starts out with a pick on a Penny.
They were prepared for that Armageddon take, and so once again, they get in front of it, and they get a kill out of it, too. No one from YFP can even move up on it, and it's a valueless ult, effectively. Now, TSM, they have freedom to reposition and force YFP to let themselves get punished again. They may be the ones to fall into the trap this time around.
And it's nice and slow, especially understanding that that Yoru presence is gone. You can see that TSM are a little bit more comfortable with digging their heels. Sim actually able to find Stellar as well. A little bit of timing might happen. Vora so aware of it, also finds Thief. It's just these weird 1 kills out of nowhere that Physic even gets onto Sim. But Physic has to hold down this site. Does have Jake just above here. TSM look to invade shortly.
All about taking that initiative, but the stealth drone is going to do all the clearing. Did Physic fully avoid it? Yes, he did! He's called out! And it requires a stun and another body to take him down, but luckily, still such an advantage in the favor of TSM. It really is about these players that are able to take initiative and just get ahead of the problem that we've seen really thriving in this later stage of the Swiss. The set plays are quickly wearing off as teams are not prepared to stray from the playbook as heavily. If you're ever ready, though, to see 2 teams that are willing to do that, willing to let their players improvise, it is TSM and YFP. And Jake, a world in front of him, could use a cosmic divide. His teammates probably trust him to if he thinks he can take the 1v3. That being said, far too much space handed over. A gun spotted, ready and waiting for the swing after taking down 7. He goes for it himself, and Vora is prepared. TSM hold it down again, now 2 rounds away from taking this first map.
And they're looking so confident in it. I mean, it was so close in that first half there. We were seeing a 6-for-6 rounder, and then suddenly TSM find 4 rounds in a row. YFP just very desperately get that single round back. And now, like, they shut down the trap play. They were so aware of what YFP were trying to do with the Armageddon, understanding that they literally took a page out of their own playbook as to how they wanted to take that early engagement, sending Penny in, and TSM just hold it down and find that annihilation. So this is going to be a good round for TSM to pick up, because YFP, they are investing as much as they can into this next one to potentially stall that 12 rounds. But I'm going to be honest, Tenrek, if they lose this one, then their economy is not going to be looking good onto the next one. It only gets harder here.
A full-blown collapse on the horizon, and Sim are looking right towards it. That's a quick shutdown by Stellar, but he's forced to util off of himself, and TSM, again, they just get ahead of it. They are too quick to the punch. So it'll be a 3-stack, arguably. No, Thief will just try to invade early and go for 1. He does, but still a trade that TSM are happy to take. They still have Vora, they still have GMD. That's kind of all you need for this post plant, but GMD, goodness. Another gun just revealed. Penny is profiting off of all these open arms handed to him. So a 2v2 now that we can evolve to, and Physic arguably able to just hold this position down, prepare for the rotation, and confidently go for the retake now.
Keep in mind, Steel Garden available for Recoil. You really want to hold this round down, as well as that Armageddon. Physic takes a lot of damage.
Big shot from that Outlaw, and now the salvos to continue pressuring him away, but all the while, Penny is now the one in front of it, and now he's right in front of you! Goodness. Recoil! The shooting gallery will come to him, and YFP will make their way to TSM's lead. Now only 3 rounds strong.
Wow, what a way for that round to end. I do believe, too, that we saw the Garden come out from Recoil. That ultimate getting expended just at the very end there. Yeah, it looks like that was, in fact, the case. And it was actually Penny who just kind of goes around, has that just a classic in hand, hopping around, right-clicking, doing a kickflip while you're at it, and is able to find that final kill. It was so close, but Penny clutching it up, saving YFP from potentially that doomer last round. Still, though, excellent coordination and utility coming in from TSM. It was really close to them, and they could taste victory in their grasp. But YFP are right back into things, and they have to make sure that they don't let that next round go. We're seeing that Viper spit very early on from Thief, understanding that TSM like to play with that middle presence. And so with that, this is going to slow down the action plan just for a second.
Yeah, tower takeover is not nearly as nigh as YFP continue to strive to take any space that TSM is hungry for. That's why you have all of these kits available to you, the Razor Vines for the vent. Now it just comes down to the pit. That's occupied. That's all you got to worry about. TSM, though, since they haven't found any real pressure off of it, not a whole lot of intel either, thanks to Thief's ability to avoid that stealth drone, they will take their leave and go towards something with far less risk. Split push for now on the default, see if they can find anything, but a stealth drone is going to be able to catch one. Two hiding under the sewer, though. YFP will not let Wait go. They are too confident in the safety net that they can establish. And these past couple rounds, they've still been a bit slow to establish that. So you can understand why they'd want to stack a little more heavily on top of one another to reestablish that communication. Sim taking the first early pot shots, and the toxic screen going to shroud the rest of TSM's move up to the vent. 7 going for the spray through it before it'll fall. Nothing doing on that just yet, though. Just trying to clean out that health pool. Here comes an Armageddon on top of a fault line. Both sides of the site dealt with, but Penny not, and even stunned. He can grab your one tap, especially if you're that low. Vora can still field out Physic with the salvos, though, and A-Site is indeed TSM's. Penny, an extremely proactive dimensional drift, but he only invades inside a Cosmic Divide, and so he'll start the fight mega early, just walking right into 7 sight lines. Now a wraparound from Vora onto Thief on Heaven, and so it's just down to Jake in front of so much space. Pun very much intended. Couple stars of his own to place to try to take over the site, which he can pretty effectively, but TSM, they've got the fight. Vora for 3, TSM for 12. 4 rounds of room to get this first map.
It felt like there was just a gap in the communication going on from YFP on that round. We see exactly like you said, Penny pops the dimensional drift so early, gets all of that information, scouts everything out. Not a single member of YFP are ready to engage off that information. Instead, they're all hanging out, trying to desperately rush in onto the site, and Penny, realizing that they're running out of time, has to just hop out, hopefully into a safe spot, and immediately gets taken out. There goes your star player from YFP. And so, okay, that's just gotta mean to watch Warren get the kill again with the salvo onto Physic, but it's just so, it felt discombobulated from YFP, and that's the reason why TSM were able to win that round. When we talk about that level of coordination, so far TSM have looked just a little bit more ahead of YFP. All of these guys are smart, really talented players, but that little bit of coordination is what is making the difference.
What an early rolling thunder into absolutely nothing from Stellar, as he was barraged and really thought that TSM would just go for the push off of that, apparently. Sadly, though, TSM, they're able to hesitate. They're able to take their time with what cycle they have left, which is now Sim's Showstopper. That will be your true entry tool. Meanwhile, though, you're going to try and sell the rotation just a tad bit here with the help of the drone and the smoke. Nobody caught, nobody found, but just a little bit of noise made. Maybe you'll waver over a rotation. It doesn't look like a Thief, in fact, is actually backing towards the B site.
YFP, they're ready for this hit. They look a little bit shaky, especially to Stellar losing that ultimate, gaining almost no value, but here we go, engagement off the fault line. Okay, at least Thief goes down.
Yeah, good guess on that. Early salvo to get reactive so no one can push on top of it, and that's what made TSM so strong with these showstoppers, but they're still able to make such good use of all this space, and they take their time until they're on the site itself. A Razor Vine on the corner as well to field out one lone push from YFP, which is all they will be able to muster. It's a 13-8 win here for TSM in map number 1.
13-8, that's exactly how you wanted things to go here. Obviously, the desk talked about this quite a bit with TSM, you know, being a little bit better on that second map, which is going to be Pearl, but this was the toss-up map between these two teams, and when it came down to it, YFP, don't get me wrong, a very talented roster, but it does feel like there's a little bit of gaps in their play style, whereas TSM, The level of coordination, the syncing up of utility, all of that stuff was just so impressive to me. I mean, once again, these players, they can clutch up on their own, they can find as many kills as they want, but if you get that level of discipline in how to use your utility, make sure these team strats are going to be working out well. That's the reason we saw TSM really take off in that second half. So a great map coming out from them.
As you get a wider perspective of how these two teams compare, TSM continue to look more polished and put together. But we'll zoom right back into map 2 to see how YFP continues to fare after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Just becoming happier again, and like, you know, just like wanting to do this out of like passion and like having fun rather than like some misplaced sense of like, if I'm not on the stage, then like is this like worth it as much, right? Like, is putting in all these hours worth it as much? But to, you know, get to that point, like I need to continue, you know, grinding and staying accountable, you know, staying positive, staying happy, enjoying the process, and then if it's meant to happen, it'll happen.
No one is gonna do the work for us. No one is gonna come save us or help us get across the finish line. It's all about us. The time we put in, the quality of our work, you know, how serious we take it. We can be as good or as bad as we choose to be. It's not up to anybody else.
We don't have the luxury of having the experience like they do, right? We're all super young players, and it's something that we just have to learn to accept and, you know, just take it as in our identity.
Ignoring the public criticism, or just believing in yourself and betting on yourself the whole way through.
This year, I just want to kind of write my own story. Something that I wasn't really able to feel like I could do last year was like kind of be exactly who I want to be and be the team that I exactly wanted to be. I was always trying to like fit into a mold. I'm really hoping that I do a good enough job for my teammates, that I'm able to make them feel comfortable and make them like actually feel included in this whole process.
Play my own game. In these matches, people get kind of nervous, so playing careless, playing to your strength is always good.
Go fast alone or go far together, because at the end of the day, like we can all, like everyone on our team can shoot, everyone can use their mic, but if we aren't playing together, we aren't going to win.
Don't stop grinding, but also be productive with the time that you have. I mean, it's very short, you know, to play in VALORANT Esports. Make the most of it and make sure that, you know, you just have fun. If you're not having fun, why are we even here?
I feel like my team's motto recently is I just have to peak. And so I feel like if we carry that on for the rest of the year, we'll be owning. I feel like we just need to peak more and be more alpha. And I feel like that's what we need to think about.
I took on like a new role, and I need to be like okay with failing sometimes. I like hold myself way too hard sometimes. And yeah, I need to be okay with sometimes losing.
Oh, they had us in the first half, not gonna lie, 6-6, and then TSM literally ran away with it on their offense. I mean, Vans, TSM looked so dialed in for a map that wasn't even their map pick.
100%. For us, it kind of looked like, from the outside in, it was that meme of they had us in the first half. But if anything, for TSM, they came prepared from beginning to the end. And I think it really fell down to how they played their defensive side with that game plan, because they came out with so much aggression. When you look at the composition that they pull through and what they're trying to do and trap around Vora's utility is just so great. And look at how aggressive they get into the first place. Every time the barrier comes up, they're just moving forward, and YFP doesn't have enough time to react to any of that because they're still trying to call what they want to do at the beginning of the rounds. So utilizing both the double initiator from the stun and the salvos, or the stun and the Armageddon, just allows Sim to get so much good forward position in the very beginning, and they capitalize on so many good first bloods on the defense.
I think it's just really nice coming out from TSM, right? Because we talked about that composition that you were just mentioning, running that double controller, and how you kind of expect, okay, they're going to look to maybe make some noise on one side of the map, see if Thief can find a bit of success on those lurks with that default wall towards A, which is, you know, very common here on Split. And it's the perfect way to try and counter with a bit of that aggression. Take that space away from YFP right off the gate, make them uncomfortable. Don't give them that opportunity to play that slow and controlled play that Stellar's trying to call, and it makes it a lot harder for YFP to actually find any success off of those lurk plays and off that kind of mid-round information when they're just looking to completely counter those smokes with a double controller.
And the reason why TSM is able to find so much good success onto countering what you were saying here on Stellar's slower calling on a defaulting, what he's good at on this map, is because of that Viper that most likely is going to be a 1-3-1 or a 4-1 at the very beginning of these rounds, with most of the focus being on that B side, just with the intention of the composition of YFP in itself. It's so hard for you to get very explosive, to get control on the top of the 8 ramp right away, because you're playing a Yoru, right? You can't jet dash up there. You can't double satchel to get that early position. So you are trying to default slow a little bit more towards this mid and B control, because that's where you get a lot of value off the clones. So TSM did not give a chance here for YFP to set up for those slow defaults at the very beginning. And I love that they fight right out of the gates the way that they did.
Yeah, TSM just didn't let YFP execute any of their plans. Like, you can't even jump peek without getting shot at by TSM. Halfway walked up at mid, like, what the heck? And then Thief and Jake just traded off the Viper and the Astro util and being able to cover most of that map and just create a lot of problems for YFP. But man, the solutions to these teams have been the Duelist, Ash. We knew it was going to be a Sim versus Penny matchup.
Yeah, we did. It was pretty crazy to see how neck and neck things felt. I think that Penny did a lot of work to try and net YFP a couple of those rounds that looked like they could have all been lost when they were down in those numbers initially. But Sim was able to capitalize off the space on the attacking side that was taken. That's why we saw the 4 rounds in a row that TSM was able to find once we got into that second half. And it was always off that combination of either Seven or Vora setting him up for that heavy mid control.
Yeah, it seems like the game plan for TSM on that first map was a 1-button, green button, go. Because when it comes down to the other moments where they're trying to play retake or whatnot, they were basically playing like that ranker style, swinging through Cosmic Divide, hitting first bloods, swinging through other smokes, swinging through even Viper snake bites on the ground, and then you see Recoil come out with a shorty kill just around the retake on the A side. So again, it stems down to how much control they wanted to take on their defensive side, and which is why NBS probably called out the early timeouts. It was a battle between both coaches. There was already 3 timeouts being called within the first 8 rounds of that first half, just because TSM had a sound plan of continuing that aggression from the defensive side to the attacking side. And you saw that YFP had no chance to really set up, and you saw that TSM really run away on their attack side.
Yeah, we had timeout simulator at the beginning of just all those timeouts. Just TSM wanting to be dialed in from the beginning, being that confident in their offense, and then including the tech pods. You really got to applaud the resilience of both these teams to still go on and play as aggressive. Like, if you're looking at TSM, play as aggressive as they did off the bat, Ash.
Yeah, and I think that you swap into that second half, and the fact that we saw that aggression replicated, it starts out on defense, which is something that you don't typically necessarily expect here on Split because of how scrappy a lot of those fights can get with how close all of these areas are on the map, whether it's mid, all of the mains, they're very tight choke points. It makes it really difficult for those firefights, and I think that we liked the approach from TSM on defense. That's why the first half felt that much closer, because it came down to that gun power. But then on the other side of things, they just disrespected, I think, the composition of YFP, where there was technically stall with the double controller. But if you're just going to push past those smokes and you're going to be able to clear out sight with all of that initiator util anyways, you can be very, very explosive, and it looked quite nice there on such TSM.
Yeah, like TSM have floated Split so many times, we didn't know they had it in them, but they have another map pick coming up, it feels like. Well, their actual map pick, which will be Pearl, which was, I think, Vans, the most anticipated map for me, judging on how YFP have flip-flopped, whether that's their favorite or least favorite map.
This is where it's definitely going to be, I'm not going to lie, very stressful in YFP's camp because, again, they haven't had the best success with this harbor in the first place. I will not be surprised if they go into a different comp into this week, maybe going into that Tejo breach so that they could add the same type of aggression against what TSM displayed here on the first map. But again, I feel that Penny might still be playing this Euro coming through, but you're also starting to see like the pros and cons around like this Raze versus Yoru battle where Roy was mentioning before Tejo first coming out. The ideal comp you want to play is maybe a Raze on the Tejo and the Breach together, but in some cases having a Yoru. And you see how much space, how much quick space the Raze could take over this double initiator comp. So you'll see now that this Euro match actually going to the agent select, and you see the Yoru utilizing that more than the explosiveness of the Raze.
Yeah, and I really love that we do see the changes coming in here for YFP. You talked a little bit about the weaknesses when they're running that harbor composition. I think that, you know, you can cook with it, but it makes it really actually hard to scale up because typically Penny is going to be looking to try and flash through some of those walls when you get slowed down by your own harbor. It just becomes a lot more uncomfortable, and now you have a bit more of that opportunity to set up, and when you have like the trap plays that you can be playing, whether it's mid, on A, through art, no matter what it may be, and just more opportunities to open up this space for Penny to actually scale up properly.
Well, it's match point for TSM. The winner qualifies into playoffs, but not the end of the road regardless. Excited to see what YFP have up their sleeve for Pearl. And let's head into the game. Tenric Marks, take it away.
Thanks so much, Jen. Well, YFP in theory should be given all of the tools they need to have this stage be theirs. But of course, Marks, everyone on the desk except you said that for the match in general. So my question is, coming from a place where we saw TSM be mechanically better, you know, at a standstill and have a greater game plan, do you think those tables will turn here, or is YFP just about to pop out?
Oh my goodness. I mean, obviously, yeah. Okay, if we put the predictions aside, right? One of the things that the desk also highlighted, which I think is going to play into this quite a bit, is the Penny versus Sim difference. Penny, almost good at just being a solo agent, just kind of going in there, infiltrating, finding a couple of kills, whereas Sim, I was extremely impressed with watching the coordination that was kind of coming out here. And I can't even finish my point because they're already starting to pop off and trades are going back and forth, but TSM's still coming out on top with an extra man alive.
Yeah, we're already going crazy in the middle here. Jakey still finding the lurkers, and now GMD gonna take over mid as well. It is a cascade of kills in the feed this time around, and the war will be won by TSM. Hey, certainly one way if you're in a vacuum is just cause utter chaos and force YFP to pick your battle instead of pick their own.
Yeah, it honestly really is just a brawl out in mid. But the point that I was making there is, whereas we're pretty good with Penny just kind of going out and being able to, you know, frag out on their own, it's a different story for Sim. TSM tend to be a little bit more coordinated, or at least they were showcasing that coordination of utility to set up their Duelist really well. I'm curious though, with how you want to run Yoru, a lot of that independence needs to be afforded to Penny, and I'm wondering whether or not that's going to impact the overall performance of that Duelist, because Sim was, even though the stats didn't say it, looking really good on the last map.
Really, everybody did. I don't think it's unsafe to say that everyone on both sides were able to play their roles effectively. It just came down to the little things that TSM excelled at a little bit harder. We'll see if that changes here on Pearl with, like you said, that Duelist diff potentially from Penny's higher level of experience on this Yoru might pay off. Until then, of course, we'll have to wait for the gun diff to peter out. Penny a proxy scout to see if he can find any early kill. He can't. He just finds chip damage, and so YFP, they will relocate to a light extent. They already have this mid presence. They already have this hold up by Physic, who's just going to eat that drone too. And so it's all about just getting rid of what YFP can for the moment, seeing if they can chip away at these kits. Entry off the fault line into Plaza as well. Recoil is going to get implanted on top of a flash that he swings into, and he's good to at least open up one for Sim, but no more than that. YFP continue their trail downstream. Penny going to be the one to lead the charge. Vora walking in with this. Outlaw is able to silence that quite quickly now. Sans flashes, and so it is down to the remainder of YFP to just duke it out, and they simply can't with the gun diff in tow. Stellar now alone, very low HP. Sim is good for 3.
Yeah, and on top of that too, like Vora, I'm glad that we're getting to see a little bit more highlight of that skill coming through. Vora lighting up the kill feed, gets those 2 with the Outlaw in hand. Of course, it is just a sniper rifle, so should be pretty easy to find that, especially with that Outlaw. But still, Vora, fantastic utility usage on that last map, and now playing onto the Fade as well. I'm curious to see how that still sync up is going to work, because we know that there's a lot of really good coordination coming out with the utility to set up how these plays go. And so I'm super excited to see that with the Fade, because the Fade, that's kind of like a go fast scout utility type of style. You want to be able to pressure out as soon as you get any of that information off of any of that utility.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter where the fight is supposed to be. It's all about activate, activate, activate.
Okay.
And TSM, they will start it off again. No more warning shots. We're just starting the fight. And again, they get ahead of the problem in front of the main issue, which now has become Penny yet again. There's the fake clone. God. Well, you know, you got to heat check at some point, don't you? TSM.
Down A.
They will need it a little bit later as Sim yet again has a 3K under his belt. Jakey yet again stuck alone, has to take quite the risk to make even 1 kill happen. And that'll be one of the cleanest bonus rounds we have seen so far this Swiss.
Durka has opened up the floodgates where everybody is going to be trying it.
Thanks, asshole.
Man. But no, honestly,
Everyone's
you can
doing
tell,
it now.
There was that second of hesitation where it's like, I don't see the eyes glowing. Do you see the eyes glowing? No, I don't think so. Okay, let's just be, oh, there we go. Okay, yep, we're both ready to go. So just excellent awareness. Of course, there is just a little bit of that visual cue to let you know when it is a clone, but a good attempt coming in from Benny. Didn't quite work out. And TSM already up 3 rounds, already scouted out as well. So there's a bit more information. Vora has been the solo anchor on this B site, but thankfully reinforcements are not too far away, especially with the Vise coming in. That's going to allow for a lot more defensive utility while YFP very slowly make their way up.
Aggressive salvos when the open space wasn't necessarily playing. Kisik is getting hella in front of this with the gun diff spurning them. So TSM, they will decide to start the fight now. They've been the ones to engage anyway, and Vora is going to be the one to crack open 3 this time around, getting to be proactive himself after fielded away early. YFP, again, a one and done comp that just can't work when it's not evenly matched. Now they will be, though.
And I wonder too, like, with how YFP want to be playing it, right? Like, they need to have all their agents together. Obviously, you want to use that initiator utility coming out from Tejo, coming out from Breach, to be able to clear out a lot of these spaces so that it's a lot easier to move in onto it. But they're not even really getting those opportunities to get themselves set up because, you know, when they have to inch slowly up, it gives TSM an opportunity to potentially get a early stall through. And yeah, that stealth drone gives a lot of information, so I don't imagine YFP, they actually do try and swing this.
Super brave from TSM to stick this, but again, if they want to get as committal as they claim to be, this is kind of the kind of the punishment they have to endure every so often. Recoil, quite a bit of responsibility placed on him, and Stellar is keen. A very quick round that YFP should execute here, GMD. Making sure that YFP do not get too big for their britches or too much money in their pockets, which is important going forward the remainder of this half, as TSM don't look to really stray from the playbook anytime soon, despite that time it not necessarily working too well.
Yeah, honestly, GMD just doing a good job at keeping YFP honest there. Might have been a little bit too aggressive coming in from TSM, because that's the thing with how YFP want to play. I talked about using that utility to create a lot of space and clear things out. Well, if you know that quite a few of your enemies are right in front of you, it becomes a lot easier. You no longer have to predict the positioning. You can just kind of boom them and then frag them out. So an excellent play coming in from YFP and really using the strengths of this kit. Jake, tucked away now, could find a timing onto Sim. As once again, characteristically, TSM already exploring into that middle area.
You can see how confident they continue to be. That should be an implant on Recoil if he so chooses. But again, it's all about the relative individuality that TSM gets to boast that makes them so terrifying in situations like this. Sim double flash off himself, and again, Stellar is the one to just still counteract it immediately. We're gonna let this Nightfall fly again. It is early, it is pre-planned, it is before the fight is even met, and it's because so much util is gonna get lost right after the fact. Stellar with the aftershock to play protective on top of the CZ just got tossed into, but he still can't swing this safely as far as made his way around. Luckily, he's the only one left to deal with, and so YFP, they can seal away a second round now for themselves.
Okay, it's feeling like they're a bit more confident on how you want to play things together. Obviously, that Yoru combination with the salvos from YFP, that's always what you want to expect. That's what you want to see coming in. A couple of ultimates as well, just really secure that round as you start to chip away at that TSM bank account. So TSM this time, they will be buying up yet again. We're seeing just a complete great usage of utility coming in from the support line behind Penny to make sure that that frag can come through. But YFP, they're starting to show good signs here. Let's see if TSM can respond.
Already see Sim try and get in front of it, but Penny is quickly refragged. TSM great damage control, and now they'll try to collapse upon it to find the advantage again, and GMD somehow finds the spray to crack open Stellar's skull. That is massive. The ground exactly that TSM were looking for, and so YFP will force themselves to get proactive. This time it's Jakey on top of the button, and he'll be able to take down Recoil, leaving B site unabashedly open.
And let's see how Vora wants to respond here. Vora has been doing an excellent job at anchoring down this B site, but this might be a bit of a tall order. Lots of people walking through here, but not looking the right way. Vora holding it down. Plants the flag down, finds a triple kill as TSM. It was looking a little bit dicey, but they're able to win out that round.
A magnificent lack of a lock-in from YFP's sightlines as they refuse to stare at that tunnel for far too long. Vora's connection is way more than he even gathered he would get, but it's more than enough for TSM's favor. Again, it's immediate connection and then immediate punishment. Even if TSM sends a drop of blood in the water, they are going to go hunting. This was a beautiful connection early round and an amazing interception late round. Again, all cylinders for TSM at the moment.
And last map, Vora being relatively quiet on the kill feed, but this time a completely different story. Already Sim adding that pressure there, but this time YFP want to fight for that middle control. They're going to be doing just that. The Armageddon going through, they're expecting it actually. And so the Armageddon almost gets no value, except the knowledge that YFP will be able to move up for free. They've got their eyes set on this B site, but Sim just on the other side is able to take Physics head off.
And it's not like he's going to leave this anytime soon. Well, unless he has an ultimate, and then he's going to do a lot more than just leave. GMD now free with the wraparound after all that chaos begins in TSM. It's a blender that they're tossing YFP into yet again. Back to your regularly scheduled stomping. YFP, only 2 members left inside the smoke. Jakey with the classic entrance. He's always good for 1, but that's all they get. 4-round gap now for TSM's defense.
I ended last map as a big fan of Recoil with, you know, just playing the Vise, getting a lot of kills, being very consistently in the backline. But this time right now, I am just wowed by Vora. I think Vora, just the presence alone, after all of the kills that they're able to find, being able to anchor that B site so darn well is pivotal to TSM's strategy. What you'll notice if you look at the mini-map is YFP, they are more or less being heralded towards that B site. The space that TSM are taking by moving out into mid, exploring through A, just locking down a lot of these angles, more or less funnels YFP every single time over to that B site. And you can tell that they're just extremely uncomfortable doing so. That's the moment where we get to see Vora kind of pop off, be like, okay, now they've funneled them to me, and now I'm just gonna pop out at the right time and find a couple of kills. The overall macro map control that's coming out from TSM is honestly the biggest reason why YFP have been struggling to get any ground thus far.
They want to sign and seal that deed on Pearl while it's here on the defense. The right time to do it, potentially the only time considering how defensive-sided this map can be from time to time. We have no idea what YFP has in their back pocket when it comes to Penny's backdoor entrances and the aggression that Jake and Physic can come up with on this A lane. But until then, we've still got 4 rounds of this to deal with, and TSM, they are not going to let up anytime soon, except evidently with that A space, and they're taking a back seat this time, Mark.
Yeah. Actually, this is the right call. You can tell YFP, they're just so ready for a fight. The salvos go out early, Penny moving in, trying to take advantage of people retreating off of it. But it was just a well read from TSM. They have an idea on what's going on. The stealth drone now going to be moving in here. As soon as it goes out, the flood's going to be inbound.
Already so far ahead, Penny, this is exactly what you're looking for, is that Yoru, but Sim again, quick to punish. Now the rest of TSM, they have to swarm if they want to take on the fight advantage. There's so much of YFP here. Doesn't really matter if the gun diff patrols through. They still have enough people to get on top of you anyway. And Thief is hitting his shots for sure. Now a Steel Garden to create a completely even playing field, at least for the moment. And TSM, they will be forced to again play the waiting game or just go for the aim diff. Recoil's going to step out and opt for the latter, as now they have their gun back. They can play the full way on their own breach. Flash on one end, Haunt on the other. Both ends of YFP fielded out, but the Razor Vine on the spike prevents the full rotation initially. Now it's Thief's turn to cycle through. Has the flash available for when somebody decides to tap it. And the stun on top of it too. It'll be a full-blown crunch that Jakey is ready to wrap around as well. YFP, every member pulling their part, doing their role, and it'll be a thrifty round for YFP.
And once again, just an excellent job with how they wanted to set themselves up onto the site on that post plant. You see how YFP, they spread themselves out. They use the Thorn Garden to make sure that nothing too crazy can kind of happen here. And it forces TSM to respond in kind. But once again, it's Penny. Penny making such a difference, being able to go so far back, make it so that it's so much more chaotic onto the site, allowing for easy space for YFP to be able to move in and maneuver around, catching TSM off guard. And you can tell YFP, their favored site is this A site. No longer will they be shackled to be going to B at all. This time around, the stealth drone already in onto A, and I imagine they're going to be flooding in shortly afterwards.
They realize they're only as incapable on the A lane fight as they are scared. And if they walk in with that same confidence that TSM was allowed to so often in the early stage of this game, then they should be clean to take this site over and over and over again. Penny gonna guarantee it with a dimensional drift, even more distance gained than the previous push, and that first one was hella good. Just barely though, Sim again with the punish frag after Penny gets his opening, and YFP still have a lot of homework to do if they want to take care of this round. Stellar suppressed in tandem with one more. Sim ready for the wraparound from Jakey at this moment, and so YFP do not have anything to offer. Huge Armageddon down the dugout to allow the outstretch. Vora good for 3 this time around, and TSM, the shutdown is very much stronger this time.
And it's one of those things where, like, sure, YFP, they win around, they get that momentum back, they're back into the saddle, and then TSM just promptly kick them right off the horse. So well coordinated coming in from TSM. 7 using the Armageddon, forcing YFP to just move into the smoke, upon which Vora, their biggest nemesis, has been hanging out inside, and that just allows Vora to find 3 more kills, getting the Nightfall back online. Once again, this is such good usage of the Tejo that I've been seeing from TSM. When it comes down to those fundamentals, like the aim, all that type of stuff, I think that these teams are pretty evenly matched, but it's this synergy and coordination that we're seeing from TSM where they just get such easy rounds, or at least they look like really easy rounds.
That's the thing. I really appreciate them calling this timeout, because despite the fact that they are dominating in the aim game, the window that they're able to use that to their advantage to reopen a site is getting slimmer and slimmer as YFP start their attack conditioning. It'll only get stronger in these last 2 rounds. So TSM, they're currently asking, how do we reopen that window? How do we find a moment where we can be the ones fully in control of that aggression again? Because the past 2 or 3 rounds, it has all been YFP's proactivity and TSM having to get back to the problem. That last time they were able to, a huge quick scope from Sim to make sure that Penny was nipped in the bud super early. That was a massive part of this, so that they could get back on top of the divide before the fight even really started. And yeah, look at Vora go.
It's once again, it's just so clean. But also, Penny just on the Yoru, the mechanics alone are really strong. I just want to see a little bit more coordination with some of that initiator utility to force them into Penny. You can't really rely on that Yoru simply just being able to go far and deep into the back. I want to see a little bit more set plays come through, because that's another area that the Yoru can shine.
GMD stunned and stunted with the blind. Now an aftershock to guarantee. It's just a race to see who can get the kill credit. It's Physic indeed. Sim still holding on to this operator. Good for whoever decides to overextend. And the salvo's on top of the plant, guarantee another. Sim sniped to the shoulder onto Jakey. And yet again, it's all TSM in the cards. A full crunch onto the site is easier than ever this time around. And the timeout definitely made things more efficient. 8-3.
It really did. I mean, you almost feel bad for GMD there, because at that point, everyone's just like, oh yeah, the Duelist, they're supposed to die first. That's the whole point. They create space, all that type of stuff. But it really just seemed like it was fated for GMD to just hang out there and be like, all right, I know what's happening, but I'm going to try and slow you down at the very least. And not able to really do that with all the utility flying forwards, but still buys just enough time for TSM to come back and close things out. Now, moving into this last round and a half, things are not looking fantastic for YFP. They're on a little bit of a bargain buy. To be fair, the last couple of times we've seen these eco rounds come through, they've looked extremely strong, surprisingly, and it goes to show just how the unconventional strategies have worked out really well for them. But okay, Sim already down with the operator, uncharacteristically missing that shot.
Yeah, the first time he's actually the first to peek, and he gets immediately punished for it. Clearly, YFP, they've still studied up, and they are not asleep just yet. Penny continues the charge and grabs a second now as they make their way onto A site with a whole lot more bravery and brevity. Nightfall once again early to the issue, and Penny just re-outstretches and goes for another. But Vora alone and off in the last blood these rounds. 2 on the belt so far, but 20 HP, and the jump up that Penny immediately catches. That is 4 kills now for this Yoru, a ubiquitous threat in round 12, but maybe debatably round 12 alone. A 4-8 half that YFP could arguably be satisfied with. This pistol, though, is still looking shaky.
I was just about to say, remember how at the start of that round, oh, the ecos, they look really good on the ecos. Just throw the rifles out of their hands at this point, because that round was so clean coming in. The level of aggression that we see them play with, and just the flood in onto site, setting Penny up, just really leading the charge, but having everyone behind him, it was just extremely well coordinated. That's what we needed to see from the YFP squad when they have their rifles in hands. But now we're turning things around here. It's 8-4. Still definitely doable for YFP, exactly like you said. TSM on the attack, though. I imagine we're going to be seeing some of that similar level of coordination of things in order to isolate those kills out. I'm just curious to see whether or not Sim on this Yoru is going to be as impressive as Penny was.
After all, so much is placed on him. A lot of responsibility alleviated thanks to Vora's ability to get that intel before Sim has to walk on. So a lot less multitasking has to be done by that star Duelist. But even still, that window that TSM were able to open up frequently is going to get a lot tighter a lot more quickly. Unless you're able to just somehow find Physic on the flush out. Penny has to go hunting, and he actually will find 7 on the lurk. So it's a Tejo for Tejo trade as TSM will choke up GMD against this A mark and see where their other prospects lie for the time being. 50 seconds to go, though. If you rotate, it has to be now.
Yeah, and on top of that, too, they did drop that shear down just outside of A, so it feels like they need to kind of play off of everything that they've got.
Well,
actually do see the rotation moving around, though. Push in towards B from mid.
This is really odd.
Once again, oh, wait a second. No, wait. They're going to go right into the spawn and then wrap around through Art to avoid the shear completely. This could foil YFP, but they still have to deal with 2 agents on the site.
A huge cut. And TSM is not afraid to hide any longer. TSM must be red on this, and yeah, Thief will wide swing to it, but certainly isn't expecting the 3-stack. TSM can just bulldoze over the remainder of the competition, except for Jakey, who's just hiding away in this dugout. Where could he be? Flora, you've got to go look at Jakey. Good for 4 on the pistol. And YFP will handily take that 5th round on the backs of 1 Astra.
That was crazy. Just watching TSM just slowly meander their way, completely avoiding the shear, so no information is given. They're able to get the jump onto the site. And then Jake, just with the ghost in hand, hanging out in the little dugout there, is somehow able to walk away with a 4K to close out that pistol. It's just such good gunplay coming in from Jake. I mean, there's a reason why we got to see Jake on the Tier 1 stage at one point in time, and it's because of just raw mechanical skills sometimes like that. So excellent job coming in to secure that pistol round for YFP. We're seeing the buy up here. Petty got the Outlaw in hand, ready to run at TSM. Thankfully, though, TSM, they choose the other side here, so the Outlaw not going to get as much value as you would have expected, but Thief at least spotting one out might make the call for them to rotate around. Never mind, YFP, they just dig their heels in, understand that TSM really need to push into them.
Just need to get in front of it again and again and again. And you see, Penny, that proactivity only extends as far as the boxes this time, though. He can do that with this sniper in hand. That second shot will not land, and so he'll make his escape, but still with 1 kill deep. It's a good amount of early work done by YFP. TSM, though, they'll still take the lane. They'll still take Art, and they will still decide to press it. Stellar just holds it down and grabs both, but a shred of health remaining. Luckily, rest of YFP is here to pick up pieces, and they'll be able to take that second round even better, with all 5 remaining, in fact.
Stellar with the collat off of the Spectre. Sorry, not the Stinger there. So a great job at YFP just really shutting things down from TSM. Like I said, TSM, they give a little bit of information onto that B site, but everyone from YFP, they just stand their ground. And that's exactly what you want to see from this team, especially understanding that they're going to be running at you with pistols. This next round, though, they're no longer running at you with pistols. They've got giant rifles in their hands. And so let's see this attacking side of TSM really start to take off and how YFP are going to respond to it and make sure that they continue to shut it down if they want a chance at seeing map 3.
In all likelihood, a lot of it stems from the stacks. We'll see YFP start to execute now that they have solid guns. And no more often will we see it than on this A pathway. Seeing if they can find an early frag, but GMD will only lose a couple of health points. And in the meantime, they'll open up this plaza push with so many less players anywhere except on site, where 2 lie on B, but nice opener by Sim to be able to crack that kill open. I don't know how he was able to catch that, but now Thief is super alone, super terrified, and super dead. TSM at full control of B.
And unfortunately, too, we see YFP go for all of that util, them trying to find it, but they've got nobody really to back up that util. Somehow Stellar able to find 7, despite the fact that the spike goes down, but notice now that Tejo is out of play, meaning that they no longer have those salvos to play back on. So TSM now, their options are a little bit more limited.
Yeah, so they'll just get in front of it again. Sim for the early fight to maintain advantage. Physic is able to refrag it, but even still, 3v2 here for TSM, making it 3v1 after Vora is able to swing it in GMD. He's just going to walk up himself to take care of Stellar. Again, it's TSM's proactivity that'll win him the bonus.
I was about to say, okay, yeah, the Tejo's out of there, so they can't play far back. I guess they can only play forwards then. And that's exactly what happens. Just like, you know what, let's go for a walk. Let's just get this flank underway. And YFP were simply just not expecting it. They were completely caught off guard there. And once again, Vora's playhouse onto that B site, somehow able to find a couple of very instrumental kills to make sure that this round is definitely still winnable. And TSM finally take one back into this half. It's now 9-6. YFP have rifles of their own. Keep in mind, a Cosmic Divide is on the table for YFP, and that is an excellent retake tool. It's not a tool to divide them down, but Physic going down so early is not how you want to start this round.
Huge start there from Sim, and of course TSM, they're immediately going to double back to the site that was no longer pressured by that kill. Sim is just going to launch a Dimensional Drift in and twist that knife as deep as can be. Clone out so far back that Stellar now has to check this smoke all the way in the back of the dugout. And Sim has already started walking up the garden too, just taking every available opportunity, but a huge whiff lets Thief have enough time to get that kill. Now it's the rest of TSM that has to extend a little bit farther, and who else but Vora to get that opening frag next up. Is it even a question of if YFP try to contend this with the Cosmic Divide? Certainly seems tempting, but they will have to continue to salivate and wait for their opportunity, as it'll be a 10-6 lead now for TSM.
Yeah, honestly, these post plants from TSM, the proactivity going through, we talked about how they use their utility in combination to make sure that they make things work out really well. And even in that weird situation where Vora had to take that 1v1, you saw that the salvos were flying in shortly afterwards. So all of that work that they do on their offense of repositioning people, pushing them out of their normal positions to set their players up for kills is still happening in these post-plant scenarios as well. TSM look really darn good, and if anybody had any questions about whether or not Sim was going to be able to perform on this Yoru, at this point, that is very much answered. Sim has been looking fantastic on the Yoru and is still finding so much value on YFP's team.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. He's taking that distance as effectively as ever. He's able to get in the faces of that first line of contact over and over and over again. And again, so much of that does have to do with Vora's ability to parse out util in the places where Sim cannot in those moment-to-moment interactions, which he's doing beautifully on top of it. Again, the communication between these 5 players is so effective, and that's why everyone gets to pull their own weight so consistently.
On top of that too, like you look at the players that are in there, a lot of them have at least a little bit of experience with that IGL role. So I have a feeling that that is also contributing because everyone just has an idea on how they might want to call things or when to back off. It's that level of like professionalism almost within the team that you can really see just kind of shine through, as it's a very early pick onto Penny in this bit of a save round for YFP.
Now Sim, the slow swing, Thief is able to catch that off guard, but Seven will spray it back through, and professional appears to be an exceptional word, as every time TSM's plan fails, they just have the backup ready in the chamber. Bora's leg appears though, and so Jakey gets a nice early frag. Seven now with the extension that has to punish Jake, who he cannot. Now Jake going crazy again. The Twitter beef buff finally applies, but is it enough to get him over the line? Apparently so, as Recoil, the swing into two is not good enough. YFP again, they will stop the streak, but is it too late?
Can YFP like perma Steel Garden? Whenever they don't, we're seeing just unbelievable plays come through. Obviously, Jakey, the menace of A side. We talked about Vora being the menace of B side on the TSM defense, and it's completely flipped around the other way. They even started out with excellent picks, but Thief finding that first headshot, and then Jake just kind of holding things down on the site. YFP just looked really good. They were able to catch TSM consistently unaware of their positioning. And now they're starting to stabilize their economy more. Only 3 rounds separating these two teams as TSM go for a bit more of a slower approach. Not really poking the bear just quite yet. They know that YFP are expecting them to be a little bit more aggro and won't give them the satisfaction.
I wanted to see if anybody on the other end would try to poke themselves, but even Physic is maintaining his patience on this B-side hold, which Recoil is now corralled 3 towards. YFP look to just go for the full read and then rely on that extra util to slow down the A push if it commences, which it's about to.
Oh, it's so slow. You can hear a pin drop, but this is once again a little bit more uncharacteristic of TSM's attacking style. The fact that they're changing things up here, YFP once again really just need to hold their ground, and Recoil dips in for 1. And look at this, the go sign is ready for TSM. They're moving in onto this site, using the Armageddon and Nightfall to clear things out and get that easy plant, hopefully.
The YFP are ready for that dump. They're keeping their distance. All the util will be lost, but the site will still remain contested. The question is when IFP want to press that TSM, they refuse to let them to ask the question. They'll just start the fight themselves. And a 1-for-1 that Jakey has to trade away. Now Penny trying to get in front of the wraparound. He does. And it's Trade City here on the A site that is now leaving so many members on such a low pool. 7 good for a second to cut this gap down to just Penny, who has to reaggress the site for a 3rd time in order to take this spike. But such low health on 7, all you have to do is turn it once. That's why he's keeping his distance with this salvo on the reset. And so Penny will have to find a swing on the Recoil instead, who's sitting in the back of Garden, so safe and sound. There's the salvo proc, and there's Recoil covered. That's all Penny really needs to pop off here. And there you have it. Razorvine on top of the spike, though, but Penny's just got to get to it, get this half defusal, and then win the fight. 7 waiting to peek until the bitter end. Perfect timing again. And TSM saved themselves in 11th.
Way back in the day, 7 was the new Duelist being brought onto a TSM squad. This is almost a year, I think it actually was years ago now, and every now and then we get to see that aim prowess come through. Felt a little bit quiet at the start of this map, but finally gets a little bit of a chance to shine, and once again, I'm just looking at this utility and the setups coming through from TSM. They might be getting aim diffed a little bit by Penny, but the rest of the strategic executes look fantastic. And now TSM have to fight their demons again because YFP are back onto a save. And well, Tenrek, we kind of know what this means. This time Stellar as well has that Rolling Thunder online. Penny has the Dimensional Drift. Plenty of opportunities to go for some tricky plays that might throw TSM off.
Amazed that Prowler finds Physic, but now he's going to be terrified for the rest of this pre-plant. And so they have to apply pressure elsewhere. That's going to be Penny's job with this clone and Dimensional Drift, just to field out Recoil, make sure he can't press on top of his own shear. And yet YFP will continue to stack the B site before TSM already have angles locked onto A. Hey, there's a first blood from Sim. Thief has to swing out first to try to gain some pressure back, and he's shut down immediately. We have seen this story before, and TSM is the one to end it.
An excellent job taking out Jake first. That was the big one that I was going to be keeping my eye on. Thief as well has been getting quite a few headshots with Sheriffs in hands, but the two demons have more or less been shut down. Now all eyes are going to be on taking out Penny first.
I think Seven was hoping for a bit more room with that stun, but I think what he can get, just a backwards angle that Penny has to swing on top to and misses. Seven good for 3 now before he gets some support for the rest of his compatriots. So it'll be 5 rounds of free room for TSM. 1 more they have to win to get that playoff contention, be the second team to make it.
Suddenly, my Preds are looking pretty darn good.
Yeah, they're looking juicy, Marks. Can I get in on some of that? Like,
oh man, I'm not gonna lie. When we got the matchup here, I was looking at these two teams, and I'm like, honestly, it's one of those things where TSM, this roster being put together, it's a bunch of people where, once again, you're so familiar with a lot of these names. The same can be said about YFP. The talent pool coming into this is so darn high, but TSM, it feels like they've just had a little bit more opportunity to refine some of how they want to play things. And I think that this is really starting to showcase itself here. Obviously, YFP, they've come up clutch so many different times, but I think just a little bit of a fundamental difference in the players alone working together as a cohesive unit is making such a huge difference right now. And looks like the Pearl Curse might once again stick with YFP for yet another matchup.
really just tremendous precision from all these members of TSM, and the coverage is just a little bit faster than YFP's. We've seen much more active trades from TSM, much more active crossfires. Meanwhile, YFP not necessarily relying on that individuality, but rather just that ability to discombobulate and gain that advantage early on and work off of it from there. That just doesn't work when TSM is getting ahead of you each and every time.
But you know what might work? Pressing the ultimate button. This round, YFP walking in with 4 of them. Already an Armageddon getting called right off the rip.
Wow, and that's going to field out Vora pretty quickly. And guess what? He's the one holding the spike. Armageddon still waltzing that down. And so YFP, they can take a whole lot of space up mid off of it and are watching the spike pretty heavily. Sim flashes himself in to try to take that control back, but can't do much with it. And so YFP will get a full clear going all the way from mid. It's a nearly flawless round to get them stabilization for the remainder of this game.
Yeah, and once again, that was just off of a lot of physics utility there. An excellent Armageddon coming in. The crunch happens onto them. And honestly, you went around with only one of the ultimates, given the fact that you had 4 in your pocket. That is a win. Now, TSM, they have to be aware that YFP are changing up their defensive game a little bit. You could tell they were just simply unprepared for them that round. There's still just 4 rounds between these two teams. It's not over by any stretch of the imagination if YFP can pick up this round and start to go on a run.
First lines up on TSM, down the B lane, seeing if they can catch anybody patrolling. Usually that would be Physic, but he will again back out and let this push happen. Good thing too, this Cosmic Divide would make it so much more dangerous, but all the tools that TSM have to move forward from here, if they sense one moment in which they could win, they will use absolutely everything to get it. Sim with the scouting confirms the closeness of Plaza with that Dimensional Drift, and now comes the Steel Garden on top of what they know will be a very early fight, thanks to that Rolling Thunder that just gets procced. Walk in from 1, but it's Penny's clone. He's holding the far angle instead, and it's Coverage City from YFP, except on that one Yoru, who is now isolated thanks to that Nebula up top. And Armageddon on the site itself to try to prevent TSM from making any extra headway, or excuse me, YFP from entering early on, but now it's their own Steel Garden that's going to try to counteract this, and TSM is trying to hold only the lane as the Cosmic Divide will dissipate. Spike's still yet to get planted, and now it's on an island, so YFP will try to take that control, and Physical wide swing into the lane where the army is sitting. Stellar, they're able to grab that restabilization on the impact kill, and now it's a 3v3 down the lane side. That Recoil absolutely slaughters! A 3-kill to silence just one more time, and thanks to the structure of the Swiss, it has never been more cut and dry than right here, right now. TSM is playoffs ready, and YFP is not.
I was just about to say, TSM sitting on that site like, man, we just want to play the game. We're stunned up. We can't see anything, can't hear anything. What are we going to do? And despite all of that, they back up just a little bit, take a little bit of extra space, and then they re-engage playing their lives, and Recoil popping off again. I told you that that player really caught my eye on that first map, and I'm so happy to see Recoil, a little bit of a newer name to the scene, getting that opportunity really to show off. So big congratulations to TSM. When it comes down to it, I still have to say that, you know what, it came down to just a bit more of that teamwork and coordination coming out. You mentioned it yourself, YFP really good when it came to more of that disruption, that discombobulation, the surprise element. That's when they thrive. But when you get down to that strategy and just coordination off one another, TSM were on top, and I am the one who got the pred right out of all of you, so I'm gonna stick you to it.
Inches ahead on that round to round, but the round differential speaks volumes for itself, as does TSM's newly found position in playoffs. We'll see how they're feeling and what our next match entails after the short break. Don't go anywhere.
Just becoming happier again, and like, you know, just like wanting to do this out of like passion and like having fun rather than like some misplaced sense of like, if I'm not on the stage, then like is this like worth it as much, right? Like, is putting in all these hours worth it as much? But to, you know, get to that point, like I need to continue, you know, grinding and staying accountable, you know, staying positive, staying happy, enjoying the process, and then if it's meant to happen, it'll happen.
No one is gonna do the work for us. No one is gonna come save us or help us get across the finish line. It's all about us. The time we put in, the quality of our work, you know, how serious we take it. We can be as good or as bad as we choose to be. It's not up to anybody else.
We don't have the luxury of having the experience like they do, right? We're all super young players, and it's something that we just have to learn to accept and, you know, just take it as in our identity.
Ignoring the public criticism, or just believing in yourself and betting on yourself forward through.
This year, I just want to kind of write my own story. Something that I wasn't really able to feel like I could do last year was like kind of be exactly who I want to be and be the team that I exactly wanted to be. I was always trying to like fit into a mold. I'm really hoping that I do a good enough job for my teammates, that I'm able to make them feel comfortable and make them like actually feel included in this whole process.
Play my own game. In these matches, people get kind of nervous, so playing careless, playing to your strength is always good.
Go fast alone or go far together, because at the end of the day, like we can all, like everyone on our team can shoot, everyone can use their mic, but if we aren't playing together, we aren't going to win.
Don't stop grinding, but also be productive with the time that you have. I mean, it's very short, you know, to play in VALORANT Esports. Make the most of it and make sure that, you know, you just have fun. If you're not having fun, why are we even here?
I feel like my team's motto recently is I just have to peak. And so I feel like if we carry that on for the rest of the year, we'll be owning. I feel like we just need to peak more and be more alpha. And I feel like that's what we need to think about.
I took on like a new role, and I need to be like okay with failing sometimes. I like hold myself way too hard sometimes. And yeah, I need to be okay with sometimes losing.
As well on Pearl and Sweep YFP. Okay, Marks can go yapping away. He deserves it.
You already did it enough.
We heard it in the green room. Yeah. So it was intense. But wow, a sweep. And for another proactive defense from TSM fans, it was great to see them play with so much confidence.
Exactly, and I think it's also thanks to the differences that you have between the information that you're able to get from TSM, from the Fade versus the Breach from YFP, because I'm not against the fact that they play double initiator with no scans. It looks like it's a little bit hard for you to take control of middle or for defaulting, that we praise YFP to be able to do, just like on a map like Split, but you need to be really good on pull out your Yorus, get the other smokes up. It's a lot to think about and a lot to coordinate when it's like another Trump composition you're trying to bring out here for the team of YFP just to try to bring this to a third map. So for TSM side, at least you still have some sort of stall with the Fade Cs, but at least you also have Prowlers and a Haunt for that mid-rounding, the mid-information you can get without sacrificing your teammates to go through.
Yeah, that's the big thing, is being able to clear out a lot of those angles with how Pearl is kind of shaped architecturally. There are just so many corners that you can sit in, so many boxes you can sit behind. And once you're, fresh out of those breach flashes, the Yoru flashes, it just becomes a lot harder to actually just try and clear everything. And I think that TSM, they had a great read on how YFP were looking to play this composition as well. I think you look back towards even Split and how it was a bit similar with how heavily TSM were fighting for a lot of that control, not allowing YFP to do those slow scales into like more explosive plays that work out well for them, and just a bit harder for them to bait out that utility on the side of TSM.
You got to set up these duelists for success, and succeed they did. One won and the other lost, of course, but still I thought this was going to be a Penny matchup, because Penny's the Yoru guy and Sim maybe more jet pill, but Sim really stepped up today. He had 8 first kills, 3 first deaths against Penny's 7 first kills, 4 first deaths. Like, Vans, these guys really showed up, and it's all thanks to their teams and the initiators you guys brought up.
Exactly, because we talk about the space here that that the Euros can get behind the initiator util, and both players actually did an incredible job at that in their respective sides. And Sim, you saw even on their attack side, that was much needed for him to get behind those the back holes here of that B site, and still avoiding his own teammates' utility and not allowing players to come back from like the rotates at the spawn or from the hallways. So overall, I still think it looks so good here, as now it seems that we have a little bit of conversation of what we're seeing on screen of Vora, of how good he was across 2 maps here.
Yeah, and I think it was tough too, because, for Physic, he wasn't really able to get started on the side of YFP to find that same impact that Vora was able to find on the initiator in this matchup. Although, of course, for TSM, it was 7 actually playing that Teho this time around. But when you look at just how important his information has been, how forward he was able to play off of his own Prowlers, even just finding that info for TSM to scale up early on. And then it's that mirror of kind of what we saw from Split, of how good he was in just isolating a lot of those fights, whether it was Prowlers with the information, or it was the multiple kills with utility on the Teho back on Split. His impact was undoubtable, and the calling so good here for TSM too.
It's a little bit of Vora differences from the first map on Split. It's just him getting a lot of great value out of Teho utility, for example, and then leveraging that utility so that Sim could get the best out of that utility on Split. But then when you look at Vora on a map like Earl, he's using his own Cs. He's getting 3Ks anchoring towards the back of the sites on both A and B. So being able to play for himself. And that also brings that value that GMD was mentioning before, where Vora, yes, has a very big brain and very smart understanding of how to macro and call the map or call the game here for TSM, but also at the same time, think about him as a rookie here coming into Challengers and picked out of the ranks, literally as somebody who just grinds it out, as somebody who's able to frag out as well. So to be able to do all of that at such a young age, at such an early start in your professional career, man, the sky's the limit right now for Vora.
Yeah, he's just so dynamic as a player to be able to transition to playing a much more kind of like not like taking the back seat, I guess, on Split, where you're sitting back just throwing a lot more of that utility, and just being able to both do that and then be so proactive map to map. It was just a great series coming out from TSM, and the IGL just being a really big star. Even though he's not necessarily always putting up like the biggest of numbers, he was still up there despite doing all of that calling, and may not always be the flashiest of players, but the good old reliable that you can look to focus back in on. And you have to really give note to the prep that was done up against YFP, how he was able to work on that with their coaching staff and look towards doing a lot of like these counter calls to work against the compositions and that slower play style of scaling up, and that difference in tempo that YFP had, where they didn't really get that opportunity to play their game as much.
Yeah, YFP got to get used to the brand new TSM because YFP, the last 2 encounters, had beaten TSM, but that was before Recoil and Vora came in, before that big IGL change. So YFP, it's not the end of the road, of course, but now they just have to maybe play another match or 2 to get that qualification going, and we'll find out down the road how that affects seeding and the playoff bracket, which is coming up very soon. But a big congratulations to TSM, seeing them in playoffs once again, and we hope that you guys will stay tuned because we'll have an interview to dissect their thoughts on that. But Vans, you guys talked about how well-oiled machine they were, from timeouts to the executed comps on not even their map picks. Like, is this the year that you think TSM could lock in a top 2 at playoffs again?
A top 2, yeah, I think so for sure. Because if you look at because you were mentioning at top of show, this is probably the most challenging and close challengers that we have here going into this year in 2025. And I gotta say, no disrespect to the orgs as well, but it's also because a lot of, let's say, the guard went up, or a lot of the players from M80 in the past went up to partnership, and then a lot of the MXSs, now Shopify Rebellion Black players, going up into partnership. So a lot of these roster are like trying to field in new players, and everybody's just trying to find their groove going to challengers this year, which is why it's making it super close. And one team that kind of looked like they were going to lose a lot of firepower in TSM, bringing in Recoil and Vora, looks like it was actually a great answer to what was missing, because you almost kind of just live by the Sim overheats or underperforms, and then that's it. TSM's not going to win the series. But now Sim could do whatever he needs to do, and then you have not only relying on 7 as a second player, now you could actually rely on all 4, because GMD's shooting out, Vora's having great polls and also shooting out. We haven't even had a chance to talk about Recoil yet, where he was an assassin right now in that map, because he had also a lot of multi-kills and a lot of good retake swings and timings that he was providing here for TSM. So yeah, it's definitely looking like a team that could contend into the top 2, maybe even over like the M80 and the Shopify Rebellion Black for this season.
Yeah, a lot of potential for everyone to step up there. And I think it's so important to talk about, we discussed how they were kind of the middle of the pack team last year, and how this matchup up against such a star-studded roster in YFP was a huge litmus test for them to actually have a strong identity going off into the tail end of the first split here for the 2025 season. And that's exactly what we needed to see out of TSM. It's what they were able to prove into the server today, and a really great foundation for this roster to continue to build off of.
Yeah, and this roster has looked that much better because of those new players. And I actually have an interview with one of them for Recoil or Noob, but I want to sit down with Recoil because we just haven't heard enough about you. How's it going? Congratulations on qualifying into playoffs. Well, what you thinking about?
I'm really excited to be heading into playoffs. This group of players, I believe in us, and I think we're gonna always end up on top, no matter what split we're playing. And yeah, it's been great so far.
And how would you rate your performance this split with the team and overall this series? Because we've seen a lot of growth from you.
I feel like definitely getting better. It's like a learning experience. Matches are different from practice and scrims. But I'm really happy with my performance today, at least.
Yeah, and you've met some pushback against teams like Rankers, and even this series didn't look super easy. What's at the top of your mind when likely going up against these teams again in playoffs?
I mean, I know all those guys for the past 2 years. I mean, my mindset's the same always. I mean, I think it's really easy to beat them because we know their game plan in and out. We VOD review, we practice, It's easy heading into the matches.
Yeah, and you sound so confident. You look so happy, and you should be, obviously. How has your journey been integrating with this team and representing such a crazy banner like TSM?
I mean, I've known Tyler. I've played on Team Form, Sim, and it's been really easy, fitting in. And I've known Vora as well. Everything is just smooth, I've known those guys. Nothing's new.
Awesome. Well, it's going to be awesome seeing you in playoffs as well. We were talking about whether, is this the year that TSM could be, top 2 or even get the crown? Where would you rate yourselves going into playoffs?
I mean, Tyler said it the best, right? We're the best team, and we will be on top no matter what.
All right, quote it, ship it, put in the headline. I love it. It's been great talking to you, Recoil. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Looking forward to seeing you in playoffs. Thank you for the interview.
Have a good day.
That was Recoil, y'all, and what a match that we had. And it came pretty contested, but it's not the end of the road for YFP. They'll have to get that 4th win in order to get into playoffs. Only 8 teams make it there. No doubt we'll see them again. It'll just have to be qualifying off of another team. But we have another match around the corner. It's M80 versus Cubert. And oh my God, I hope you guys brought the popcorn. These matches are crazy. We'll see you after the break. No breaks on this train because we have another featured match ahead of you, qualifying for playoffs between M80 and Cubert Academy. Ash, it's hard to pick which one of these was going to be my favorite match, but this one has to go to map 3, I feel like.
You want it to, right? You want to see it go the long haul. You don't want to see a quick 2-0. There's a lot of expectations on both of these rosters for today's matchup. And again, qualification on the line here to try and get that early on, try and find that opportunity to be at one of the top seeds.
And M80 are still at the very top with a much different roster than you guys would expect from last split. But fans, we have a lot of fans from M80 here cheering them on, and a lot of yapping on Twitter too, but these are a good group of guys that I have no doubt can be in the top 3 again.
Yeah, I think the latest yapping that I saw here was from the assistant coach Drew Spark that quote tweeted M80 saying happy happy joy joy with like a little stamp of a signature thing of a contract. So Drew Spark saying finalmente. So I'm assuming now that Sato finally has his visa, but I would assume here that he doesn't have it on time for this matchup. So hopefully they could qualify into this game and then, or into the playoffs rather, and M80 could rejoice going into the playoffs so they could have like the actual roster that they wanted to work out with. But not to take anything away from the current roster here, because you have an absolute amazing team going in with Weeded still popping off with the consistency that he always brings into every single one of these maps. And as Okeanos mentions as well, they're just only started right now with Okeanos at the helm, taking the responsibility of the duelist role while they're waiting for Sato to join in.
Oh, and speaking of Sato, I heard he's watch partying, so really digesting the team and cheering them on and seeing what they're putting on strat-wise, while Okeanos will handle the duelist role. But Ash, I mean, like just the quote says, this is only 5% of what they can be. Imagine when Sato is here.
Yeah, I think that's a scary prospect, right? But then at the same time, that's a lot of pressure on the side of M80. They've had so much success in previous seasons of the Challengers League within NA, and for now, you want to see them continuing to level up. They got so close to ascending back in 2023, and close again in 2024 to try and once again unfortunately just hit that 2nd place mark. And that's where you're looking towards this team with this new iteration of this roster, try and step it up to try and actually, you know, bring it home for the org once and for all. And that's a lot to bear on the shoulders of these players.
And Vans, as we zoom in on Okeanos, who has to put the cape on for the team until the visa player gets in, B-Dog is even trading off on some of those jet duties, but Okeanos, I think, is filling those shoes great.
Yeah, and you're actually even seeing on maps where usually you would see B-Dog play some jet or some rays, it's taken full responsibility by Okeanos now. So I think for M80, you're kind of like not necessarily scrambling to make sure that you have like your set plan week after week. It's just like, let's play into having set roles now until we could actually get into the playoffs and familiar with what we have to do at the baseline, not try to go and overcook too much with different type of roles and compositions for map after map. And it seems to be working out. Again, we're saying that it's not the end all be all as Sato. We're still waiting for Sato to join the roster because they're still here at this point 3-1 and almost ready to qualify through. Right, the series that they lost was against TSM that we just witnessed before, and we saw what TSM brought to the plate. So it's a lot here to digest actually for M80, knowing that they have to play against such strong teams going into this split. So head-to-head against Cubert Academy at this point, it's not unfamiliar territory either, because they get to play against their old teammates as well, being Nismo. So there's probably still some familiarity that they could actually take advantage of.
And I know outside of Rankers, I think one of the most feared teams we've had, Ash, has been Cubert Academy. If you look at the names on paper, these are all individually successful players. They even got matching shirts. Like, oh, you know it's over when the branding's on it.
Yeah, no, I mean, who does not love Cubert, you know? Save my man from Kaplan though sometimes. He's suffering a little bit at times, but this roster has looked really great on paper. I think that there were moments, especially in that game up against, I believe up against Rankers, we did see them struggling quite a bit. They managed to take that second map on Bind a little bit closer. They lost a map up against Trust and Plug as well, just 2 days ago on Monday. So I think we are seeing them still like work through certain things as far as a little bit of like that synergy, but we have also seen like the brilliance shining through for this roster as well. And I think Knights has slotted in really nicely for Cubert Academy, considering he is this rookie player now looking to glean a lot of experience from his teammates.
Yeah, and now you see the quote from Dapper, the most recent coach, that is once a Sentinel, always a Sentinel. So he went from the main team back in like 2021, winning so many events here with the Sentinel roster, and now coaching Cubert Academy, and has done a great job at it too. He has a very strong understanding of this game as well. And you can definitely see that, yes, despite their loss against Rankers, it was actually very one-sided for Rankers too, because I think it was like a 12-1 half for Rankers on Pearl. It's just because I feel that it was just one of those moments where Knights was feeling that pressure, having to play against his old team, being like, hey, I joined a team, I got signed now to Cubert Academy. I probably have here a small salary, but I have to perform well, right? I have to put my mouth where my money is, right? Or is that how it works? Or foot where my money is? Yeah, so unfortunately, though, it didn't pan out for Knights. He got shut down against Rankers, but it's still the Rankers that we're talking about here, a team that's undefeated going into Challengers. Now going to this game against M80, you probably still see the same Cubert Academy that you expect.
And this is another good litmus test for both these teams to see where they fall within that top 3, top 4, because we know definitively that Rankers are number 1. Everyone is gunning for that team, but they also have to settle the score amongst themselves and all these signed teams, Ash, because you also have to represent that banner, and you want to, I guess everyone's fighting for number 2.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Everyone's fighting for that chance to try and be that second spot, because Rankers were undefeated, you know, so far within the Swiss stage, and already qualifying so early on into playoffs. And now a big part of the success for Cubert Academy has been Redux. Not the IGL, but the captain for the team, who actually like put this roster together, who he decided were the best pieces to try and back him up, being this heavy frag player that we've known for such a long time from his day, was way back on Oxygen Academy. He's always been one of the hottest prospects within Challengers NA, and now looking to try and continue to step up his game. We've seen how good he's been, and I think that you look at how he's continuously performing as one of like the top 5 duelists right now. I want to see the team also step up, so it's not only on Redux to be getting so much of that impact when it comes to the heavy fragging, because I feel like that is where we've lagged behind a little bit at times for Cubert Academy.
Yeah, it can be like the Redux show, and it kind of was when they went up against Trust and Plug. Bro dropped 61 kills, 12 first kills, by the way, over that entire series. And yeah, it went to map 3, which you're like, why was it an A+, S+, super clean sweep? But it just speaks to the level that Challengers has. Like, everyone has upgraded their rosters. Everyone is becoming more and more of a threat. You can't underestimate anyone. And I think Cubert and M80 looking at each other like this could be another stepping stone on your way to Rankers, but still a speed bump if you don't respect them well enough, fans.
Yeah, and then overall, talking about Redux, but also Ash was mentioning, like, we want a little bit of more coming from the rest of the team, but they still have such a strong roster. We haven't even had a chance to talk about Scuba or even a little bit about Knights, but that's a lot of good young fragging potential around what E-Dog could all around now. So you're looking at the head-to-head between Redux and Okeanos, the star duelists they're going to have from both of these teams. I think now the diff comes in with Redux taking the upper hand out of that one, and Okeanos might have a little bit of a difficult time going into this because Redux for me has always been a hot prospect for the last 2 or 3 years, along with Scuba, and we're all still questioning why Scuba is not in partnership yet, right? But Redux is almost there, already being swept up here by Cubert Academy, and just waiting for being able to be old enough to compete in partnership, and we'll probably see him up there as soon as he can.
Yeah, this does just feel like a VCT waiting room for people like Redux or even Okeanos, but at least it gives M80, because they have so many duelist Ash, that they get to play some Yoru Jet or kind of different looks because they have people that can cover each other's agent pools.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that we haven't seen Redux actually dip into that Yoru meta that we're seeing right now, and not seeing that, not that he's really needed to pull out the depth, because again, like we look back for like last year before CNED retired, he tried the meta, didn't work out for him. It just looked a lot better when he was on those comfort picks, and sometimes that is what goes really well. But Redux is such a big part of the win condition, I think, on the side of Cubert Academy, that we want to see, again, the team stepping up a little bit more. We know that they're capable of doing it as well, and that extra assistance is what's gonna take them the extra mile, I think, here.
Well, we're going to be taken to Bind, Split, and Fracture over this best of 3. This is to qualify for playoffs. M80 decide on Bind, Cubert with Split, and both teams have floated Fracture. Bans, who do you think gets the edge here in pick bans?
It's just so ironic to see that M80 is picking Bind at this point, because that was pretty much their pain point of last season, where they always avoided that map like the plague. And even when they got into like the BO5 and the grand finals to play against 2G, Bind was the last pick that 2G just put the final nail into the coffin as well, just to make M80 irk even more. So I'm assuming now at this point, since the offseason, the main goal for Psycho and for Drew Spark was to make sure that they had the cleanest Bind ever, and which is why you're seeing potentially their pick going into this one here. So, but overall, I still think that this is going to be a series that will lean into just Cubert Academy for the victory, because of these slight shakiness that we're currently seeing here from M80 from time to time within the rounds itself.
I think
Let's
there's
look at
also
our predictions while you chat. Yash, what's up?
Well, no, I think that, as we head into our predictions as well, there's the fact that we haven't even seen that split coming out from Cubert Academy too. But I've got to say that my heart is lying with M80 on this one. I am alone on the desk. Mark's, well, he was my op earlier, but I guess we will have to be allies this time around. We'll shake on that later. But I think for M80, I have a lot of faith in this roster. I think that Okeanos is stepping up really big for this team. And, Weeded has just been fragging out of his mind for M80 as well. I think it's going to be a close matchup, though, regardless.
And Agent Select will be ready very soon. But as we head to that first map of Bind Bands, these are two teams that have unique players. Like, I'm looking at Knights, I'm looking at B-Dog, who love to play Clove on Bind. How do you rate Clove's impact on Bind and their viability on it?
Yeah, just in general, I was always having a question mark with Roy, wondering why players are actually picking Clove into these comps on Bind. But I think it just makes sense now with the support that you need to have around somebody that's going to satchel in, if you're not going to default around like maybe a little bit of Viper. But for both cases, for M80 and Cubert, they're both using, on top of that, the Viper to lurk around on the short A side on their attack. So now the orbs are going to help a little bit more on how quick you can drop those smokes and just immediately fight around that. So I don't think now, the more that we see reps of Clove in the VCLs, I see the value that they bring into an agent. But I mean, there's still moments where a Brimstone could still be better.
I think I understand where you're coming from with that, you know, with like that stall potential being a bit of that trade-off. But I think when you're running, you know, the double controller situation, the Clove is a bit more forgiving because you can get a bit more aggressive, look to take a lot of those fights, and then you can still have smokes up, whether it's for that post plant or for additional stall on the opposite side of that Viper if you do end up falling early. I think my question in this particular situation is going to lean towards, okay, you're running double controller plus the deadlock, so something that's not as common. You don't often see that sentinel being thrown in with these double controller compositions, and that means you're sacrificing typically that initiator that's going to give you that additional kind of information. So I'm looking forward to seeing how Caillou is going to be a bit more proactive with that utility, especially those wombo combos with we did that grav net alongside the salvos can be a very, very potent combination for securing some of those kills.
Yeah, definitely some offensive options, but good thing M80 are starting on defense. We'll see how one-sided it'll be with the double controller and Senti thrown on top. And to bring you through Bind, it will be the usual casters, Marks and Tedrick. Take it away.
What many Twitch chatters would consider to be the two best teams remaining in Challengers. And on a good day, that may be true, but we have yet to see how good today is. An M80 squad that is still waiting on its fifth to come back, but we did plays the ultimate sixth man. As Sentinel's Cubert Academy attempt to truly mechanize what should be the comp of the century. Marks, this is the perfect stomping ground for M80 and the perfect testing ground for Cubert here on Bind.
Yeah, this one is yet another banger that we have in front of us. One of these teams gets that qualification spot. The other one still has to fight another day for to get into the playoffs. And already we did getting a little bit of information that Redux is just on the outside there. But right now from Cubert Academy, things are a little bit more slow coming in from them. And Ash highlighted a fantastic difference. Q coming in on that deadlock. I'm excited to see how they're going to chain things together because I think that it allows for a lot of potential at trapping players down, allowing M80 an easier time to be able to gun their opponents down.
A lot of that will come on the short attack line. Until that point, it's got to be all about playing off of that utility upon the swings. And so Cubert Academy, a lot of this early round is going to be about sniffing out the right target and prioritizing the lane that they occupy. Double swing from Okeanos and company, who has taken up that duelist mantle until Sato makes his way onto the team, and he's been a duelist for a good decent chunk of time, so he'll do his job pretty dang well. Good for the 1-for-1 as Redux will fall. Cubert Academy make their way onto the site itself, where the deadlock utility does not, in fact, lie, especially thanks to that stealth drone that we did cost out. They'll find a kill along the way, too, but Caillou has been able to spread this thin and keep this down to a 1v1. Scuba, the B-Dog, classic duel between these two. They faced off against each other so many times, but it's B-Dog who wins it out this time and gets the pistol round for M80.
And I hope that this is a premonition for how this matchup is going to be going, because that one was close on both of these sides. And talking about the talent coming into here, obviously the desk highlighted Redux quite a bit, but just generally speaking overall, I'm more of a fan of the players on M80. I think that when we talk about a team that has a little bit more practice, is a lot more comfortable playing off of each other, that's where M80 are going to thrive. And so they take the pistol round here. It's still very early days on this map, but let's see how Cubert decide to respond. This is M80 with a very nice buy-up coming into this next round, as we do see Okeanos back with the Outlaw, and B-Dog just so aware, but can't quite find that kill.
Doesn't really need to do much work, though, now that that Toxic Orb is reduced Cubert to a crisp. He's on the hunt for the remainder.
Oh, jeez. What a way to go as well. You know, not so much in this current meta, but there was an old saying that I had, which was, spray through your smokes. And you know what? That is an excellent example of it. We saw earlier that spray down kind of happening there, but just so aware of, maybe they regress. I'm just holding the left mouse. Oh my God, I killed 4 of them. That's honestly one of the best feelings in the world.
Definitely a great start. That'll give M80 potentially a 6th life on the bonus round.
What?
And my goodness. Yeah, why use utility to clear that when you can just shoot through the wall for it? That's great thinking by M80 to just keep this streak as clean as possible.
Put the blinders on. Somehow they've just got the 6th sense. I know exactly where everyone is. Oh my goodness me. I mean, that's just utter decimation. It's so unfortunate. And yeah, B-Dog just had enough of an inclination as to where they were. And of course, just at the end there, being aware just on the other side of the wall, somehow able to shut down Cubert Academy so hard. But this is when we expect to see the bounce back from Cubert. I want to see how they're going to be setting Redux up for success. There's a reason why Redux was able to get a 60 bomb in the last matchup. I want to see that talent thrive yet again.
Cubert is a jet-powered surgical needle, and Redux is the activator. He'll get on the truck and immediately get silenced by B-Dog, who is now only one orb away from that ultimate. Nismo attempting to duel him, but now he's got company upstairs, and so Cubert, they can only confidently take this front half of sight. And it seems like they're not holding on to too much confidence right now as M80 continue to field out that pressure. And Okeanos continues to repeat. That's another one down. Nismo finally available for the refrag, and he'll extend past the shower to find lead in 2. That's 2 down now for Cubert. Caillou will be able to silence that, but now comes that confidence on the short push itself, and a 2v3 against what M80 still has is a half-hearted buy. Not out of the cards just yet for this bonus to be retaken back. A lot of it rests on Knight's ability to frag outside of that util, and he's just having so much trouble finding those heads on the swing back. Really tough angles to manage by yourself, which is why you now have some help from beyond the smoke. No Scuba, just waiting for the peek instead, and that's gonna be enough! All 3 go to him, and the bonus will still go Cubert's way.
There's no way. The moment all of the M80 agents look the other direction, he just steps out and is like, well, they're not looking at me, and so let's gun them all down. Excellent play coming through from Cubert Academy. You could tell Knights was trying to go for a little bit more of a carry play there, but unfortunately it just wasn't in the cards, and this is something that I want everyone to pay attention to. We see the members of Cubert Academy usually go for the hero syndrome plays. I like to call that carry syndrome, where it's like, all right, I gotta carry this round, let me just get right into there. And I think M80 are doing a good job at watching for when people might just poke themselves out. They're playing disciplined, watching all of the different angles. You might see that raise pop out or any other agent and immediately ready to punish it. And that is going to be the key to success, to make sure that Cubert don't walk away with any of these rounds easily at all.
Keanu's gonna go ahead and just clear out that first dog. Back out. Cubert that space that they will again be forced to re-clear. Oh wow. Huge pick off from Scuba on top of his wall. So
importantly here, it doesn't actually draw the defense away from that B site. As a matter of fact, M80 want to pressure out on the other side of this wall just a little bit to get that information and have a better understanding as to what the play might be. We did up against the world until the reinforcements can come. Because Cubert, when they come knocking on your door, they're about to kick the door down.
All or nothing here on Redux's push, and off of one blast pack, he's able to discombobulate Weeded and get that frag pretty quickly after. Nice reaction time from what is still the star of Cubert Academy. Snakebite a little too late on top of the spike plant, so Cubert can still disperse onto site, and look how much space they have blossomed into with such minimal util available from M80 at this stage in the round. Okeanos going to be forced to just kind of walk onto site and find a shot wherever he can, but with this Outlaw, it's super tough to do that quickly. Redux continuing to play mind games with this Heaven swing that he knows is probably occupied. It's not like Bao can move any further off of that either, unless Okeanos actually makes something happen. A great game of discipline played by Cubert Academy that they refuse to lose this time around. Bao will find the opening pick on the exit, and in fact does find Redux too, but that's all they can muster. They'll get out of sight, hold on to 2 guns, and give Cubert the tie game.
And unfortunately, Okeanos not able to get a rifle either. You can tell there was a little bit of intention there. Maybe we can move up and get something, but just hold on to that Outlaw instead. They were able to take 2 of the members out, but now we're starting to see Cubert really get comfortable again. Those first 2 M80 rounds, they looked very clean because they were able to get the first bounce on Cubert. But this time around, we're seeing a little bit more discipline. We see the mind games that are going on, no doubt because Nismo is just familiar with how this game works. And Cubert, it was an excellent fake back in order to make sure they could secure that A site nice and easy.
Shake them up.
So now with that eco in tote, B-Dog does have this ultimate though, so M80 could be willing to get aggressive on this, and in fact, they are going to start creeping up short. B-Dog with some help to try to make this an effective 3v2 if their stack is correct. But Weeded is the first to peek, and it's into that archway that just can't be collected on that easily. Cubert Academy, they see that as the sign to just disengage for the moment.
That's a miracle that nobody died from M80's side as soon as they walk out there, and then they get 2 rifles going in both directions. It's like, yeah, maybe we just play our lives on this one. And they're able to successfully escape. Val, though, might be able to find some timing. Not going to be the case. Does get spotted out. So Okeanos comes to play this, anti-drone strat because everything is just rolling forwards. But that will afford Cubert Academy that space to move into hookah, especially off of that flash. Yeah, the reinforcements got to come through, and Cubert is in such a weird position.
Yeah, he is completely boxed away right now. B-Dog has to make a really tough choice. Do we waver back over to this TP, or do we keep on the A side? It doesn't look like Cubert Academy is going to try and fight this. They assume the support is coming anyway. So they'll just head over to a free A site. That being said, the spike is still a good distance away from this. So Cubert will have to fight this out, and Okeanos is ready to get in front of it. Amazing kill on this Outlaw to open things up, and he'll go for even more, but Knights will shut that down. That being said, M80, they've taken the site, and they have a little bit of time still left before this spike makes it on over, and that's all the time they need. Bon Bao popping off here. Scuba still with the gun diff, and the snake fight, the flush out. We did all of a sudden. It's a 1v1 against the B-Dog at 1 HP. Spraying through this Viper's pit, gets Scuba down to 27 though, and it's one stray bullet from either side that could dictate this round and how it goes. But Scuba is not the one spamming, it's B-Dog instead. And B-Dog's timing is all that matters when it comes to this defense. But with the shots he was able to fire, they know Scuba could reposition up that tight end, and so he's gonna go for a full-fledged rotation up the bottom of the pit. Beyond risky, but he sees any play as such at this stage. In he walks, no reduction to the health. That is too far gone. He's got to check every inch of this pit until he walks right into the sight line. It all comes down to who's being watched, and it's Scuba! B-Dog shuts down the pit and the clutch to give M80 a half thrifty round 3 and a lead back.
Wow, that was an insane round between Okeanos and Bao, just playing Overwatch up top of A site, watching every single angle. And you can tell Cubert Academy, they're like, we must be able to just walk into the site for free. Not going to be the case at all. And then Scuba just popping off. They're able to get the kill with the snake bite as well. It's just so clean. It almost became a winnable scenario, especially with that Viper spit. But B-Dog winning that round out is a huge boon for M80. Simply just because that means they've got that pit out of the equation completely. That ultimate gets wasted without finding the value that was expected out of it. And now Cubert, they're pressuring up B side. They toss out the snake bite nice and early to force Okeanos back away. The dimensional drift is online, so if they want, Okeanos can go exploring. But Cubert Academy, they're slowly inching up forwards. This doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be moving through, however. They're on the teleporter side, so they could make a pivot if they need to.
Something that they haven't employed just yet. M80 has already considered that push, though, so you know they're ready to rotate on top of this. You said the Okeanos just a little bit extended. It's what he loves to do best on this Duelist, and he's got a limited time on it, unless Sato never gets a visa. Okay. M80 once again full-blown denial on everything except Redux to showstopper, and B-Dog's extra life off of that ultimate is just going to bolster it even further. He's the one to get in front of it first, of course, but Weeded's coverage is what really matters to keep that man advantage rolling, and it is truly rolling. Scuba, yet another 1v4, but problem is he's not getting 3 simultaneous kills before it even starts, so a lot tougher ahead of him this time around. M80 now up to 4.
Yeah, it almost felt like at that point, Cubert Academy were faced with one of my favorite things called option paralysis, where there's so many things that are presented in front of you that you freeze up and you're not too sure what to do. Given the fact that they got that kill onto Knights nice and early on, they thought that it was just going to be a walk-in and you're going to maybe have one agent left, should be sunned up, should be an easy cleanup, you get the site for free. Uh-oh, Knights pops ult, and suddenly the site is a whole mess. All of the orbs flying down as well, the reinforcements coming through. Sorry, not Knights, B-Dog popping ult, and it just falls apart. Cubert Academy, they try to do something, but there's just too many different angles that they need to be watching for, and so that's when M80 are able to take it off. I'm glad we're getting this replay as well, because that was just such a tone setter for how this match is going to go.
Yeah, definitely a warning sign for how Cubert are able to get shut down Redux is proving to not be the only tool that Cubert can use to push, but if he's gone, it really does immediately become so much tougher on this attack, such as the Way of Bind, of course. And in the meantime, all of these hero plays coming out in the in-between are what are really making these rounds interesting. Every single person in this lobby is on that wait, I'm him mentality at a given moment. The drop of a hat, anybody can clutch up, anybody can shine, and that's what makes this matchup, nay, both these teams so beautiful.
Yeah, well, it's really a battle for the ages. This next round, though, Cubert not necessarily with the best weaponry in hand. Okeanos Aware just going to go for the Outlaw purchase. It's going to be a one-tap on all of this light armor. Sorry, only on the light armor of Nismo. The rest of the people are just a one-tap regardless. And Cubert Academy, they do make a successful hit in. Question is whether or not M80 are going to be able to react because Cubert has the space to get that spike down potentially soon.
This time a lack of a hold on that Lamps, but it's a trade-out that B-Dog is willing to execute for Redux's paint shells for the late zone. Still, lamp control is very important for this A take in Cubert Academy. They want to make sure that M80 doesn't punish themselves before they go for one. Another repeat on top of the Toxic Orb to allow themselves some extra time to spread. Still no committed plant though yet. They don't have the security for it until maybe Redux gets up. No, let's just go for the peaks here on top of the blast pack, and now comes the extension. Knight's unable to find that opening kill outside of Lamps, and the control of it is already gone. So Cubert, they'll try to undercut from the south side of the site, and they'll get a good amount of work done, and still turn around in the crunch. Okeanos trying to get the drop on him. So now an Armageddon defensively placed in the middle of sight. It catches absolutely nobody, but it does field out T-Dog and that spike in showers, where we did was aware the whole time. Redux now alone in the Lamps. Nismo now alone on the bench. The drop down from it on top of the Armageddon, and he still wins that opening fight. Redux the off angle, short sight onto Caillou, and it's a thrifty round 7 that Cubert are able to manage.
And a great round coming in from Cubert on that attack there. I mean, they played it so smart around all of the controllers that they have, just consistently biding their time, making it a close range battle, which takes away the advantage of those rifles on gutting that one tap. You can tell they were a little bit scared to pass through, given the fact that we were seeing those occasional taps, but they allow enough time to be able to close the distance in to make sure that they can find and isolate the kills that they need to. And Redux being able to find that first to start it off was a huge piece in making sure that all the dominoes fell into place. This time around, though, a defensive Viper's Pit immediately deployed outside of B. At this point, M80 are doing a good job at potentially reading the two strategies that we've seen Cubert Academy go for. Whether or not it's at A short or the B long play, it's going to be a stall out on Cubert Academy based on some utility.
But even so, it shows that M80 are very capable of the same in practices that Cubert has gone for. Leaving Von Bao alone in this Viper's Pit is a dangerous idea, regardless of how many people are walking into it, or for that matter, too few. Knight's gonna let that ultimate go on top of the pit so that Bao at least has to exit it, but it's still gonna be a 5v4 on this entry.
Yeah, honestly, just abandoning the pit, giving up the space, that's the right move, because you see the flooding come through. Okeanos able to find Nismo through all of that. Suddenly, Cubert Academy, they don't have as many members. Scuba, though, still alive as ever, and we've seen what Scuba can do.
Vuln for Vuln, so that Scuba can at least escape with his life, but he doesn't have much more than that. In fact, he's only got one lone bite. At least he'll get his health back with the help of this regrowth that T-Dog has been able to contribute. Unfortunately, the birds of the dog, you can't really say the same for how much of a tool it's been to be able to open up Redux just yet in the game, and we're running low on time for that attack to become effective. We're also running low on time in this round. Hello, 19 seconds.
Annihilation ready to go as well from Q. That could be good at least stepping someone out as the fall comes through.
Silent drop down. We're still going for the fight first. T-Dog good for the one, and Okeanos can hold down 2 on top of the grav net on the exit. He just grabs a 4th as well.
Now get him.
And M80 will shut that down with the same level of silence that Cubert attempted to manage on the execute.
And like Q there, yeah, I talked about the fact that the Annihilation is online. You see Q just walk out with the rifle trying to find something, but still was able to get the grav net off. And that ended up being the round-winning piece of utility because it not only forced all the members of Cubert to be stuck where they were, but it allowed Okeanos enough time to get that reposition on and then just have plenty of time to just gun them down one by one. Like you said, the time crunch was getting a little bit too close, so it didn't quite work out too well for Cubert as they're back onto a save yet again. The Annihilation still a tool available for M80 if they just want to pluck somebody out nice and early.
open up Nismo. I do believe a gun was spotted, so there's a couple preliminary shots. But the main presence is still up this short site, and the M80 should be fully aware of that. B-Dog is back in that plant. But Redux could still use these paint shells. Barrier mesh up nice and early this time from Caillou. And he could still sit on this Annihilation whenever they want to intercept. Redux, it all comes down to timing on him, as always. So much of his team on his shoulders, and he's no longer even IGLing at Okeanos, now catching Nismo on the lurk. And Cubert decide that that could make B that weak side off of that lurk check. So it seems like they'll try to bum rush that, at least for the time being. Sans spike, though. T-Dog still has that in his hands.
Yeah, I wonder what the call is here. Maybe just a long rotate around. Hopefully, the slow creep up from Cubert allows enough time to make sure that the spike is ready to go. But still, this is a huge ask. A lot of deadlock utility still plaguing this site.
30 seconds left.
And Okeanos and Bao just holding their ground. Bao had a couple of really great moments. Redux going to be the one to go in first.
Trying to proc that sonic sensor before it really makes any value known, but tough luck, buddy. Deadlock on bind is kind of OP like that. Again, 14 seconds on the push. This time it's through a toxic screen on the hookah and against an Okeanos that has even better aim and some support. Unquestionably M80's defense so far.
Man, I was hyping up Bao there, hanging out the Viper, ready to go at a moment's notice. And somehow B-Dog was the one who, off the shoulders of Okeanos, was able to take advantage of the fact that they were looking at that Yoru play. And this is something that I'm noticing every single round. Cubert are having such a difficult time trying to enter into any of these sites. It feels like we've seen now 3 rounds in a row. Every time they try to execute in, they're immediately stifled before they can even look at where the members of M80 are hanging out at. It's just a really good control of that entry that M80 are making sure Cubert are not able to execute their plays well.
Cubert will once again go for this A push, a lot more aggressive this time, and they know they have to push out B-Dog. They use the Toxic Orb for it, and we did. On the other side of that overextension, immediately shuts down Redux, and now Okeanos getting greedy with this dimensional drift on the other channel as well. M80 again, it's a full-blown shutdown on all fronts. Flawless victory here in round 10. It's just snowballing at this point, Mark.
It really is. I mean, like, there were moments there where we were starting to see Cubert Academy get comfortable when they could go for their site executes, when they can go for the plays that they want. They look really good doing so. M80, though, are doing a fantastic job of making sure they don't even get to that point. Whether or not it's an early pick over here, throw down some annoying utility over there. It's working out so perfectly for them. It feels like if you just knock one of the gears out of place, the Cubert machine can't function as effectively as people are expecting it to.
No reason to leave this position. So T-Dog's just gonna let the dog go too. Weeded is still gonna stay here. This is ridiculous. Another piece of util thrown onto the bathroom to try to clear it, and the stealth drone is stalled, timed out, and still grabs nothing. And then the salvo is just placed on top of it to get all that space back. What a waste of a trade from Cubert Academy there, as we did alone stifles 3, and Okeanos has used that time with this operator to get all the way down sand to prevent the rotation. Still though, Cubert, they set their sights on showers and will re-enter for the umpteenth time.
Yeah, and once again, that's what I mean about M80 doing a good job at controlling Cubert Academy's pace. The fact that it was the salvos, something that will regenerate over time, that stifles all of that utility that Cubert had just to get showers control. And for it, they still don't get pretty much anything. We see that Scuba is potentially exploring this B site. M80 have not moved a muscle and still have quite a bit of tools to deal with this potential A side hit. The Annihilation gets popped. Q getting a little bit exploratory, but it once again is just keeping Cubert at arm's length away.
And at this point, you're able to just time them out again. There's 20 seconds on the clock, and we're not even broken through short. That being said, Redux unchecked in shower. You can find the off angle quick enough if M80 doesn't frag out. Caillou still somehow finds one. We're still opening up this site. Paint shell's just now used on the mid site that Knights can no longer breach past because of it. And Okeanos is attempted to get walled out by Redux instead. But he'll win that fight anyway. And now M80 will just come back on site to circumvent. Another 3v1, another moment in which Scuba is asked by all the remaining players on their knees to clutch up. And he just might. Okeanos caught short. B-Dog on the prowl with this shorty, and he'll make it work. Borderline disrespectful, but not there just yet. M80's up 8-3.
Yeah, once again, it's just the slowdown. Cubert Academy, they can't even get going. The train is completely stopped and they're desperately trying to push it down the tracks. And all it takes is just M80 slowing them down even further. We're already at the last round and a half. We see that Scuba's got the Viper's Pit back online. Showstopper in the hands here. But man, what a crazy round. It just feels like M80, even when we see Cubert get the spike plant down, they simply don't have control of the site. M80 are doing such a fantastic job of controlling the sites themselves that Cubert Academy just feel so uncomfortable in every single scenario.
Just really not seeing all the connection that Cubert watchers would be asking for, but when M80 decides to answer prematurely, Scuba will punish. Now Bon Bao, the other Viper getting in on the action with aggression himself. And that'll work out a whole lot better. T-Dog trying to spray through and now can't. And gets fielded away by B-Dog on the ultimate. He's got to run away from that to prevent it. And so it'll still be a 2v3, but T-Dog walks right into We Did. And the blanks in their heads are still forming up even when M80 finds disadvantage. A monopolized site on either side. Nismo's extension is the most important part of what's going on right now. But it is a 2v2, plain and simple, in this final round of the half.
And importantly, Scuba does have that ultimate, so the Viper's Pit comes online. And this is going to be especially effective, given the fact that Nismo's still alive. The salvos are going to be a one-tap kill, especially with the... Oh, never mind. The Viper's Pit is deployed here, but the Snakebite is already used up. Let's see how M80 want to do this. Bao and Weeded still alive, looking for some information.
It's got to be all low ground, and they've garnered that Scuba is all the way back on the pit. So forcing them to step out, the salvos to counteract on the tap first, and so now they'll try to take over the pit. Bao watching the heaven swing that Nismo is attempting to reconnect on. That stun grenade launched just in time, and Weeded just trying to rush onto the spike. Scuba well kept on that Viper's Pit to give Cubert Academy a 4th round on the attack, and now is where they really need to light up.
I was going to say on that last round, yay, M80, they're so good at controlling the sites. And then M80 decide to push out there. And they walk right into Cubert Academy, who are kind of like, they've been really slow, which feels almost a little bit uncharacteristic of what you would expect from this squad. You look at them and you picture a bunch of rambunctious rogues, for lack of better terms, just pushing things through. But they've been playing so slowly this map that M80, it feels like there might have been a misread on the tempo that they were going for. And so it gives that opportunity to let Scuba get that ultimate online, and the rest was history. We're now swapping sides here. I will say, based on the history of Cubert Academy on this map, they tend to prefer the attacking side. And M80, they do have 8 rounds already. So Cubert Academy, it's not done yet. This 8-4 half doesn't spell disaster, but they gotta make sure they get this pistol round if they want to make it more possible.
Immediate switch up on the swing. Okeanis with the TP over to B site where the spike sits, but M80 using that to attempt to feign that control of Shower and get the early rotation to wherever their heart is set on. Cubert Academy, huge stack up on this B site, so M80, they'll begin the mad dash back over, giving enough time for the remainder of M80 to hopefully set up this site and set up shop. The short line is still going to be the main line of attack, and Cubert Academy, they will wait for the smokes on Link to get fully boxed out. Looks like they won't try to regress until the spike goes down, and with that barrier mesh, good thinking.
Yeah, nice easy plant down. It's going to stall things out for quite some time as well. Allow for plenty of time for M80 to set up their post-plant positioning. And we're seeing exactly that. They're just waiting for it to go down before Cubert Academy try to re-engage here.
Scuba, the one with the Sheriff from on high. He's going to be the biggest threat, as always, so far on this map. Salvos in to flush out the lamp control, and so now M80 is ducked back to short. Massive amount of space already gained here, and the pistol as Cubert begin their bulldozing. They'll get a lot of damage done, and Knights will finally get his opportunity to pop off. Redux is the duelist, will finalize, and B-Dog is the only one standing. But with the overhealth, it's still a little bit tough, trying to spray down, but the extra smoke just in time. So is the spike defusal. Cubert Academy just win the bonus by a hair.
Wow, yeah, it's literally so reminiscent of how that first round went, where it was just chaos, finding multi-kills here, multi-kills there, and somehow it just comes down to a 1v1 yet again. I thought for sure Frenzy in hand, that should have been an M80 advantage, but honestly, just great job coming in from Knights from Cubert Academy to find those early kills in the round, in that kind of post plant, to make sure that M80 were not going to walk away with that round. And so a different story, Cubert Academy, they scoop up the pistol round, whereas they lost it in the first half. And they've got the weaponry now to potentially shut out this M80 attack.
Which is why you'll see Redux get nice and close on top of the util that M80 is now using to try to set themselves up. Again, they're really not scared of what T-Dog has to offer. They're just scared of the gun diff, which will now shine through. Knights and Redux, once again, getting theirs this time around. Is this the half we'll see Knights pop off? He really wasn't able to open himself up too much in the previous half. We'll see if that changes. Nismo winning the duel against the sniper. Redux winning the duel as the sniper. This is looking like a nice, clean follow-up, and we did. Where are you going, dude? We're
going for a stroll.
We're taking the grand tour. Yes. So here we see these are some nice bushes, and okay. Respect, dude.
Didn't know the bushes could do that one.
And
I'm gonna be honest.
The spike is already there too. You don't even have to move it back. Honestly, great play.
Something like that. But it's so funny how mirrored this is. Cubert Academy this time on the defense, they find so many wallbang kills on this round. Whereas once again, on the M80 defensive side, when they got the first round, it was wallbangs and through smokes. Those are the plays that we saw. So a great job from Cubert Academy, once again, controlling this. And this is that question that was poised on the desk as to how this was gonna go. Right now, the only controller on M80's side is that Viper. That means a lot of these smokes are a lot more static. You can't really reposition them as soon as they're deployed. And that might be an issue if M80 need to change how they're going to be playing mid-rounding, if they don't want to move in just blindly without any smokes available in their arsenal.
Yeah, so true. It leaves so much on T-Dog to try to just clear out each choke. That again, M80 doesn't have the time to pay attention to, as Okeanos would rather outstretch than just go for the full-blown push. That's just how this guy operates.
Scuba's got an opportunity to do something crazy here.
Here's a try swing, and it's not peaked. That's both down. Massive gains for Cubert Academy, and Okeanos TP's on his sight right in Nismo's waiting arms. It's another perfect interception here from Sentinels Academy. Now it's got to be the dry swings. We did good for just the one, and it's an army waiting for B-Dog in front of that spike. So he'll just try and farm up whatever he can, including that orb, and see if he can bait one more out. He actually does. Nice shots, dude. But it's still the bonus going Cubert's way. Massive shift in the game.
Oh, massive shift indeed. Now suddenly it's just one round between these two teams. And I think that lack of smokes is really hurting M80. You saw them there. They wanted to push into it, but they couldn't smoke any of the site off. And it was so difficult. They just had to wait for the other smokes to disperse before they were able to do anything. And of course, Scuba finding those first two kills made sure that it was nigh impossible. But M80 had just such a hard time just dry swinging into the site. This is something that we're going to have to keep our eye on, because I think that could really stifle how this defense, or sorry, how this offense goes for M80.
Immediate grab onto Redux. Are they going to try and push this? No. Because they were stalled themselves, but the pressure is very much real, and into the clone, Redux is going to fully back out. Knights tries to take the place, but Okeanos has both of those kills down. And an opportunity presents itself. Redux still on site with this sniper, though, and body shots are really all you need. Suppressed now and sprayed to a crisp, but still not dead. And so much of M80 is so low at this stage. Okeanos, how do you win that swing? T-Dog, massive whiff. That again opens the door for M80 in such a crucial round that Cubert wanted to hold on to. But Scuba's wraparound is massive, and B-Dog's plant is now ISO'd. 2v2 against two players that don't have much to offer. Okeanos tempted as ever to let that dimensional drift go, but positioning of Cubert is too uncertain, and the smokes are now gone. Salvo into lamps to force Redux out just a little bit, but that doesn't let him go any further in this last choke in it. So it's just space guaranteed for Okeanos to wander up towards, and with the help of that smoke, Redux has all the security in the world reset again. Fake TP to try to get some sort of drop, but there's just too much to check. Scuba, though, caught off guard by Whedon, so now we're in a 1v2 scenario. That's enough time for the dimensional drift to come through and the spike to get picked up. But Redux will find the kill onto Whedon in the meantime, and so it's these two duelists duking it out in the post plant.
You wanted the head-to-head? You're about to see it happen right now.
Another fake TP that Okeanos can let fly. This is the only swing he gets, and the bullets have already flown. That's his one shot. He misses it, but so does Redux, and we re-up again. Now Okeanos opting for that high ground. No, the drop back down, just trying to keep him guessing, and he does!
Wow.
Okeanos alive on 20 HP for centuries! And that's how long M80 tried to keep themselves up on this attack. Back to a 2-round diff.
And Okeanos just playing the Duelist there. Able to find a couple of very key kills so early in this round. 2 headshots and then doesn't take much else. Somehow, Redux staying alive in the midst of all of that. You might wonder why they didn't pull out the Outlaw again, and it was simply just to cut noise. Scuba almost came in clutch, but the wraparound didn't quite work out. We did holding the ground. It just comes down to these 1v1 opportunities between these two teams. A hard-fought victory for M80. But still, both these teams have more than enough money to pull in weapons onto this next round. Redux as well, having the showstopper online could be a very useful tool, like getting a kill early in this round, or at least stifle the aggression that M80 might be doing as soon as they try and engage on the site.
Yeah, once that push is in, it has to be stopped. It has to be fettered to some degree. Cubert, they can't just go for the pure retake, and they also can't be faked out when the TP is utilized. If M80 get that spike advantage, they have so much more to work off of, even if they're one man down. Cubert Academy, speaking of which, they're just going to hold the line on this sand and make sure that M80 don't get an easy spam kill. You still have to use a lot of util to make sure that they can re-clear it, especially since Redux is on the other side of it. But T-Dog is happy to let a bird fly and keep this angle held until M80 give themselves away again, which they very much will soon as they make their way over to short once more.
And they used up all the flashes from the Yoru, so that's not another entry tool that they've got. Still though, should be able to move in pretty effectively right now, and yeah, seems like that's going to be absolutely the case. Here comes the engagement.
Stepping in is Okeanos once more, and he continues to step in. Such action from this man. Continuing to be a bright light for the team, and one of the most explosive personalities so far in Challengers. And now the rest of M80 can pick up the pieces. Never mind, Okeanos is back in the kill feed again. Nismo the only one remaining here from the shower peak, and yeah, not much you can do until you wait for Okeanos to come kill you himself. Wow, he is he is on a tear.
Yeah, I'll say. I mean, it's so funny because I feel like last time in Challengers, Okeanos playing the Duelist didn't really make that much of a splash, all things considered. It was still like, you know, putting up a performance, but everyone is expecting this Duelist to come in and just absolutely muck people in Challengers. And so I think that that's the reason why that Okeanos is no longer supposed to be the Duelist on M80. But around a squad where it's very supported, Oki's getting his time to shine yet again. And it's really nice to see that level of play come through. Redux has been in those situations to be able to find some of those kills, but it doesn't feel like he's getting as much support, and really, it feels like Cubert Academy are really relying on that to be the X factor as to how they're going to win some of these rounds. But the fact of the matter is like, Okeanos right now is looking a little bit better in that head-to-head.
Yeah, really hard to make that argument for what you can do in the team v team when this Duelist is now becoming such an invasive problem. That being said, we continue to see whispers of what makes Cubert so good at being able to stifle that kind of thing. In particular, Scuba's wraparounds have been very much consistently effective. Same as these close chokes, M80 is just not prepared for the early interception for good reason. That's the play that works best on a defense like this. So it all comes down to, again, expecting the right thing and playing the right counter. And so far, Cubert, they are 7 for 17 on that.
Let's see how this next round is going to be going out. Cubert, they've got those 3 ultimates online. Very close to getting Scuba one of his own as well. Scuba with the judge in hand has been pretty effective, I would say, on the defense thus far against M80. And yeah, they actually just go out, grab the ultimate orb, and then deploy the Viper's Pit. It's a little bit of a weirder one. We don't see this one too often. What it does is it makes it so that if they do hop in from hookah or long, they gotta walk into that pit. It's not just denying that space on the long, it's a little bit of denial of space on both of those sites. And where T-Dog is hanging out in the middle of it, that is to make sure that if anyone does walk in, they're going right into that Sky's crosshairs.
T-Dog playing the sheepdog, Scuba playing the wolf, and M80.
Who's next?
They look to be herded into the perfect spot. That being said, a dimensional drift does throw a wrench in this gear, so he'll be able to scope out T-Dog and force Scuba to misposition, step back into the pit, and that's all you really need. Now the Annihilation to try and go hunting for him, but Scuba counteracts it quickly, and Caillou doesn't find it. Redux is too quick on it. And now the showstopper to seal the deal against what is still kind of a diff. B-Dog is able to kill him early, but Redux does find that. And so B-Dog is going to ultimate and go full-blown aggro on top of that Armageddon that Cubert now launched into hookah to force Bao to remain in place. B-Dog is the one ahead, though, and he does not find Nismo. That should be the last cry, but Bao has invaded the pit, and so down goes that. Scuba, too. You have a full-blown two-man push, now silenced by the remainder of Cubert. It does take a village, but that's what you were asking for, right, Cubert fans?
And that's exactly what I was expecting with how that Viper's pit was set up from Scuba. The fact of the matter was, M80, if they wanted to engage onto that B site, they had to either jump into the crosshairs of Scuba or T-Dog. And then, of course, the cavalry comes in from behind. Nismo and Redux ready to go. Redux able to launch the rocket off despite falling mid-air. And that secures a kill. And then Nismo just playing on the back line, waiting for them to just kind of hop in because the attention is so garnered onto the pit. It was a very well-stacked defense onto that B side. And Redux so far forwards right now, making sure that Showers is under the control of Cubert Academy.
Utterly ridiculous coming from Redux, waiting past those salvos, but M80's aggression on the other side of A site needs to be as expected. And now the Armageddon of Showers. It seems like they might have been prepared for this, but Nismo is missed alongside that hold, and so there's a lot more power alongside that other end. And so Caillou is caught off guard. Spike's still not down. Short's still not guaranteed. The stealth drone will suppress just Okeanos, though, so hitting wide, M80 continue to find that breadth of space and could TP even if they wanted to. It seems like that's in the cards. That's exactly what they'll do. 60 seconds to go and a whole open B site, but no more Von Bao. Oh, Knights just TPs right through and grabs the kill. They're gonna get more aggressive on top of it, and it'll work out almost entirely to their favor, except, of course, Okeanos, who requires a little bit more, but it'll get the job done. Cubert Academy just one round behind now.
Remember what I said in that first half? We expected to see Cubert Academy being that group of rambunctious rogues just ready to run it down and just run over their competition. And we get a taste of that on their defensive half, specifically on that round. As soon as M80 are quivering in their boots, they just pounce on them. They go through that teleporter. They're willing to take the fight, and they know that they can win it out. Just confidence being built right now by Cubert Academy, and that is one of their strengths that they're going to be able to just hold onto and keep that momentum flowing. I genuinely believe that that is how this team is going to thrive, when they feel that they can confidently take these fights.
That's the confidence we're really looking for this Cubert team. And Knight stepping in front of it early this time, but he'll spray through the walking. And M80, they give themselves away far too much this time around. It'll be a complete shutdown. And that gun diff will carry over pretty heavily this time around. We did good for the one on the back line, but that's where he's been sitting for a majority of these pushes, and unfortunately that's made it a little more difficult to complete upon them, especially when you just have a couple pistols to your name. Weeded's gonna search for one more. He's got 60 seconds. Hey, maybe he'll go Harakiri again.
Oh, he did. Oh, no way. A tale as old as time. Finds a headshot through the smoke, and look at this. Redux immediately has to back up just to respect that. Rescue the gun. Should be at least aware of what's going on here. But the fact that Weeded still is able to get that kill is pretty good. I don't think that this is going to be a round that M80 are going to be able to salvage back, but at least they can make a little bit of an economic impact or get the Armageddon to being closer online. But what a bounce back coming in from Cubert Academy, as it's looking like we're going to be all tied up despite the dominance that we had M80 start with.
It's been fully realized at this stage. Here comes Weeded's attempt, and it is really solid as long as he hits that headshot, but those first two shots do not. And so indeed, we are tied up now at 10. M80, that aggression is starting to wear thin, especially when you don't have the guns to back it up. That being said, it's not like you really change what you're doing when you're walking into Cubert. It's just that you find the place where you're able to take all that space, and then when the fight on top of it, I mean, other than that, Cubert, they have the right person in front of the problem at all times, and Knights has now become someone who can also slot in as that interceptor. They're only getting stronger as this defense goes on, so M80, that aggression, it needs to be even tighter, and it needs to be even cleaner.
Yeah, and on top of that too, Vansili kind of highlighted this on the desk where Knights needs to be that player that feels confident. And I think early on in this match, you could see that being a big factor for Knights' style. Knights was trying to go out there and make those hero plays happen and continuously getting shut down, which you could tell, like, he was just itching to get a little bit in on that action, as what you would expect from someone who came from that Rankers team. But now Knights is getting a little bit more comfortable here, is feeling a little bit better, and poses more of a threat. And that is something that is going to make this even more difficult for M80. It genuinely feels like Cubert have warmed up now. They've got the reps in and are playing a lot more like we would expect instead of this weird, slow, and scared style that we saw them in the first half.
Couldn't agree more. This is the ascended Cubert that people were searching for, and they can't even ascend. It'll be Okeanos alone this time down the shower head to try to find something before TP and back out. That'll hopefully keep a couple members of Cubert planted over on the far side of A to make this B push a little bit stronger. That's the kind of pre-plant they need to be doing. Nice stealth drone to guarantee that no one's inside this smoke outside of the hookah as well, and so M80 continue to make inches of space into miles. But they're watching their backs, they're checking their tails, and they're helping each other out as they continue to make their way up. Staying careful, but keeping time on the clock and in their heads. It can still be an aggressive push and maintain it, but there's more of Cubert Academy here now ready to intercept.
And let's talk about the deadlock again for a second, because the deadlock was so impactful on M80's defense because it completely shut lanes down and forced Cubert Academy to reposition themselves constantly. Haven't really seen the deadlock be really useful on this attack thus far. Of course, Okeanos starts us off with one dimensional drift going to be online as now M80 decide to move in.
Scuba so by himself there, and M80 have every excuse to just unload. Redux stuck for far too long, but he'll still find his after Okeanos goes crazy in the middle, and they've got to deal with this raise ASAP if they want a chance at taking over. They can. Still the 3v2 though on the retake, and Cubert's once again already here.
Nice.
A Viper's Pit is gonna get thrown in just to guarantee, and Knights already on the drop, ready to go, but Caillou catches him early on. No reason to use the ultimate at this stage. It's going to be T-Dog holding onto this rifle, no doubt saving it for what few opportunities Cubert have left. M80 find their grip yet again, and they don't have to spend too much to do it either.
Yeah, once again, I was talking about that deadlock, and then now we see the barrier mesh actually just zone T-Dog out, and so it's discombobulation between Knights trying to move in from hookah and T-Dog trying to advance up. T-Dog's still going to try and take a swing at it, but B-Dog ready to shut that one down. Being the better of the dogs, if you ask me, but M80, they find themselves at 11 now, and it's starting to feel like maybe they can start to pull back. Their economy still isn't the best, but at least they're now chipping away at Cubert's. So it's not necessarily a guarantee that if Cubert loses this round, they'll have good weapons moving into the next one.
The macro reads are really important, but also just these little mistakes that need to be patched out. It really is just which team makes more of them that'll net the other team the round. And yeah, that isolated Scuba, unfortunately, just really opens things up. Everyone else on Cubert really gave it their all there. That Viper's Pit certainly helps out as well. So it really, yeah, it just comes down to perfecting and cleaning and making sure that everything is checked. If M80 are able to understand what's the weaker site and attack it promptly and efficiently with the dump that we saw previously, then this should be 13-10. But if Cubert refuse to make any mistakes from here on out, if their positioning's impeccable, if they can get that trade ladder like we saw TSM able to do so cleanly in the previous match, then it'll be 13-11.
Bit more of a default this time coming out from M80. Go for a 2-1-2 split across the map here. Trying to force out some information. We are going to be seeing the stealth drone get utilized outside of B just to clear things out. And you can tell Cubert Academy, they know they've at least got some space for free. They use a guiding light as well. No information given away. And now that rotation is going to be coming around. Redux lets one operator shot go. That should signal to M80 where they are. But with those close smokes down, this is the engagement time for M80.
Really wanted to take that high ground after the fact, but he's got to reposition a little quickly here. Knights will finally use that ultimate after getting trumped by B-Dog, but he gets shut down immediately after again. Now an Armageddon up the front lines of A-Side to at least stall this out, so Cubert can go for that interception that they love so dearly. But a barrier mesh placed up the mid line makes it so M80 can still enter this site, except for Nismo, who does have that high ground as opposed to Redux. He's got this operator down the lamp site. Very close quarters, extremely risky, but he'll take what he can get. And with 13 seconds on the clock, M80, they have only one more opportunity to go for this plant. B-Dog can be facilitated by the crossfire, but T-Dog just walks in on top of it and he'll get the kill promptly after. He'll grab a second, in fact, on top of it, and just walks right in with the shorty with no bullets left. We did with that shutdown, but not against Nismo in the Ditto, and it's a 2v1 that Caillou has to hold on to so desperately. One smoke to defend, but Nismo is able to skirt it, and Cubert will keep two standing to tie us back up.
The Valorant timing strikes again. Just misses it at the last second. Nismo making sure the Oregon knows what they lost. Cubert ties it up at 11-11. Scuba able to also grab that sniper rifle as well, carry the operator forwards, probably give that back to Redux. But yeah, I mean, this is just a very evened out match between these two teams. It feels like there's so many different little set plays that are going on, but who comes out on top is really hard to predict because you just get these amazing moments of, last secondness where T-Dog not able to catch the timing to be able to deny that, but somehow Whedon's able to find 2 kills in the midst of all of it, and then just the timing coming through. This is very scrappy Valorant between these two teams.
It's such a strange purgatory these teams lie in, where Cubert Academy playing mainly for buyouts more than anything else, and so there's potential instability wherever their team lies. They're still trying to find that gel with their IGL, and meanwhile, M80, they are playing with a 6th man right now and trying to figure out how they can gel properly as these teams push. This is not even 100% of either of these squads, not close, and yet this game is as close as ever. 1 round to get us to game point. Whose side is it going to be on? So far, Cubert remains stalwart on both the default holds.
Okeanos able to get that ultimate orb here. Keep in mind, Redux also has a showstopper online as well. But an Armageddon in the clutches of Whedon. Could guarantee the safe side hit. Armageddon going to be coming in. Now they decide to move up there, and Okeanos gets shut down.
Moving in front of Okeanos, so now they gain that shower control that M80 is well aware of, but that just facilitates a crunch if Cubert are fast enough to it, and a snake bite is not perfectly placed, so Cubert can still get this fight going a whole lot better than M80 does, and now the rest of Cubert is here to take the rest of it. Should be curtains from there, but first op shot missed. B-Dog stuck in this smoke. It is going to be the round for here, but the question is how much more he can get along the way and just keep Cubert in an unstable position in this final round. Maybe get Redux's ult out of here if you're lucky, but you've got to do so much work, and as the very much fades, they're really ready for this swing. They saw the foot too. It's over, bro. Game point now for Cubert Academy on Bind. They have wrestled back time and again, but this may be the time that matters the most.
Yeah, and that's going to be the biggest thing there. I mean, you saw M80 try to go for that engagement, but the lack of second initiator, really decided to shine itself through there. If Okeanos was able to find those 2 kills in showers, I think this could have been a completely different story, but they weren't able to do that. So the rest of M80, they have to rush showers, try to clear that one out completely, diverting so many of the resources to go there, allowing for Redux to set up in heaven, and it's just free reign at that point. Just completely shutting it down. It's like they got hyper-focused in on where they should be going through, and as a result of that, it just falls apart for M80. Once again, we get to see this lovely replay here, but at this point, it might be bad because Cubert Academy, they've come back and they could potentially win this map up if they get this next round.
Not lining up nearly as heavily, not falling into the clutches of M80. That's M80's job at this stage on the attack, and so if Cubert continue to get this macro read right, it really just does come down to here. T-Dog's ability to understand where M80 are going to end up heading to and how to avoid punishment up until that stage. He's been pretty good at it on this defense so far. And util and weapons are there. Ultimate's still present. Redux has a showstopper if they want to get aggressive at any stage in this round. A lot of options in the hands of Cubert.
30 seconds.
Oh, man. This is the thing, too, because it is possible that we are going to be seeing ourselves into this overtime, and both of these teams just look so much more coordinated on their defense than the attack. It looks like there's almost a bunch of fish flopping around whenever these teams are attacking and not being sure where they necessarily want to go. It comes down to this level of confusion that is being introduced and wrenches being thrown into their plans that makes the attack look very discombobulated, despite having a lot of those strategies ready.
Still that set play prepared for M80. Stealth throwing out to B site. It's early though. Annihilation on the entry, but salvo to slow down, and M80 might have been a little too quick on the trigger. This Viper's doing such an incredible job of completely denying this ultimate, and now Scuba himself is just gonna hold it down close quarters on the Sonic Sensor. Nismo encroaches as well, but B-Dog is going crazy up here on site. Knights can at least shut that back down, and a showstopper is too late because the rest of Cubert has it covered. 3 men stay standing for a 13-11 victory from Sentinels Cubert Academy.
And that is a victory you definitely want to carry forwards, given the fact that this was M80's pick. It started out so dominantly from M80. It looked like Cubert were the ones confused. Cubert were the ones bumbling around on the attacking side. And yet as soon as it swaps around, the defense from Cubert Academy was just so well done. M80 just really struggling to get anything going. And once again, Tenric, I really have to wonder how much of an impact bringing in that deadlock over another initiator really paid in, because on the attack, we hardly saw the deadlock get any value whatsoever on their attacking side. It was great on defense, but on the attack, it just simply wasn't good. And I think that might have come down to a lack of setup for trap plays, especially too with that grab net. You can trap people down, salvo them, but none of that really came to fruition. And so M80, they lose out on their own map pick.
I mean, really, enabling has been a bit of a weak point for both of these teams in general. Individuality has still reigned supreme. These hero moments have been the more important part of what clutches up. Even the defense is as strong as M80 and Cubert held. We'll see if these 10 incredible players can turn into 2 incredible teams. Either way, one of them is moving to playoffs after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know the exact reason. If I had to actually guess, it just comes down to the idea of not keeping Redux on a bench. So he gets to play in the league. He kind of gets to, not that he like runs the team or anything like that, but you know, he's like making content. He's still like, you know, definitely like a leadership role like on the team. But it just seems like a good opportunity for him, a win-win situation where he gets to play, keep getting better, you know, stay kind of like fit per se, like playing the game, and then 4 other people that he thinks are, you know, are on like a VCT level, maybe close to a VCT level, you know, we get to kind of like train, band together, and you know, who knows, come towards the end of the season, you know, we might go all of our separate ways to different teams. Maybe we'll join a team, you know, it's really like up in the air. But you know, shout out Sentinels to making it happen, because you know, without them, the tier 2 scene is, you know, in big trouble. And there's like a couple other orgs like, you know, Shopify, M80, you know, that are dope, that, you know, have teams and stuff like that. TSM, obviously, shout out TSM. But it's just good to see that people still care about, you know, players who aren't in the VCT scene, because, you know, without that, you're not going to be able to get, you know, any new people. It's just going to be a really random system. We're definitely looking to just like make our wins like cleaner. So, you know, where we had like a couple like close maps there. And it's mainly just through, you know, might just be, you know, us making mistakes as individuals, maybe forgetting about like the bigger picture, not relying on the things that we normally rely on, you know, giving the opponent too much respect. So again, just defining that stuff and working on it over the coming weeks will be the main thing. But I think that we're in a good form this season. The main thing that I want us to make sure that we do is just like take care of ourselves. So don't like, you know, have some like freak episode where you're trying to play the game for 14 hours a day every day. It's like, it's one of the worst things that you can do, like when you're in the season. In the off season, you know, it can be like different. If you want to like grind and get better, you can, but like in the season, you gotta like pace yourself. You can't be sitting there playing as much as humanly possible. I definitely want to be understood that we are the best team in the league. If we want to, we can go up and play in VCT. We can sub out for one of those teams there. And again, I want everybody to really understand that the top level of tier 2, they're ready to do that. We already saw it with the YFP team. Shout out them. You know, they went up, they played under Furia.
What a comeback from Cubert. Again, they had us in the first half 4-8. Like, what a comp they had to face up, Ash, against M80. It's pretty brave of Cubert to want to attack first into what M80 brought to the table.
Yeah, I think that was what surprised me the most, was Cubert choosing to start on the attacking side when M80 had just such a heavy defense-sided composition. They had really cool plays that they were running with on defense there as well. It was just really strong, like showers and A short control on the defense for M80, where we saw the potency coming out from that showers clear out from weeded util with those salvos and cuts being thrown, and then those delayed deadlock walls that were being tossed out out by Caillou there as well, and then kind of running down the clock on Cubert in a lot of those rounds, which is what caused that 8-4 half, some of those TP plays where you'd have Okeanos locking down Belong, then he TPs over for that Shower's Crunch to try and isolate a Nismo in a lot of these situations. And that was what started them off so strong. And then eventually Cubert, they managed to land themselves on the defensive side, and things looked really darn good.
That's exactly what you were mentioning, though, Ash. Before we got into this game, it was going to be very difficult for M80 to get something active here on their attack side with the lack of second initiator when you're playing a double controller and the deadlock. And it was almost telegraphed at that point where you're utilizing that Tejo and that deadlock combination where it almost seems like a deadpan tell when the most common thing now is seeing a deadlock. Remember in the past of Challengers last season, deadlock was very nice with the aggression out of the rest of the combination from like the sky flashes so you could wall back towards the spawn. But now before walling towards the spawn, the first engagement is how do you take control of U-Haul when you're playing with a Yoru and the Rays can't really satchel in, so you need to gain that space. So you're starting in with a grab net and the salvos to take over that area. And as soon as that's avoided from the defensive end, they could fight on the outside extremities through all of these smokes that both Scuba and Knights have done so good on.
Speaking of smokes, like you just couldn't see anything at A when it came to M80's defense. Like pick your poison. You have to deal with a Viper just jumping in blind at B, or Clove and all types of shenanigans from Deadlock over at the other side. You guys broke it down perfectly. M80's lockdown was insane, but Scuba I think was a huge highlight. I think we wanted to talk more about him, Ash, at the beginning, and I think he did all the yapping himself in the game.
Yeah, he definitely did. I think we had insane impact. Big part of how Cubert even got some of the few 4 rounds on the attacking side was netted because of some clutch situations, or even just impact picks for like early lurks where he was able to find that success over towards A short alongside his toxic screen. The 3K that we see popping out from him here in this 1v3 was absolutely crazy coming out from Scuba, and it made it all that much more possible, I think, for Cubert to have those few rounds to work with once they swap sides to end up taking this first match home.
And we had pointed out before this match started about just the difference in those, well, the controllers being the Viper now versus Clove and Vans. Scuba and Knight had an important role in just blocking the vision, but they fragged like crazy.
Exactly. As I was scrambling to figure out and scratching my head around why Clove was being picked around this map, I totally forgot. It's still Knights that we're thinking about here, right?
Yeah.
Knights, the one that was a one-trick Clove going into the offseason, into Split 3, and was unstoppable here on that second half, at least, of the defensive side for Cubert Academy, because he had so much value. Just, again, Phantom Spray still through smokes, around the middle as well, just understanding when the players were coming through and the timings that he could find. And Scuba, again, just from beginning to the end, attack onto the defense, once again proving why he should be at the top of the chain here in police and partnership as soon as possible, and letting us know letting us know that we're wrong and we're mistaken so far by not signing him into a top team in partnership so far. So these two players have been so good for Cubert Academy, and now you're looking at it from the outside in. If you're looking back at the roster for Cubert Academy, holy crap, do they have a good farm team that they can move up and down between Sentinels and Cubert from Challengers to partnership.
Yeah, you just need that aggressive player to be that Clove, to go and, kill a Viper ult and to go and sacrifice yourself for the team. And Knights has been doing that for Challengers for quite a while, of being one of those pocket Clove players. And it's been really cool to see just the different comps and how those playstyles have clashed. And they're going to clash once again on our next map coming up. And it's going to be split, and it's small sites, Ash. It's going to be even more chaotic. I'm wondering what comps we're going to see there.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty crazy. I think for the side of M80, they've run 2 comps on Split previously, and running again like that, the double controller situation going on. Previously, they had used the Cypher, I think, with the Astra instead, and then shifting back over to the Viper and Omen comp. Then you've got that like 1-2 punch with the Breach and the Tejo as well, and then favoring the Yoru that we've seen on this map from coming out from like a lot of teams, as far as just the the ability to TP in and just capitalize on a lot of that space on these small choke points that you're able to gain. And I know that we haven't seen Cubert Academy on this map since their fruition. And what I'm expecting though is I think that we are going to see that kind of a similar story as on Bind, where from Cubert, I am anticipating Redux just to be pulling out that raise, probably looking for that Taeho Breach combination there once again. And I honestly, I quite like the raise in favor of the Yoru when you're looking at that synergy.
I want to bank out on that for sure. I believe that Redux should be playing the Raze on that as well. Just because if you're looking at the nature of how Redux has been playing Agent, has been around that Jet in that Raze, as we've mentioned before, I don't expect the Yoru. And then also just seeing how TSM just performed previously before this matchup and how good Sim was on a Raze and still able to get good space around double initiator. That's actually something that could work quite well here for Cubert Academy, especially seeing Nismo playing that Taeho on that previous map. But on the side of M80, they've had good successes out of a very similar comp with that Raze double innie, but also finding no success pulling out the Yoru and then you losing it to Nightblade Gaming 6-13 on that map as well. So for me, it kind of just comes to start to show that maybe some of these players and teams that are more comfortable playing on a Raze will find way more value playing on this Raze than a Yoru instead. So I wouldn't be surprised here if M80 reverts back to that.
Yeah, both these teams, Ash, come off very defense heavy, very controller heavy. Are you expecting that Viper mirror? Is it just going back to the Omen as a secondary? Is there a chance for Clove? Like, we're waiting for the agent select, so it's a bit of guessing, but...
I think that I agree with Vans in the Yoru versus the Raze conversation. I feel like for that reason, if you run that and then you're running double controller, like I think that's totally fine. It really depends on the type of playstyle, the type of control that you want to approach this map with, especially on the attacking side. If you're going to be looking for some of those more like lurk opportunities and whatnot. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Cubert actually running that double controller situation with the Taeho Breach and then a Raze. Maybe a bit of a mirror comp could be expected going into this one, just because I think Scuba just found so much value on that Viper that we just saw. Wouldn't be surprised to see him pulling it out again on a map like Split.
Yeah, and actually wouldn't be surprised as you're asking about the controller here, Jen, that we potentially could see once again a double Clove between Knights and B-Dog. And that's a topic that I haven't had a chance to mention either. When I was talking about him praising Knights playing as a Clove, well, now it's also a non-question as to why B-Dog was playing a Clove on Bind previously as well, because B-Dog used to be, a star duelist for any team that he plays. So to allow to play a little bit of more aggression here with a Clove and being like a mini Reyna, if you're able to get kills and get an overheal on top of that, it brings a lot of power here on what you could do. But for both sides now, none of them will take Cloves. And actually, Knights is pulling out a Sage on top of that. So I'm liking this little, what is this? Is this like 100 Thieves kind of look?
I don't know. They're cooking, though, and I'm worried, Ash, on the M80 side. Last time they went to Split, it was 13-6 against Nightblood, not in M80's favor. What do you think about this and the Sage and everything?
I think it's a bit hard because, again, it does come down to the ability to close the gap so much faster off the back of the Taeho and Breach utility. But we also saw Okeanos is feeling hot on the Yoru on Bind. Obviously, a very different look because he gets to play around more with those TPs. So I'm going to be looking for them to start off strong here on the defense and be able to run maybe a couple more of those retakes, a couple more of those trap plays to set up Oki for some of those earlier engagements, because it's going to be really important for them to deny that chance to Cubert Academy to even have Redux take that space early on. You want to contest, so they have to use a bit more of that utility to re-clear, and you cannot afford to be giving up places like the Heaven and Vents Up necessarily for free off the back of those combinations, and you want to try and beat a lot of that util.
I'm still kind of down to see Okeanos on this Yoru because he has been unstoppable on that previous map of Bind. Despite both of these maps being race maps, he was popping off on multi-kills and just anchoring as a king and also popping really great on this Yoru, so I'm not surprised there. But for Sentinels playing the 100 Thieves comp, getting a little bit of a taste of their own medicine where their compatriots over in the VCTs actually lost against 100 Thieves on this comp, I want to know if they're cooking something new in terms of trap plays that is basically possible with the Sage now wielded by Knights.
Well, it is series point for Cubert Academy, 1 map away from qualifying into playoffs, and M80. It's all up to Okeanos. It's going to be pretty icy out there, all thanks to the stage, but we'll see how this breaks down. And to get you through all of that, it's Marks and Tenric.
Confidently considered compositions on both sides. Okeanos opting for that Yoru to open up the lower spaces as opposed to the higher more often so that M80 can play keep away for the long term. Meanwhile, Sentinels Cubert Academy, they are better than you. They will show you how much better than you they are. They will fight in the great wide unknown, and Redux will go 4 miles away from where the spike is being planted. Marks, 2 differing play styles, 2 teams that want so desperately to be the Godslayers that everyone is claiming they are. And for Cubert, they're 1 map away from proving.
Yeah, and once again, like the Desk was kind of talking about, M80's bringing in a little bit of baggage for this one. Given the fact that Split hasn't really gone well for them, I'm curious to see how they're going to fare on it. Of course, it is worth mentioning that M80, their defensive sides have looked pretty good, but it's on the offense that they just seem to simply fall apart. And to Vansili's point as well, playing those more trap-like plays, given this composition coming in from Cubert Academy, to me, those trap plays work if you've had the time to iron a lot of that out. Given the rambunctious style that we've seen Cubert Academy kind of play with, if they took the time to work through a lot of this, then I think that there's a lot of potential that this composition can play off of. Otherwise, if things are even a little bit disconnected, it could be a lot dicier, and a lot of that utility might not even get the value that they're looking for. So I'm very excited for how this one is going to be shaken out. Cubert Academy does start us on the attack, and M80 already exploring defensively up mid.
When we asked how good these teams can work together, these teams said, bet, individual execution, got it, let's do that. Scuba, as the one universal controller for this Cubert squad, has the world on his shoulders, and he will use it to take the one approach as the 4-stack launches their way up through vents and begins one fast invasion. This is exactly the tempo that we were hoping they would execute with, but that leaves M80 tempted enough to try to scope out Scuba, and he's gonna have to bluff himself out with this Nebula as he's sprayed down to just 13 HP. Knowing that this is the only controller that M80 has to deal with, they will go hunting for this and then deal with the rest of the fight that Cubert still hasn't exactly won yet. We did with the trade for 1, and they've still controlled the tower. The stealth drone, though, is too much to bear, and Nismo and Redux both get theirs. Now we're on the track back over to A site, which is more open.
What the heck was going on? Everyone was running around the map, chasing one person one way, chasing the other person one way. Cubert Academy first decide to go A, decide to go B, swing back to A, back to B, and now they're at A, planting that spike. A lot unraveled on that single pistol round, but now Cubert Academy, they've got the numbers advantage. Caillou as well, very low health here, so Knights should be able to at least get a 1-tap, but has more than enough defense here as the Knights gets 1, forcing bound forwards.
Panic shells from Redux. It doesn't matter. He can land it with the shots to finalize, and so Cubert keeps you standing for that pistol round. But yeah, that covered all of the bases of what we were looking for that Cubert composition. Now we ask, how does M80 adjust? How do you collapse even further than you did onto someone like Scuba and then find the momentum from there to still carry on the fight with the same strength? Because if Cubert lose Scuba, it's clear they don't intend to work with a comp like him once that smoke is lost. They intend to plant that spike and go back out and fight you.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, I think that when they go out and try and fight people, that's where we get to see Cubert Academy really thrive. Assuming that that is the full intention, I think they place their utility very intelligently to make sure that those fights that Redux takes work out fantastically. Val, still hanging out on the site, only a classic in hand, albeit a Sentinels classic in hand. Kind of funny when you think about it like that. But M80 a little bit more aware of this presence in heaven that Cubert Academy have taken. So they're slowly just watching these longer range angles, seeing if there is going to be any of that over rotation that is a little bit more characteristic of Cubert Academy.
Still no huge noise made by M80 here. The wall is put up on the vents to prevent that peak from being too strong. But it's only now that Cubert decide to actually walk onto the site. They really want to make sure everything's clean, especially with a sun like that. And Bao and Okeanos do find early collection. Still, though, the Army has made it onto site, and M80's rotation a little late, but still, they find the heaven angle and are able to grab 1 kill before the salvo plays keep away. Another 2v3 now for Cubert Academy to try to manage, and they will start early. Redux with that gun diff, spraying down Caillou. Weeded and B-Dog walking on back from that screen presence, and B-Dog already ahead of it. We did nice chokehold to be able to grab the 1, and Redux with the trade-off. That shuffle that Cubert was looking for previously starting to pay off and get a little faster, but 25 HP, he's got to be the one to find the spray. And B-Dog has a bloody Vandal to his name too. If he finds that angle first, it is curtains. Gets onto site for free here as Redux knows how limited the space he has is, but B-Dog is just going to give himself away with these steps on the spike. No point in waiting at this stage. Paint Shell's on top of a B-Dog. Skates it, but a huge whiff leaves Redux the one moment to re-up and grab a 4K and save Cubert that second round.
Yeah, a great job coming in from M80 on that retake there. Keep in mind, they lost the first missile round, so they were just using their classics to go in. The utility comes through perfectly. They just kind of hold their ground, wait for that repositioning to come out. Val being that instrumental player who somehow stayed alive the entire time on the site. But of course, who else but Redux to make sure that that clutch comes through, finding 4 kills that round to make sure that Cubert Academy get that second. Redux at least able to carry 1 rifle forwards. This will force Cubert Academy to fully invest on this 3rd round instead of going for any bonus whatsoever. But if Redux gets 1 more ultimate orb, that's going to be the showstopper online, and that M80 defense could easily fall apart.
Cubert Academy have the blueprint to snowball this half already. M80 have all the reasons to stop it right here, and they will maintain their default hold as Cubert Academy reconsider outside of that first CP. Still, though, the crunch is active, and Scuba once again isolated with this hold, trying to put the stars down first and then fight a little bit after the fact. Very sequential this attack intends to be, and so far, so fine, but by the skin of their teeth. And so they will opt for the mid control this time around, go for that long game that they are able to play into their snowball. Knights fielded out by the flash and forced to remain on the choke. But M80 could easily be split apart here. That's why you see Caillou holding it down here on the steps, making sure that Cubert can't get the drop on these 2. Paint Shells do allow the window open, though, and there's the showstopper available from Redux. A little bit of time on the reset, and meanwhile, Knights is able to go for 1. Okeanos, though, able to shut that down, and T-Dog as well. That's the spike ISO'd. And while sight is controlled, M80 have every reason to wait until they wander into their sight lines. Caillou, beautiful double kill in nanoseconds. And Scuba alone for a reason, I suppose, because now he stands with the clutch in his arms again.
10 seconds
waltz around, no one knows where he is. He is definitely able to grab 1 if he can get the pounce, but Weeded's already on the prowl. This should be all said and done for the bonus, regardless of where Scuba decides to prowl. So I don't think he'll go anywhere. Yeah, he's just going to stay put and hold on to this 1 rifle that Cubert is going to call their own and try to carry into what snowball they can still find, because that was all the momentum they were trying to carry into the attack half for its remainder. And now it's going to take a little more work to get back to a place where you can get that streak going.
And just excellent job from M80. Really biding their time, finding their single individual kills, not overextending themselves, most importantly. And it's these moments where they're able to find those multi-kills that things just turn around. We get to see Caillou there, but of course Okeanos as well, finding 2 outside, shuts down that spike. Cubert Academy just had nowhere to look. And keep in mind, that was the showstopper invested and finds no value whatsoever. Bao just on the other side now, has this Bucky in hand. I'm all here for a little bit more Bucky gaming, and looks like the salvos will at least attempt to flush him out.
This is already a great start for that spacing. M80 playing even more respectful somehow here. But it's all so they can clutch that attack when it starts, and so far their timing on it has been pretty decent. Just comes down to completing on the fight. Bon Bao remaining in the tower. He is going to be the one constant here with this shotgun in hand. They're just cycling through that utility to make sure that Cubert Academy can't push elsewhere more efficiently. Looks like it'll be a vent push to start.
Oh, that's so smart.
Yeah, that stealth drone is going to do a lot of slowdown, and M80 again backing out. They'll hear this push, but what can you do to stop it? Weeded standing alone on top of it. Massive util dump that Weeded just indoors and grabs 2. Now Knights has to try to save the day. And even with util in his hand, Weeded stays alive for far too long. Scuba with the re-up, but Caillou is able to edge out 1 more peek on Anismo before yet again our controller stands alone.
Oh, Bao just had the opportunity to get a bucket kill, but decides to back off. Doesn't matter. Scuba goes down onto the site. The noise is heard. 2 people here and ready to go. Caillou finding that kill, but just an excellent hold coming in from M80, denying Cubert Academy from really gaining any space whatsoever. It seems like they've got the read on when they want to go aggressive, and they just take a simple step back and hold their ground with utility ready to go as soon as they're ready to engage.
Exactly how they should have held that down. We did, of course, you know, no real way of getting back out in that situation, but as long as you grab yours, you are good to go, and that was what Cubert was relying on not happening. That's the reason they will falter yet again, and they will now stick to a full bread eco, which is YLC Okeanos now hold on to that outlaw instead to save a little bit of creds. Oh,
and they just slowly move up.
Okay. That provides way less power to Okeanos outlaw, and they're able to just swarm Bon Bao. Tower completely under Cubert's control already, and the Armageddon is preventative, but also way too late. Cubert's already on site, buddy, and B-Dog can lock down the shots just once before Nismo gets that adopted new angle. It's a Rolling Thunder tried to play for the defense now, but the Armageddon on the cross-section, so you can't re-enter, and Redux can just play keep away. Exactly how Cubert wants to operate on a push like this, where they don't even have to plant the spike yet. They're still going for the fight. At least what remnants of it are left. Util now time back out. Caillou and We did simultaneously have their full kits back up, but they're not exactly in the same spot. We did still, or Caillou is still double checking to make sure there's no flank, and the salvo's gonna force out We did before there's the double peek. And so another stinger kill on the side of Cubert Academy. Caillou in the 1v4 that he is forced to try to aggress to try to keep Cubert from getting that snowball going again, but here it comes a rolling. 3-2 as Cubert take the lead, and 3 rifles plus.
Amazing calls coming in there to use Nismo's utility to a T. Every single time we saw something come out from that Tejo, it forced a repositioning of one of the members of M80 just to simply walk in onto site and have themselves gunned down. B-Dog did an excellent job at trying to hold things down for as long as possible, but at the end of the day, honestly, just playing off Nismo utility, it was absolutely disgusting. Amazing coordination coming in from Cubert to force M80 into very uncomfortable positions.
And they're just not able to do that every time. It's just, again, it comes down to the individual mistakes. And all too often, it's been these close quarters controllers that, again, take so much of the brunt of that punishment. Here's Bon Bao with that shotgun again, and it'll be heard this time thanks to that boombot getting launched up. Caillou attempts to find a pick in case Cubert swung early. They will not, so we re-up the smoke again, and we go once more with this default hold, but M80, they're getting a little antsy. They're going to try and push Okeanos up here with the stealth drone, and it'll almost work. He's got the space, but yeah, no reason to really press this anymore, and Scuba can say the same. He'll just duck back into the sewer, rise back up, go for the fight again, and miss again. And we start all over once more. A lot of time wasted, but not really a lot of change made on the side of Cubert Academy. That being said, the stack is making their way over to this A peak, and Okeanos has yet to move, so they're able to get the drop on him here. It would be absolutely massive. There it is.
That's what we were expecting, and given the fact that they were really expecting that Yoru to be the anchor there, now it should be pretty easy. Cubert Academy, once again, very easily going into heaven, and just so aware of the threat that Bao could pose immediately after shocking that angle, and here's the engagement.
We did good for the one shot, and there's a nice spam from the screen, so Knights is gonna actually throw this wall up. I love it to split this board in half, and so B-Dog's the only one to get the execution on top of it. Great saving of the kit to alleviate what was, for a moment, the biggest danger point in that round. Even still, Cubert looked way stronger the whole way through.
Wow, Tenrek, I'm not sure if you saw how close that got down to the clock, but there were only a couple seconds left, and if M80 had any more utility, they could have really stalled it out. Cubert were playing it a little bit too close to the clock that time, and you can see the panic coming through. Knights has to toss up the barrier orb to make sure that there's some sort of avenue to make it safely in, to plant the spike down, but once again, what a strange couple of rounds are going so far. It's so close between these two teams.
And this is really a back and forth that, again, just comes down to each player making sure that they stay as clean as possible. And so far in this past 2 rounds, M80, those players have come up short in that individual moments, and Cubert Academy have been able to just pile drive on top of it. Still though, Clutches can come from anywhere, and I mean, so can good team composition, so can good communication. And we've seen these moments in the maps on both sides, really, where teams just suddenly gain this understanding of how to fully function beyond just the pre-plant, and the improvisation becomes a lot more fluid. 2 ults on the side of M80 for this potential retake, which they know might have to just be one. Cubert, they are changing absolutely nothing. Scuba staying in the sewers, 4 stack up the B line. Ain't no reason to deviate just yet until Okeanos snipes you, but that's what the fault line and the salvos are for. Redux on the Russian, and Okeanos is down to 8 HP.
Yeah, that was a crazy combo play, but once again, just a really good understanding of how to play off of that Tejo utility. Redux almost got the kill there. Okeanos able to escape, keep that operator alive, but it's so much more difficult to find anything. Look at this Cubert Academy. They poke and prod and immediately just reposition themselves. They've been doing an excellent job at controlling this mid area, but more importantly, have been learning from their mistakes. Every single time they go in, they look just a little bit more coordinated. And this time around, it might be Bao on the receiving end, as it looks like they're potentially going into B heaven.
Here.
This is not an angle that Bao has taken just yet. Okeanos is still forced to watch down the garage site. Both of them are protected by their own, by the opposing Cosmic Divide, though. Bell fielded out the first time. That's going to prompt the salvos out against the paint shells from Redux. So tower is re-cleared by Cubert. This operator is still fully functional, and Okeanos' timing is his greatest enemy. Bao taken care of. Now Caillou playing bodyguard, only good for one. Rest of M80 trying to scroll on a sight. And Okeanos, dimensional drift to pick up the rifle to keep this fight as even as possible. But B-Dog is still alone here, and he's good for his. Scuba all of a sudden alone against 2 rifles, and that's sublime adaptation from Okeanos to make this fight advantageous for M80 again. What a shift that took immediately on site to give M80 the round.
I love the pace that Cubert Academy are playing, where they make you think that they're going explosive and then immediately just slow things down absolutely.
Yep.
And it's so quiet, and you can tell M80 are a little bit more uncomfortable. But as these rounds continue to go, M80 are starting to recognize that fact and are starting to just be ready, brace for impact a little bit more. I mean, obviously a very flashy play coming in at the end. Okeanos barely able to escape with the dimensional drift, but really the success of this round simply came because M80 braced themselves for impact. It's a fast one already, and Redux is going in, and will trade with B-Dog.
Post-stall, he's able to at least grab the shot, but Knights has that res available, so it's still a 5v4, and Scuba has gotten so much faster this time on the lurk. Mounting that speed in that second kill, no more controllers here for M80, and that might already decide the round, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so. At this point, you're M80, you're just looking to potentially, well, first of all, save that operator here. Maybe find an exit kill on the way out. Just dampen the economy of Cubert Academy just a little bit. But, you know, it's weird. It feels like they conditioned the other team to expect them to go explosive and then stop. But this time, there were simply no breaks. They stormed onto the site, understanding that they had Knights with the Resurrect online, can bring Redux back in. Redux gets a kill with the Showstopper, and there's just simply no room for M80 to even breathe this round before the spike is down and they have to call for the save.
Yeah, Cubert's tempo shifts have been lightning fast, and so have their pushes for the most part. M80, they are aware of that, but in those little breaths that Cubert takes are the moments in which they find that advantage again, outstretch that space. And M80, there's no real response to it other than getting the kills at the right moment. And the only one that was able to really do that this round was B-Dog, and that's because he was sitting in front of the boxes and Redux entered with a Showstopper. So circumstantially, that's not going to happen every time.
You know, in another world too, B-Dog was able to get that kill onto Redux without the rocket being fired off. It was that trigger discipline that didn't quite work, but a very characteristic already. It's going to be a lot going in, but B-Dog repositioning so smart, still alive.
And the Boombot not catching him, but the double swing will. Great attempt from B-Dog to avoid all of that, and I mean, he technically did, but still too much on site. Meanwhile, Bon Bao with his Viper's Pit, making sure that Scuba is not lurking. Still so much uncertainty for this M80 takeover, but they'll have to just make it work. Okeanos still operator in hand. Immediate stun that Redux can collect upon, and he turns onto Okeanos as well. The reflexes on this guy, unbelievable. And he'll go for more. He is hungry as can be, but we did the crawl up. Redux is expecting it. Timing. Is it unfair, lady? Val, though, now picking up the operator. This is a bit of a risk considering, yeah, Cubert's already here for the action, so maybe should have just gone for the one more kill, but Cubert, they have 6.
Yep, Cubert, that once again, that was just a very fast take onto that site. M80 simply just did not have time to react. B-Dog able to escape. Great use of that Omen utility to make sure that that Shadow Step ensured you don't get pinged up by the Armageddon or the flashes, but there were just simply too many agents on site. And if you're expecting Cubert Academy to miss their shots, that's not how you want to be living your life, buddy. And so B-Dog gets taken out immediately. But of course, look at Redux in the kill feed. 16 kills already, leading by a massive margin compared to any other player in this lobby. Redux has been lighting up, and this is the performance we expected to see from this Duelist.
No doubt. This is the enabling that we were looking for, and the rest of the team, they are firing as well. T-Dog also, to be fair, looks so much more comfortable on Breach than he does Sky. He is completely in his element at this stage, and on this map, one of the many reasons why Cubert probably opted to shift from that Pearl pick. They understand they are at a new level of enabling now, and it's not just Redux that has to act. And not only that, he feels a lot more comfortable acting on this raise, evidently. 3 stack up the A line as the spike is in tow. B-Dog still holding very respectfully along the garage peak as there's 2 members on that end too. And 50 seconds to go. Cubert can really go anywhere they please as long as they don't mess up. They're gonna check for B-Dog here, no doubt. Yeah, B-Dog's gonna walk into it, but B-Dog shots are clean. Only good for the one as Nismo now has to rush on with the spike behind him, but M80, they're gonna be more than ready for this.
Yeah, M80 already going around. Self-drone does explode, though. And I think Nismo might be trying to get the Armageddon online. They're at least feigning like this is going to be the B side. T-Dog able to find one as well. But look, the spike already onto that A site at this point.
Yeah, they're fine with letting these players go so long as they get those kills just because of the gun diff still pervading. But that's now really shifted. 2 of these players still have rifles. But site's overtaken by Cubert Academy and M80. They only have the full stack to work off of. Meanwhile, smokes are going to be available on the cycle back for Scuba in just a moment here, so the window is short for M80 to aggress now. Being said, they still have all of this to clear, and there is indeed that smoke. Same clear as any, a breach flash out of the screens, and Cubert are entirely hiding behind it. They have the Nova Pulse, they have these salvos, which they will use first, and it's a lot of stall work that can be done to collapse into the fight. And as heaven is held, Knights and Nismo are able to clean house. 7-3 on the post plant for Cubert Academy. Tremendous adaptation.
Yeah, and once again, like this, you can just see the mind games as they unravel for Cubert Academy. They go in on B super hard again. It draws the entirety of M80 over onto that B site because they're expecting yet another fast push. Based off these last couple of rounds, that's exactly what happened. And, well, B-Dog at least able to just take one head off, but at the point where the fight on that B site was more or less concluded, Cubert Academy had already gotten themselves nice and set up. Plenty of time to get the spike down on that A site. So just a good adaptation coming in from them. And B-Dog now just on the other side of that smoke. Could have found some value here, but it's waiting to start soft.
And he's got 2 for himself as well. That allows even more aggression from the remainder of M80, and B-Dog is able to turn on a Redux's entry out of the smoke. Counteracted pretty quickly, but 3v2, M80 is pretty content with that at the moment. No smokes available, just these initiators to try to make the headway. So it's all got to be in the one and done fight. But Okeano shuts down the back end of it, and Nismo already choked up against this ledge. Good for the one on the head. Now Caillou next to peek it out. Has the stun available too. That'll slow them both down. And Bon Bao still a little nervous after all these interactions have gone awry. Nismo the back away, still good to save himself, and he does have the spike. Could feign a rotation or fully fledged go for it. Has 50 seconds on the clock to do whatever he pleases.
Keep in mind too, an Armageddon online for Nismo.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of potential here to stall things out or at least deny a lot of that space if you want to use it onto this round. Meanwhile, on the other side, the fault line is going to be activated again. Caillou still has a flash available as well as that aftershock, so a lot of breach utility. I like the way that Nismo's playing this go. Goes for a little bit more forward aggression, might catch a timing.
This is one of the moments in which you have to take that chance, and he will hear both of these stepping up. It's the double swing that Nismo holds all the way down! He hits that every time! No all necessary! And now 1 round to go in the half where Cubert Academy look unstoppable on the attack. Everything they have an answer for.
Yeah, it's so good coming out from them. That last round, it really looked like there was going to be an opportunity for M80. They were just, honestly, just hiding in heaven, able to take so much value off of these players, just kind of swinging out here and finding kills, and yet simply were not able to capitalize on it. Oh, it's so painful to watch for B-Dog, but unfortunately, Nismo just a little bit wiser to it. We saw a lot of crouch walk swings yesterday, and that might have been the answer to make sure that that's going to happen. But unfortunately, Nismo clutches up the round for Cubert Academy. Or, you know what? Fortunately, Nismo clutches up that round because this makes this lead for Cubert Academy just feel a lot more solid.
This is looking really like a decisive half, and of course, we said that with Bind as well. So it's only a matter of time before side swap, and we might see M80 have the same explosivity that Cubert does here on the attack.
I got this
Being
back.
said, very carefully checking back again and again, and B-Dog getting more aggressive than ever on this wraparound, but Nismo expects it! Dr. Seuss the way he read it. And now we're chilling back in the garage like nothing ever happened, except it's a 5v4.
Oh, that stealth drone's going to give away Okeanos' position as well. Such a good read coming in from Cubert here. We're seeing the showstopper now. Thankfully not wasted on that clone. There's a lot of utility and the Armageddon come through. As the rocket goes wide, not able to find anything except a lot of damage on the Caillou.
Backside continues to be no man's land, but Cubert continue to play on the front lines of it, and they'll manage both those kills on site. Again, no trade-offs, no dirty work, just a little bit of health shaved off Nismo, and that's all they get. Now we did on the flank, and again, Cubert are ready for it. Are they back? Dude, back? Straight up. This is insane game sense coming from these players, and again, so much of it is allowed to be individualistic. That's what's making Cubert so rocket-powered right now. Is each of these 5 players is so allowed to have a blank canvas with how they approach this post plan.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, we've seen M80 do a lot of these types of plays, a lot of these like very fast rotations on the flank, very fast cut throughs around, trying to catch timings onto their players. And I think that Cubert were doing an excellent job at getting the read on making sure that they just hold that. Because when Cubert decided to just kind of let them do their own thing and focus in on their execute strategy, that's where M80 are able to catch their backs and find those picks. So just a little good adaptation coming in from Cubert Academy, making sure that they're always watching their flanks, because that is where M80 like to push in and like to go and find those kills. So a great job coming through as this 9-3 half.
Redux getting aggressive off rip here for the defense. Will open up with one, and no one is able to punish a blinding speed from the Rays instead of the Yoru, who now double up after T-Dog goes down. But Bao will be able to trade that out. So a 3v3 as M80 waltz onto site with much less in their way. But now Nismo, another wrap around himself. B-Dog keeping the back seat though, and no one's checking for him except for Knights, but he's gonna be a little too late for it. Nismo outside the corner, and Knights can't cover it. And again, these microcosms outside of Spike dictate how the fight on top of it goes. Caillou walks into a barrage of Cubert members and can't kill one instantaneously. Never mind, there you go. There's the opener, and now the wrap up from B-Dog himself. Good for one as well. And that'll be an M80 pistol with 3 standing.
And I think that that's the reason why, if you are Cubert, you got to always watch for every single little position. B-Dog was an excellent example of that. If they're not clearing everything, then they could get surprised by a player just popping around the side and able to find a couple of kills. It was such good early aggression, very well coordinated coming in from Redux, but the flood through from M80 made sure that they didn't go completely for free. And that B-Dog's being able to stay alive and find a couple of picks as well was the nail in the coffin to make sure that M80 win that pistol round. 5 rounds separate these two teams. M80 starting to get a little bit more momentum back into their sails, but still, they have to continue to play things pretty much perfectly if they want to be able to win out this map.
Yeah, the road is not yet fully paved for M80's attack. Still need to find more than just these concepts that turn into frags. Far closer than Cubert's attack has been so far. Of course, much less of a sample size, to be fair to them.
Poison orb emitting.
Bao, aggressive lurk up here with a ghost, no less. Doesn't even have the rifle to his name, but it's worthwhile space thanks to the screen in the orb. As he gets set up for the exit, on the ramp, or he can just say, hey guys, A side's looking pretty juicy right now. Why don't you head on over here?
It's a trap, or at least that's what I
Yeah.
imagine they're going to be calling at a moment's notice, because there are 4 members of Cubert Academy hanging out here.
Yeah.
And this noise that they're making too, Cubert has to know that this is going to be where M80 is coming.
This is really ballsy from M80.
30 seconds left.
Necessarily ballsy from Cubert Academy, but they'll step out and they'll begin to frag. Redux good for the 1, and he's still not covered yet.
What?
Still not covered as Caillou goes down next. He is still dancing around these screens with just a ghost in hand and the blast pack, but oh my goodness, B-Dog. If only Redux was not fully blinded off that paranoia. Still one standing as T-Dog continues to try to field out from the screens, but very little he can do at this stage in the fight. That being said, taking down 3 members, make it 4, T-Dog! All of a sudden this is visible! A right click dealing minimal damage, and nothing left in the util tank. Spike planted as well, and so it comes down to the raw pistol brawl of all things. That hands M80 another attacking round, again, by the hair on Nismo's head, dude.
It shouldn't be like this. By all means, if this is just one of those games where you're like, okay, you know, we know how this goes. This pistol round, yeah, second round, oh, it was nice and easy for them. Yet, that was a very difficult round for M80 to be able to pull off here. Honestly, just the fact that they flooded in here and somehow Redux is able to find so many heads, it requires so much utility to just shut Redux down, and then somehow T-Dog is able to find a classic headshot to nail it down to that 1v1. Not an ideal scenario at all for M80. They have to invest on this round because they know that they don't have the weapons and they might just get outclassed. Already, the salvos are being traded just outside of A as M80 reflexively get themselves ready to back out of this site. Cubert go for that early util dump, but it's all good because once again, this is all regenerative utility. It'll be ready to go at a moment's notice.
And that stealth drone to clear to confirm that A site is no longer occupied. Cubert can pay most of their attention to this mid push that M80 is now making a lot of noise on, and yet they still don't make any ground or get a kill off of it, and so we'll continue our window shopping. Let's head over to Garage and see what we can find, see if any member of Cubert is holding up early. Spoiler, they're not. Scuba's a mile away behind the woodworking, but granted, he is quite by himself, and that's been his undoing so many times so far on that attacking side, the few times that Cubert did lose it.
And Scuba's such an X factor. You can tell that they're going to try and sell this fake right now. Okeano's going to be the one flashing and dropping down the decoy to assume that that's going to happen, but look at the discipline here. Redux, so careful, waiting for them to push, and now the time crunch says that M80, their hand is forced. They must go onto this A site.
No ramp control thanks to the smokes, and Redux's shot does land, but most of the members of M80, actually no, 2 of them, stand at that full HP. The first one to walk into it is the one who can take the shot, but now we just spam through that smoke as there's 10 seconds to go. There is no more opportunity for M80 to get onto site here, and Cubert wrap up that bonus. Super clean, keeping 4 standing, and now up to double digits.
It's like they took so much time to do anything onto that B site. By the time the execute was happening onto A, they were just left standing. And they had nothing to clear out long. The salvos already go out, and yet still M80, they were quivering in their boots. They didn't even take a single step onto that A site. Also, too, a little bit of utility from Cubert Academy makes sure that that has happened. But then, given the time crunch going in, M80 had no time to even check or clear the site. They just had to go on blind faith that they were going to find it and be able to get that spike down. What a crazy round coming in, but Cubert, once again, are just running away with it.
It is really unclear how M80 approaches the remainder of this because Cubert is entirely built out of not giving anything away at this stage in the game, or at least conditioning that you have the ability to do it. And you gotta shout out Knights' Sage pick because of that, the ability to just throw down a slow orb any which way to split the board instead of a salvo. It allows so much more flexibility with how you can stack and where you can stack. Cubert, they're using that to the utmost advantage as M80 feel pressured on every front they try to enter. Being said, they're doing it a lot more as a group. We have yet to see some real big 2-3 choke splits or any long-winded defaulting because the clock has already been their worst enemy anyway.
And look at this, Tenrek. Like, Redux, this is just a stats game right now. 23 kills and 12 deaths. I'm so curious what the ACS is going to be after this map because it's going to be so damn high. For us to see it now, Redux coming in with the judge, 1 away from getting the showstopper online. And I feel like I've said that a million times, but that's just how many kills and so how much value Redux has been getting for Cubert Academy thus far.
Yeah, he's just perpetually so.
A perpetual ult machine.
With the help of Knights' wall, Redux can more confidently hold this judge peak on the vents to try to farm this showstopper early. And if M80 decide to funnel into this, then he's definitely going to get a kill with it. Which is why Cubert is so heavily implying that this stack is the important one. The salvos will actually feel that away, and Okeanos attempting the entry, but Redux just getting right back on top of it and silencing it before Caillou is able to trade it away. So no showstopper for the post plant. That being said, M80 still have yet to get a good pre-plant going. Hell, they're waiting outside the garage door as Bon Bao has yet to even clear past his own toxic screen. M80 not really worried about space. They're still worried about kills first, but again, Cubert are refusing to give any of them away easily.
Yeah, and like, look at this. They have to go into this Astra, who's just ready to spray things down.
So tough
Only
on the
classics and pistols on the side of M80 here. And Nismo finds Bao as well. That's not how you want this thing to start off.
30 seconds left.
Just some spamming here from Scuba on top of a gravity well to prevent the in, but B-Dog's TP, that'll get shut down by Knights, and yeah, Cubert have the laundry list pretty much completely covered from here. Does get away with a quick peek after Scuba gets timing, but that'll be all, and Cubert now 2 rounds away from moving on to playoffs.
Yeah, we talked about how Split was going to be the weaker map for M80, and that's why that bind pick was going to be so important for them to win out, because otherwise we expected Cubert Academy to just kind of run away with things, and Cubert Academy very much living up to expectation. A little bit of a, you know, shoulder-to-shoulder bump there, but actually it works out well for both the duelists. You come out with just a 1-for-1 trade, and yeah, it's still M80 just really struggling to get their foot into the door. Every time they walk into the site, it's like they don't have really anything to work off of. And now Redux, very aggressive showstopper, finds B-Dog and is happy with that, so we'll just back out of it.
And again, unpunishable thanks to Knights' insane slow orb on top of that. They were so ready for someone to get ahead, whether it was B-Dog's or Oki's TP, and they were 100% right. Again, the reads are so there this time around, and so much credit has to be given to Dapper on that. The man has been watching this team.
And also, too, I think this is an important time to point out the difference between the Sage and the Vise, because a lot of people think, oh, you know, Vise, that's the one you want to go. It's just a little bit better, but there's no deploy time on getting the Thorn Barrier out there. Versus the Slow Orbs, immediately, as soon as it touches the ground, will deploy. There's no opportunity for someone to shoot it out. So it's just kind of that, like, faster play that if you want to play off the trap, that's going to be Sage.
Huge post by Von Bao, but the rest of the push has to be as strong, and they cannot make it work. Weeded the only one standing outside of that, and now Cubert can compress on the remainder. Weeded good for 1 more as well, but that may be the last chance M80 has at making this game possible. It's a 12-5 lead for Sentinels Cubert Academy, and they have everything they could want. An Armageddon, a res to make it a 6-5. M80, though, they are able to make this cycle happen as long as they get something going. The problem is they just haven't gotten anything going, Marks.
No, like, that's the thing, too. Like, it feels like every time they're walking in, Cubert Academy are just so prepared for any sort of attack that's going. We're seeing a very similar pattern to their attack, where immediately they just kind of send Redux in, they send Redux far in and deep, and then immediately back out. And so then they lose all this space, and M80 has to clear it again, which is making it so difficult. B-Dog going for the deep back TP to add a little bit of confusion to Scuba, but it is a very fast storm by M80.
This is the speed that they were trying to approach with before, and this time they meet far less of an interception. That is the moment to engage. Now Cubert fully stacked on top of the tower for this retake that they know is going to take a lot. So do they even decide to invest that much, or do they see how much they can squeeze out of M80 along the way? We'll see how much of a trade it ends up being, but Redux is, of course, going to be the first to engage with it on that low ground. Looks like Nismo's going to let this Armageddon go, and a Rolling Thunder proactively to prevent that kind of action on top of it. B-Dog good for the 2 kills, but now Cubert can jump on top of it, and Weeded can't get nearly as much action done. I don't know how Nismo hits both of those, but he's hungry for more. Gets on top of the spike and just jumps into this pit. Easy shutdowns for the remainder of M80, so Scuba could try and go for the wraparound. It was a desperate play in the far corners of the Viper's pit to try and get as much out as possible, including the round. But at the end of the day, M80 will make 6.
And keep in mind, too, that round could have been won by Cubert if they wanted to. Nismo had the Armageddon online. That is an excellent tool to fish out any pesky Viper that may be hiding inside of that Viper's pit. decides to hold on to it, allowing for that ultimate to be carried over here. We're seeing now M80. They're going to be buying up rifles. Okeanos has been having a very difficult time going up against the Redux and Squad because, well, that Yoru isn't really getting as much value this time around. Every time the Yoru pops out, it tends to usually be that first one, and Okeanos goes down without really finding any kills. This has been a very tough map for this Duelist.
And now he's got that shotgun that he has to find a kill on with his dimensional drift. He's going to play it mega early to try and get ahead of this slow orb and try to hunt down Knights. No, he just sees Knights. Now he wants Scuba instead. And on top of the fault line, he's going to make it happen. Amazing fight taken up. The salvos will zone away, and so Knights will clean that up. And in fact, res Scuba as well. So it turns back into a 5v4 the other way, thanks to what Cubert were able to hold on to. But still, M80 have the site and still an Armageddon to hold on to. Here it comes to make sure they have all the space they need for Cubert to not go for the interception where they lied strongest. Still a 3-stack waiting in the tower, and the other 2 on the way back up these steps through vents. Von Bao needs to land at least 1. The stealth guard is going to catch him out. No abilities, and Scuba gets ahead of it. Now the full-blown Cubert squad can attack the 3-stack on B site. Is M80 prepared? They simply must be. There is no more room to wait for it. First drop down to clear the close space. Knight's good for the 1 on the opening. Now Caillou good for the 2, and Nismo shut down onto that. It's all down to B-Dog against the 3 in the back line, and T-Dog has made the wraparound happen. M80 will continue to wander with their 6th in purgatory. Sentinels Cubert Academy are your 3rd team to make North American Challengers playoffs.
And wow, Cubert Academy, they looked so good on this. Obviously on that first map, we were seeing Bind be a little bit more evened out between these 2 teams, which both of them have that 3-1 record coming into this. But on Split, oh my goodness me. If you're M80, you have to go back to the drawing board for this map or just ban it completely, because the way that Cubert were running them around, it looked like Cubert was just simply having fun at that point. You could tell that the set strategies were in place. Once again, either going for the aggression, backing off, changing things up, and M80 really couldn't get a good read at what was happening every single time. It felt like they were just kind of walking out there, hoping to try and take some of those gunfights, trying to find some kills, and Cubert Academy were just chilling out, waiting for them to walk into the crosshairs, and then gunned them down. An excellent just overall performance coming out from Cubert Academy, and it really does, this map specifically made them shine as to why they are one of the top teams here in Challengers.
If you ever doubted the cohesion that Sentinels Cubert Academy was capable of, or the individual prowess in the pressure cooker that is Challengers, doubters, be silenced today. This match speaks volumes. We'll head back to the desk one more time tonight, and then we'll call it a night. See you in a bit.
We started extremely late. I kid you not, we have 3 weeks of practice. I said this in the first week. We walked into the first week having 1 week of practice, right? But the amount of work that we've put in compared to everyone else is absurd. It's like an hour and a half to nearly 2 hours of server, 4 blocks, and review afterwards, and with homework afterwards, right? The team is like gelling together pretty consistently. Obviously every team has some days where we're peaking higher than others. I think we recognize what we need to fix instantly, and I think that's what makes this team so special. I always put 100% into whatever team that chooses to play with me. Obviously, Blinn was a more unknown team. It was like a collegiate esports club. While M80 is like, the principal of tier 2, they have made essentially grand finals twice now, so they obviously have that level of prestige to them, and so that obviously has to affect my demeanor as well when it comes to just overall like how I present myself, right? Because right now I'm not just establishing and representing like a group of people that enjoy the game. I'm representing like a high profile organization that has had tons of gravity in the tier 2 scene, right? So I obviously have to hold myself up to a higher standard, and I'm trying to do that. But I'm also blessed and grateful that I was chosen to be able to, fill in the shoes. It's great to work with Don. Don always, keeps us in check. Drew is mainly on the strategic side, and Don is mostly on the performance and mental side. Obviously, we are younger players, so obviously sometimes we can get a bit volatile. Not volatile. That might be a bad way to say it, but sometimes we do have too much fun in practice, and Don reels us back in, keeps us in line, makes us remember our practice goals, and it's great to have someone that not keeps you in check, but holds you to a professional level 24/7. I've set high expectations for myself this year. I want this year to potentially be a breakout year for me, but at the same time, I can't set too high, because if I set too high and if I don't reach those goals, I'll come down like this extremely fast. So it's just a week at a time. Put all my focus into whoever I play first. This week I played TSM, and then so that's all. Just 1 week at a time.
And that is the end of the series. 13-6. Cubert ain't playing around. Holy cow, I was not expecting it to be that one-sided after the sort of comeback that we saw from Cubert, even after map 1. You can't ever believe what happens in the first half. Fans, that was incredible out of Cubert. What a statement.
Dude, it's kind of ironic because we just mentioned here that Cubert Academy has played the 100 Thieves composition on this map. And then, ironically enough, that I didn't have a chance to talk about is that M80 played the Sentinels comp over the VCTs, where they lost 4-13. But again, it's just fun and games. But overall, the play style around both of these teams was much more different than it was versus that VCT game that I was mentioning before. And that's just very simple, just basic split that I was watching here from the side of Cubert Academy that leveraged like a Sage that kind of threw M80 for a loop here, that funneled their opponents quite well into the loving arms of just the shooting players of Cubert Academy. I think this is just a all-out duel difference from the side of the winning team of Cubert.
I don't think it was just a dual difference. I think there was also a bit of a macro difference with the approach to this map too, right? There's a really strong 9-3 half in favor of Cubert Academy, where we saw them often starting out on the attacking side in a lot of those like 4-1 defaults, and eventually later on grouping up as 5, grouping up into those 2-3 splits as well, and just really playing the numbers to ensure that there is always someone alongside Redux to try and help him set up on sites. And then the defensive side approach, I think we talked about before going into split, was the expectation to try and set up Okeanos for success after how well he played on Bind. The fact that we knew that he was going to have to go up against some of those like earlier engagements at times to try and work past that breach and Tejo utility that's so good at clearing out the midsection of this map in Be Heaven and in Vents. And unfortunately, we saw that he was often left on an island. We saw them playing a bit more of that retake at times, where he'd be playing a bit more forward towards B main solo, the ability to TP back on out, and relying a lot more on like the stall from the rest of the kit of the M80 squad to stall out the rest of the map there for them.
I also think it's like a mental boom from the first map results on Bind, because remember, going into Bind, which is M80's map pick, was a map last season that was a permaban for M80. So when you think that you've cooked something up and you found the solution as to how you can make things work here on your permaban map, and you still lose that when your star duelist in Okeanos has dropped over 20 kills and you still lose, you're carrying that over into the next map saying, oh crap, we thought we had a real answer for a fresh start going into an unplayed map for us from last season. And then you saw the results, unfortunately, here, not as great for Okeanos towards the end of that second half, or the second map rather here, of Split. So I think there's a little bit of that compared to also how well Cubert Academy controlled the tempo and the rotations of the map of Split.
Yeah, we just went from like such a heavy defense fortress map of Bind to then Cubert being able to use the double initiator and showing us how explosive they can be, because a reminder on that stats page, 9 out of 9 post plants completed. If Cubert were stepping in onto that real estate, you were not taking it away from them. And that 9-3 half like doesn't give M80 a lot of wiggle room to try and come back from that, Ash.
No, it doesn't. And I think a big part why we saw the 9 out of 9 post plants being successful there for Cubert Academy was, again, they would start off in those 4-1 defaults and then eventually look to clear out and see, okay, where was Okeanos playing? They know that he's playing alone. They know that he's playing to TP back and play the retake with the rest of his team. So they would have all that space. Once they push him off of one of those choke points, whether it was A main or B main, he was going to be forced on out. And then they continue to push forward with that. They would take site and then deny a lot of those lanes for the retake out from them. And a big part of that had to do with setting up Redux to get hyper aggressive.
Yeah, just Redux just got a lot more support. And Okeanos just had to wear the cape all by himself. Vans, like, tough one. We know Okeanos is capable of so much more, but Redux played with this fearless style, just walking up contact and walking away with corpses behind him.
Yeah, and I definitely felt that Tenrik nailed it, where you're pulling out the Sage here for Cubert Academy. You're utilizing a lot of the Sage util that didn't seem to have a real answer from M80 when you're trying to cross from mid control. But that just was enough to split, for example, a Euro TP that allows Redux to get a timing, turn around, and get a judge kill. Or if they think that they have an entry on one side for M80, you're still funneling the util over on the other end, and Redux still finds a great timing to catch players off guard when the bait comes through from other players. And then also utilizing the Sage util in the very beginning allows a star player like Nismo, for example, to leverage the Tejo utility later on for stalls and retakes, and also for suppressing opponents. So the timings were really good. The utility was great, and that's why, again, I'm mentioning here for Cubert Academy, they just really controlled the map of split super well here against M80.
It was a clean win and great transition, Vans. W gas, because I actually have Nismo on the line right now for our post-match interview. Hey man, congratulations on qualifying into playoffs and to do it against M80. That must feel extra great.
Thank you. Yeah, it does feel good. It does feel a bit weird also, just being used to playing with M80 and now beating them. So yeah, feels good.
Weird but great at the same time. So
yeah.
But talk to us about Bind first, because how did you have to approach that map when M80 brought out this double controller Senti defense? That looked really tough to go up against.
I mean, it was just like some minor adjustment that we have to do. We got caught off guard a couple rounds. We got ecoed, so it just made the game a bit harder on us. But I think we had control the whole time. We had the right game plan and we executed properly. So big shout out to the IGL T-Dog. That was beautiful.
Yeah, you guys handle it. I'm glad that there's just no sweat. You're not even shining at all. It's just another day at the office. And well, you're probably gonna have to sweat because playoffs is coming up. That's on the horizon. And I know there's, a few teams we have left to qualify. But I gotta ask you the spicy question. Who are you gunning for in playoffs and how are you gonna take them down?
I mean, we're looking to play anyone, right? At the end of the day, playoffs, you're gonna have to play every team or the best teams that are up there. So looking forward to playing anyone. I would say TSM would be the one I'd love to play. I feel like just playing a different type of roster against them would be fun. So looking forward to playing TSM for sure.
Yeah, and did you guys get some inspo from VCT about the Sage comp? I know you had Vans nerding out about the Sage thing going on.
I mean, it was all some coaches' ideas. Fits the role properly. Felt like Knight was playing it really well. We tried it in practice and felt like it was just a natural fit for Knights. And yeah, we went with Sage.
Knights is the GOAT. You're the GOAT. I'm so excited for Cubert Academy in playoffs. Thank you so much for joining me and congratulations on playoffs.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks, Nismo. Got to bring these nerds back, Vans. Coaches' ideas, Knights popping off on Clove or Sage, whatever it be. It's cool to just see all these different comps come out.
In just like Cubert Academy and Sentinel's gear and be like, dude, this is not the same colors that I'm used to seeing Nismo in. It's almost like the ultimate betrayal, but it's a cool story as well for Nismo. It's another chance for redemption, another training arc for the team as well, for Nismo to also prove to the community that despite, people might call this as a boomer age, he still has what it takes to be an amazing initiator for any team. So I think that it's nice that he still brings a lot of confidence to the team. You saw from his ADS and future games as well that he's been quite strong, holding his ground against his opponents.
Yeah, I feel like Ash, he could have talked so much more smack, but so respectful against his former team. But you got to talk smack in playoffs and look at who actually made it. Of course, we qualified TSM and Cubert Academy just now, and we got an update on our Burger Boys Ambrosia match. Unfortunately, saying bye to Ambrosia.
Yeah, tough to say goodbye to Ambrosia there. I think that Burger Boys versus Ambrosia game, it was a bit of a 50-50 on who was necessarily going to take that. But for Burger Boys, they played out of their mind. I'm pretty sure Alvin Boy just had a really great day in the server there as well. And it all just pieced together just in time to save them from elimination. But of course, it's not all said and done yet. They're still on the chopping block down in that 2 to 3 group.
Chop,
And
chop.
I cannot wait to see who actually makes it there.
Yeah, we still have to maybe see if M80, YFP, Trust and Plug, like all these huge teams can close it out and get that 4th win, because y'all, we only promote 8 teams to playoffs and the bottom goes to relegation, and we still got another week of matches to go. That's going down in 2 weeks, y'all, so make sure you hit the follow, you get notified when our next broadcast happens, because it's the end of the road and only a few get to go in playoffs. Thank you all so much for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your week, and we'll see you next time.
No value, but here we go. Engagement off the fault line. Okay, at least Thief goes down.
Yeah, good guess on that. Early salvo to get reactive so no one can push on top of it, and that's what made TSM so strong with these showstoppers, but they're still able to make such good use of all this space, and they take their time until they're on the site itself. A Razorvine on the corner as well to field out one lone push from YFP, which is... And again, they get ahead of the problem in front of the main issue, which now has become Penny yet again. There's the fake clone. God. Well, you know, you got a heat check at some point, don't you? TSM Stellar Skull. That is massive. The ground exactly that TSM were looking for. And so YFP will force themselves to get proactive. This time it's Jakey on top of the button, and he'll be able to take down Recoil, leaving B site unabashedly open.
And let's see how Vora wants to respond here. Vora has been doing an excellent job at anchoring down this B site, but this might be a bit of a tall order. Lots of people walking through here, but not looking the right way. Vora holding it down. Plants the fight up coming into this next round. As we do see Okeanos back with the Outlaw, and B-Dog just so aware, but can't quite find that kill.
Doesn't really need to do much work, though, now that that Toxic Orb has reduced Cubert to a crisp. Much trouble finding those heads on the swing back. Really tough angles to manage by yourself, which is why you now have some help from beyond the smoke. No Scuba, just waiting for the peek instead, and that's gonna be enough! It must be, there is no more room to wait for it. First drop down to clear the close space. Knight's good for the 1 on the opening. Now Caillou good for the 2, and Nismo shut down onto that. It's all down to B-Dog against the 3 in the back line, and T-Dog has made the wraparound happen.
Bye.